justice, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hello and welcome to the start of the 2020 Academy Summer Split. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and we are here to shake off some of the webcam cobwebs, and who better to do it with than my good friend and a grand old pal of mine, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Sir, are you ready to get into some summer action?
I am so ready, Flowers. I have been grinding away during the off-season, and the meta is finally shifting. I can't wait to see what NA has to offer, especially in Academy games that tend to be a little bit more crazy when it comes to experimentation.
Well, today we are kicking off Academy. We're jumping back into the next generation of up-and-coming North American players, so let's go ahead and see what we've got lined up here today. First up, it's the reigning champs in Cloud9 Academy going up against 100 Thieves with TSM Academy and Team Liquid Academy in game number 3. Then Pastry Time tags in to join Crumbs for the last 2 games of the day.
Honestly, I'm looking at all of these games right now. There were so many weird player switches in the offseason that the Academy teams are now stacked with even more LCS talent, and then we also have rookies that we've never even seen play before, especially in the first game of the day. So who knows how the scene has shifted.
Well, no point in delaying it. Let's go ahead and dive into that first matchup here a little bit. Cloud9 Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. We know that Cloud9 Academy are the defending champs. No team has ever won Academy MSI and Academy Worlds back-to-back, but Cloud9 has showed us this is an org that knows how to invest in young talent.
They did suffer a big blow to their bottom lane, though. King is no longer with them. Unfortunately, with visa issues, his spot has been taken over by Tomo, who hasn't played in Academy before. We only saw him in Scouting Grounds last year, so this is going to be big shoes for him to fill.
And on the other side of the rift, 100 Thieves, we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. I mean, this is a team that last split, we sort of got to see them step deeper into the world of amateur League of Legends than most other teams had by unveiling 100 Thieves Next, which is the team below the academy level working in that amateur scene. And we'll see how this team and this organization continues to evolve as we proceed into summer.
I love the 100 Next team, and Pumi, the support, he's going to be playing from 100 Next into the Academy roster, so we get a first look at how the players below Academy are performing and what it takes for them to move up.
And of course, some familiar names here on the 100 Thieves lineup as well. Saligo and Contract's going to be working on some of that duo synergy there to see if they can pull that off and carry some games with it. And we all know the man in the top lane, Fake God, and we'll see how well he can carry here in this Academy summer.
Yeah, I mean, Fake God had his little stint in the Academy, if you remember last year when they had to smurf in the Academy season. Fake God learned a lot from his time in the LCS, so when he came back this year into the Academy League, he just proved to be a much more improved and well-rounded player. So he's going to be coming into this roster as one of the players to play around, and especially now that top lane is no longer just tank on tank action, you're going to get to see him play a lot more carry champions. That could mean that the team goes way more towards playing in topside than we'd seen before.
And especially you talking about him going to the LCS, stepping up to that larger stage, having that experience and bringing that back with him. To me, that's going to say a lot for both him individually and for this team, because the entire purpose of Academy isn't to be the winningest team in all of Academy. It's to showcase these individual players, to grow their strengths, and get them ready to play on bigger stages. That experience that Fake God's had, that's going to be invaluable, and I really want to see how well he imparts it both in his own gameplay and how well the rest of the team is able to work around it and learn from what he's brought back.
You nailed it. It's not so much about being the best Academy team. You obviously want to develop the skills that it takes to become a great team, but it's all about really showcasing how good you are individually, and hopefully you get signed by one of the LCS teams. And if these teams have a really structured and sound LCS, Academy, and then below structure, they could just not even worry about showcasing for somebody else to pick them up, but they could just rise within the same organization and have a much more smoother transition into the main stage.
Plus, starting off at the beginning of summer, I always enjoy the start of the split, spring, summer, whatever, because there's always so much hypothesizing and theorizing and theory crafting and all these ideas floating around. But at the end of the day, none of it means anything until the players hit the rift and we actually get to see what they're made of. There's only so far that words can take you, and you really need to see what these teams and these players have been working on, especially in the current world that we're in, with sort of the whole brakes being slammed on every aspect of life with quarantine and the COVID-19 and everything that's been going on. It's been a while since we've seen any big League of Legends action, and I'm pretty excited to see what everybody's been up to in this downtime.
Dude, I don't know what world we're in. At least we got League of Legends to fall back onto. Like, I know that. I know what's happening with League, what is changing, and the big one is the fact that LPL got to play and the LCK got to play the MCS Championship, and so we got to see what the international competition looked like there. And then the LPL just started a few days ago, so every team's been really watching that league and trying to make sure that they embody what top esports or where Fun Plus Phoenix is doing, and making sure that, hey, can we learn that and apply that into our roster? So when it comes to champion pools, play styles, everything, we're really trying to take a lot about those regions because it's the only one that had played and is playing internationally. So I'm looking to see what happens, because a lot of those players there are mechanically talented beyond what we've seen in North America last split. So they can't just copy what they've done. They're going to have to clean up their mechanics to be able to replicate the kind of champion pools or even plays that those teams go for.
And I like the fact that you brought that up, because it does feel a little high level for just starting off talking about Academy at the beginning of the split, but it is always something that's good to remember, because you see players and teams try to emulate these strategies that teams like the top ones from the LPL or G2 from the LEC are going to use, and you see them just fumble the ball. Because you can't just take what works for somebody else. You've got to be able to replicate it in your own play style. If it could be the best way to play League of Legends, but if you're bad at it, it's not the best way for you to play League of Legends. And specifically in Academy League, and with these players who are just getting started and sort of getting used to this different way of playing the game. I mean, you talked about how we're going to be seeing some players in this summer split of Academy that are brand new rookies. These are guys that we have not seen play before. And a lot of that is going to be seeing how they adapt to a bigger stage, to a more professional environment, to a more team-oriented space where they've got to learn to not just do what works for them and what works for the team, but the best crossroad of the two. And I think that the more teams understand that and the better they're able to play to their own strengths as opposed to just what everybody else says they should do on Twitter or Reddit, I think the better we're going to see them evolve and the more quickly we're going to see them learn and adapt.
And, it might be a blessing in disguise for some of these players. The fact that you're not being chucked straight onto the stage, which is something that is difficult for a lot of academy players to go through when they just very quickly go from academy into the LCS stage. You get stage fright, you get a little bit nervous, all the flashing lights, all the noise, etc. But if you just get to play the same way you're playing at home in your scrim environment, it's the positive that we found from last split, where if you just get to play at home, those stage frights or just the ability to feel more confident in your gameplay because your environment hasn't shifted so much will make it easier for you to solidify your spot as like, hey, this is a pretty good academy player. Maybe we'll see what's going on in the LCS if we get to promote them. So I think that there is definitely a big room for testing out these new players in the roster right now in academy. And, there's also a lot of veterans that I'm starting to think that because there's so many coming into Academy, we might even see someone like Hooney playing some games in Academy, or even someone like Smithy. Like, there is a ton of pressure on these guys to perform. It is not a good look for you to be in such an esteemed position and then not deliver when you go down a league. So it's a double-edged sword for the players that come in, because you actually have to try a little bit harder to make sure that you carry. Like, if Someday didn't carry last year 100 Thieves Academy, we would have thought very different things about him as a player. So the fact that he did sets the precedent for how these big-time LCS players will have to play and deliver when they come into the Academy League.
And honestly, I've called it the someday bar ever since we saw him go to Academy. To most fans of the LCS, that was an absolute shock. The fact that he got moved down to Academy and 100 Thieves said, yeah, this is where we need you right now. But he did it, he did his job, and damn if he didn't look good doing it. And that is now the level that whenever I see a player who has been on a main stage team and is now put in an academy position, if you want your spot back, you need to hit the someday bar. You don't hit the someday bar, sorry. Then maybe somebody else deserves to take that spot. But if you can come into academy and just stomp every matchup and carry every game and show that you have not been skipping back day in the gym, you're going 8 days a week, just throwing everybody on your back, hauling them across the finish line the way Someday did, that shows that you deserve that spot. And you're talking about names that have a lot of weight on them. You're talking about Hooney. You're talking about Smithy. Well, if we see them in Academy, I want to see them hit the Someday bar, because I think anything less would be a disappointment to fans all around.
It keeps you stuck in Academy. That's what happens. You don't hit the Academy bar or the Someday bar. You're just going to be playing in Academy until somebody else comes along that is an Academy player or somebody from a league below and then comes in and takes your spot right there, which would feel even worse. But that's the transition that happens, right? It's competitive games. It's what happens when you don't deliver. Somebody else has put in the work, will take your spot and simply move on. And you just have to get better or get out. That's the way it's always been. So I think that the players that showcase that hunger and really, like you're saying, put your money where your mouth is, really embody that play style and just enjoy the game, make a world of difference. Take a look at like the Cloud9 roster, the entire organization, whether it's from the main team to the academy that won last split. They enjoy the game. They, yes, everyone complains about solo queue, but even these players come in and find a way to enjoy it, find a way to know, you know what, there might be some issues here and there, but it's what we need to do as our jobs, and so we're going to do it with a smile on our face. Yeah, Someday obviously wasn't going to be thrilled to be playing Academy, but he was going to do a darn good job to make sure that he's serving the greater purpose for the team, so for the good of the team. And that's just the kind of attitude you want to have, and that's what gets you re-signed and keeps you on the teams, when you're willing to take the step back and not be the carrier, the front man, when you're willing to take out the trash when you have to.
And just a quick update for everybody at home. We are currently experiencing a delayed start of the game due to internet issues. I do not have a definite time as to how long we're expecting that to take, but we're just going to sit here, have a little bit of a conversation with y'all while we wait for those issues to resolve. And now, Crumbs, I'm gonna talk to you a little bit here about, I want to shift gears a little bit. we're talking about the differences to League. You talked how we got to see a little bit in the mid-season streamathon of the LPL versus the LCK. We've seen a couple days of LPL play so far. What are you looking forward to most from the changes you've seen in the game so far, from those games and from your own solo queue experiences, and even just from people tweeting or posting on Reddit about what's changing about the game? What do you think is the most exciting part of the current state of League of Legends heading into summer?
So I love the question, first of all, because I think it fits right into my wheelhouse, which is jungle.
All right, let's go.
Last split, it was all about gank. You gotta just spam gank. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Just pick Elise and camp a lane and just make them rage quit. That was really what the game was about, because your farming junglers were really not that effective. It was towards the end where the experience got changed, where certain champions got tweaked around, and all of a sudden you had an explosion in the jungle pool where you could do a lot more. So a lot of people started learning about Trundle, which became a solid answer to all the tanky boys in the top lane. But then Nidalee got buffed, and then Graves got nerfed. By the way, Graves is still super strong, but people are playing champions like Sylas. You can go back to your Lee Sins. You can play Shyvana, that is super busted as well. So there is so much variety in the jungle, but the big question mark about those picks is that they often require players that need counter pick or want last pick, players in the jungle that want their team comps to revolve around them. And so that puts a very different onus on what these teams are going to look like, because not a lot of teams play or even have junglers that you can play around, that you can have the entire composition revolve around them. You don't have those Nidalee players here that are just going to raffle stomp over your competition. And so there's only a few, and one of those players is Dardoch, who I think might be playing in Academy today. We don't know for sure just yet. He's the kind of player that just busts out whatever champion he wants. He can deliver on these carry picks, and the composition can be built around him. So that's a difference in style that I'd love to see happening. And then coming from what the LPL, LCK showed us, particularly the LPL, since they just stomped, is that it no longer the game is about, does this fight make sense? Is a fight available to you? Can you fight right now and win it? And you just go for it. I love that style, because I think it was a Cloud Templar, yes, he was looking at the game and he was analyzing. He's like, yeah, you know what? We always thought that at first LPL had only mechanics and no brain, but now they have the mechanics and the brain, because all the Korean coaches came to the LPL and then just started imbuing everybody with all the macro knowledge that the LPL didn't have and that the LCK had. So now you had a combination of the greatest macro minds with the most mechanically talented players to give us the reigning world champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally into Champion Select here for game number 1. It's Cloud9 Academy going up against 100 Thieves Academy. Let's go ahead and see how this one shakes out in the draft. We've got the Varus and Callista banned away here by 100 Thieves. Cloud9 are going to decide to take Ezreal and Syndra off of the table. It's all ranged champions early on here. 3 marksmen, 1 mid laner that can also flex towards bottom lane. We know that Syndra has been very powerful for a very long time, and that flexibility is part of that. Olaf also going to be banned out here.
Yeah, those 2 marksmen that 100 Thieves are banning have been really making so many waves. They are incredibly dominant in the laning phase and later on team fights. Keep in mind, those are the 2 marksmen that have the safest way of engaging a fight as well. So they're adding a lot more utility to the fact that you want marksmen that can also engage a fight. A lot of the game right now is about who can find the engage. It doesn't matter about whether your champion can engage or not. It's, do you know how to make the Ezreal poke away at the enemy long enough that they want to turn on you, or can you just be so aggressive that you get the fight started on your own, while Callista and Varus dominate the laning phase and also do that really well.
Well, Crumbs, you were talking about the jungle. You're talking about how you don't have to be that level 3 gank bot anymore. It's not about Cocoon top with a Renekton as your top laner. You can farm up and you can carry from the jungle, and here you go. Graves locked in, first pick of the draft for Cloud9, and the response from 100 Thieves may very well be a Nidalee in return. It is, so we've got some carry jungle power versus some carry jungle power, and Aphelios is going to be locked in there for 100 Thieves as well.
Yeah, this is exciting already. This is a fun matchup. Nidalee is one of the few junglers that can legitimately keep up with Graves, not just in clearing, but mobility-wise. A big deal with Graves is that he just dashes all over the place, and if you can't keep up with that, he's just going to literally run you around in circles. And so Cloud9 will take away the Thresh, which is a really valuable pick for the Aphelios. So this is already showing to me that 100 Thieves either had a different plan for dealing with the Thresh, or they just got a little bit weaker, because the Aphelios obviously loves having that Lantern to protect him from any dive, but the Nautilus will just make it a lot easier for the 100 Thieves squad to set up those Nidalee Spears. It's a good combo for making sure that Contracts can have an easy alley-oop into those long-range Nidalee Qs, which got buffed in the AP ratio from 1.2 to 1.5, which is minor, but when it comes to the gameplay, because your Cougar form Q isn't execute, it actually compounds itself in damage and it's pretty significant.
And we've seen the Nautilus be picked into Thresh in the support role pretty often in the past as well. You can see Thresh start to wind up his lasso for his hook, and then as soon as he does, Nautilus is able to just hook in there faster with a better animation and start things off in his own terms. So we'll see how Hook City plays out there in that bottom lane. Cloud9 still likely needing to pick up their bottom lane carry to go up against that Aphelios, but we are into the second part of the bans already, and it looks like the teams are both thinking about top lane as Aatrox and Jace are banned away. Karma also going to be banned out now by 100 Thieves. They don't want to see that one in a solo lane. Their opponents already having Thresh means obviously they're not thinking about the support Karma, but we'll see what else Cloud9 wants to go with here as their final ban of the game.
That's another thing that's happened. It wasn't seen so much in the MCS or in the LPL, but the Enchantress supports, at least in solo queue, make a ton of splash, because you just pair them with champions like Graves, and all of a sudden they're so much faster, they're nearly unkillable, and you can start to snowball on your lifesteal or spell them to the point where it is just impractical for you to build the anti-heal and then keep up with what these champions are doing. So the Karma, I like the ban there just because someone has seen what happens when you speed boost both Graves and Cassiopeia, and it is not pretty.
All right, Zoe's picked up for 100 Thieves here. They do want to leave that top lane counter pick open as the final choice in the draft, giving that priority to Fake God, allowing him to see the entirety of the enemy squad before they give him his selection. And Set will be the blind pick into top lane there for Fudge. This is a champion that, remember, garnered quite a lot of disdain from the community when he was released. He's a massive meatball. He's very difficult to trade into for a lot of melee champions. He's very strong, and it looks like we're going to see Lulu picked up here for Cloud9, final pick of the draft, and the answer into the set will be Renekton.
These Enchantress supports, this is what's happened in the offseason, Flowers. Lulu, Karma, they've made their way back onto the solo lanes to just enhance champions with shield. This is a really nasty composition out of Cloud9, and Fudge was actually one of my MVPs for the finals, where Cloud9 just smoked the competition. He was crushing it on him. He liked to build the Blade of the Ruined King. I don't know how his build's going to change again, but this is what he was going for before. And well, up against the Renekton for Fake God, it's really going to have to be a matter of where the junglers path and influence these lanes, because this is a very volatile matchup, whether it's the Graves falling behind or Nidalee just running away with it with a Zoe, because the poke composition that you can have between Zoe, Sleepy Treble Bubble, and the Spear makes it so that even crossing the river and thinking that you're safe counter jungling, which is what Graves wants to do, can put you in a completely exposed position. You also have a Nautilus to collapse, so there's a lot going on with these comps.
Well, the teams are ready. Everybody's locked in. They're loading onto the Rift, and we are going to step away now to build game delay. But when we come back, we will have the game ready to go from the start. Don't you go anywhere.
My son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to week 1, day 1 of our Academy Summer Split here in North America. We're about to kick things off with Cloud9 Academy, our reigning champs, going up against 100 Thieves Academy. We just got through the draft. We got to see a couple of spicy picks, and especially the jungle. It's Graves versus Nidalee here to start off the split. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, Graves versus Nidalee, and they also have very different mid laners to work with. You've got Graves with a Lulu out of all champions. We have not seen Lulu mid, I think, all year long in North America. And then Zoe with the Nidalee. So crazy poke comp on the 100 Thieves side already, whereas the Graves just really wants to get in. And for the entire compositions, well, there's also a Cassiopeia and a Thresh bottom. So Cloud9 just completely opting out of the marksman for the bottom lane. No longer do they have King, and Tomo making his debut playing a mage. So maybe this is setting the tone for what he's going to bring to the table as a bot laner.
And I also think this is probably the best two teams to really open up on day 1 of Academy with, because Cloud9 has historically been the org that seems to be the most successful at fostering young talent and growing them into players that can succeed on bigger stages. And 100 Thieves, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but their introduction of their next program this past spring, showing off, hey, we don't just want to invest into Academy, but we want to invest on the level lower than that as well into the amateur scene. We want to make sure that we're continuing to grow players and build on that. Their next support has moved up to be their Academy support now. We're going to see him play today, and I think that these are just two of the orgs that are doing the best right now at trying to really work towards the entire idea that Academy was founded on, which is growing this younger generation of players to be successful tomorrow.
If you think about it, you want to have your LCS team scrimming against the Academy team. But if your Academy team is not quite up to par, then you're not really making the best use out of either team's time. So the LCS team is usually better suited scrimming against the LCS teams, and the Academy team, well, they need somebody to scrim with that is also internal so that you can cater their drafts to be a little bit more like the team that you're going to be facing that week. So the fact that you've added a team below it, I think is just a fantastic thing for the scene that I hope every other team picks up, because it just makes it so much easier for the teams to be completely contained when it comes to developing their talent. And so that just makes for more surprises out of players. You're like, oh my God, where did this guy come from? It's like, hey, well, we had him all the way from the start, and we've grown him as a player to fit exactly what we anticipate to need in our LCS roster. So I love this change, and the fact that these two orgs are spearheading that is only going to speak volumes for the rest of the teams to be like, these guys are pretty good. Maybe we should copy that.
And I'm also excited because it's summer, and summer is always the split that just gets everybody more hyphy. Because spring, you always have the people coming out and saying, oh yeah, don't worry, we're just building in spring. Summer, that's when we're going to take off. Yeah, summer's what gets you into Worlds or Academy Worlds or wherever you're trying to go. Spring, we're just warming up. But you can take all that stupid talk and put it on the shelf once you get to summer, because now you're not allowed to say that anymore. Now's where you got to put your money where your mouth is, and I hope everybody's putting that cash on the table to show us exactly who came to play and who's just been blowing smoke the entire time.
That's so true. Everyone loves to use it as an excuse, like, oh, it's summer split, it doesn't matter. I'm like, it's a whole year. You're playing a whole year. That's just the start of it. Just because it doesn't have the championship point weight in it this time around doesn't mean that it's not setting the tone for what your practice looks like, what you're learning, your experiences, all of this. So it was nonsense from the start, but players still used it. But finally, you're totally right, Flowers. Now that there's no excuses, the teams have to face the music and give us what they really have. And if they don't, well, we can just say maybe you should have started trying since the spring because it mattered.
And talking about face the music, that music could be a funeral procession, or it could be this glorious fanfare showing off.
Wait, are you talking about the meme music?
Badass
funeral music? Because so I can get behind that.
Well, hopefully we don't have anybody being carried away in the coffin just after week 1 here. I don't think it'll probably end up in that dire straits for anyone, but I do hope we get to see some people really pop off and show that they can step up at this level. I was talking about the someday bar earlier, and it's not just people that have already played on the LCS stage that can meet that. Like, I'm not just looking at Hooney and Smithy and Dardoch and these players that have played on the LCS stage to pop off. I think that they're going to be the ones who will receive the most backlash if they don't, but it's just as, if not more exciting, to watch somebody that you didn't have those expectations for. To watch some dude come out of left field and just have ridiculous stat lines, ridiculous performances over and over again, especially in North America, where there's always this constant community scrutiny of, North America, the amateur scene's not nearly as robust as it is in other regions. We have a smaller player base. We don't have the same infrastructures compared to like Europe or China or things like that. So whenever you do see somebody pop off in Academy, in the North American amateur scene, it is a lot of fun to see. I always get excited for it. And hey, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Technical difficulties be damned. We are on to Summoner's Rift.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one, Flowers. We've got the AP poke Nidalee. She's going Dark Harvest, mind you. So Contracts is really just going all out for the solo queue style here, trying to maximize his damage and snowballing power. And then you've got Pumi that is running the red trinket already in the bottom lane. It's not rare, but it's one that just shows that you are going to be losing that ward and hoping that your jungler just shows up a little bit sooner, making sure that you're just playing a game of darkness. And in that scenario, Nidalee can truly thrive because she can come out of nowhere, hit you with that spear where you least expect it, and you're done.
All right, talking a little bit about Nidalee, talking about Contracts. You and I had a conversation before this game started, just a little bit about the Soligo and Contracts dynamic from last split. And for people who might not be familiar with that, explain that to me here once again, just so everybody at home is aware of exactly kind of how this team likes to play through those players.
So it was last split where Soligo and Contracts were really picking champions that revolved around mid 2v2, whether it was something like a LeBlanc Rek'Sai or Rise Pantheon, just things that really worked around winning a 2v2 and snowballing that way. So the synergy was really good at getting those leads early, but transitioning to the mid to late was not quite there. So the fact that they're picking something like Zoe and Nidalee, two champions that work very well together, just tells me that they've been hopefully working on that mid 2v2 synergy and are going to be giving us more of the same but refined from what we saw in spring, where it was those two teaming up to try to carry. And so far, well, the champions align, and their playstyles are too, since Nidalee recognized that the Graves was going for that early invade, since Graves instead are crazy strong, level 1, and we'll just be splitting the map. So Fake God will be completely on his own, playing weak side.
And that's the thing. This isn't something that you generally want to play a lot of weak side on, considering it's Renekton. I mean, you think weak side, you think of something like a Maokai. Big ol' meatball, he's comfortable just chilling underneath the turret, he'll farm up, he'll be at a CS deficit, but it doesn't matter, he's a meatball. Renekton is picked because you want to have a powerful early game, because you want to have presence. So we'll see how well Fake God is able to play this situation where he is on the back foot just naturally.
They're going to dive in, Flowers. This is a classic because Sett can just hit 3 here and have his W up. He can tank the tower and do so much, but maybe he can play around in Nori's passive autos.
He's got Fury. Fudge is stunned up underneath the turret there. Nicely done, man. Not only did he flash himself away from turret range to immediately step out, but the Haymaker was positioned perfectly for that true damage slobber knocker for the first blood.
That was actually really beautiful, and the fact that Palafox snuck up in there, didn't get an assist, but was still there for the dive, just shows you how much of a set play this is. Get that pun? Freak, take notes on that one, because that was pretty good.
Crumbs, no.
Come on, set play? Yeah. It happens a lot with Sett. It's what you can do with him because you just have such a strong tower tanking ability, which also happens to increase the damage that you deal once you just take more turret shots. So very well executed by them, and all Nidalee can do in the meantime is secure double scuttle. So she does get something for her troubles, but she'll have to come up with something greater than that to ease up what just happened to Fake God.
Nice clean dive, exactly what Cloud9 wanted to see. Here on the bottom side, not a whole lot really going down. You mentioned how this is the first game we're getting to see of Tomo, and he is playing a mage here in the bottom lane. This has had mixed results for different players in the past. Obviously, some people really excel on it, others do not, typically falling back into more traditional marksman picks. And as someone who doesn't know much about Tomo, I'm kind of with you in what you said earlier. Is this going to set the stage? Is this going to show us what to expect from this player moving forward? Or maybe it's just a, hey, it felt right for this game, but maybe not all the time, sort of.
Well, they picked it pretty early, right? It was Graves into Thresh Cassiopeia, so I think depending on how this goes, we'll really get to see how much they start trusting Tomo on these mages. Because if he can bust out the Cassio and then the Syndra later, which was banned by Cloud9 in the first rotation, sorry, the second rotation of bans, it could be that he's just going to expand his mage champion pool, and it will allow Inori to play a lot more of these carry-style junglers, since there could be more utility from the bottom lane. So I could see this as just something that they like to play when you have these carry-style junglers, because Graves is not the only carry that Inori can play. I mean, he loves playing these carry-style junglers, and they are all fairly viable right now.
Nori still the only jungler on this map to have made anything happen, but hey, we're only 5 minutes into the game. It's not like we're expecting it to be a bloodbath at this point in time. You are seeing a bit of a farm lead there for contracts, but honestly, I'm expecting things to probably be a little slow right now. When this game started off, I was going to do one way that I like starting these games off usually is putting my co-caster on the spot and asking them where they think the first blood's going to be. And kind of playing a betting game with it, but we already had the first blood, so I can't play that game. So let's play a different game from. It's called Where's Second Blood Gonna Be? Where's the next kill going down? And who's the guy who gets got?
Okay, who gets got? It's gonna be Diamond in the bottom lane.
All right, Diamond's gonna be the next one to go.
Yeah,
okay.
Diamond in the bottom lane. I think that's what's gonna happen, because the Thresh is going to either get over Eager, and then the Nautilus is going to hook him, and then suddenly everybody is down there. But I want to take some credit for that first blood, because I did say he was going to get dove before, like, it didn't quite happen when it was being set up. I was like, okay, he's really low because he traded, and, well, once you're at 50%, you're low enough to die. So I want half credit, Flower.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know about giving out half credit, man. That's not exactly on the syllabus, but 100 Thieves are looking to take full credit here for this first Drake, seizing the opportunity to go for that as their opponent is back in the bottom lane. Looks like nobody's going to be around to stop it, really. That's easy pickup there for them. Earth Drake being the first. Let's see which one ends up being the second. Contracts not quite having the smite ready to go, so wasn't going to use that. All right, so Earth Drake first, it'll be Cloud Drake second, which means we get one of those two super impactful souls in either Ocean or Infernal if the game goes that far. Crumbs, this is our first time casting a game together, and since I've never been able to have this conversation with you before, I gotta know, which one is your favorite of the souls? Both for in-game effect and just general aesthetics.
Okay, I like the aesthetics of Fire. The fire on the map I think is cool, just because it just makes everything a war zone. You can see everything, and in solo queue, where I mostly play, I don't like Ocean because there's always some Rengar or Nidalee taking advantage of the brushes, and then you have to learn all these nuances, but where you can start warding these brushes, because they become so extended that a single ward often doesn't actually cover all the vision that you need it to, and so you just start spending more on wards, and I don't want to do that. So I like the aesthetics of Fire, but I think that Ocean is a little bit stronger. I really just enjoy that one. And a little bit of an engage in the bottom lane, but the dragons are just going to mean that the bottom lane fighting is going to be even that much more important, because those two you do not want to be giving up to either of these teams, whether it's poke comp having infinite mana to poke you down or extra damage, or whether it's the comp that is against poke having infinite sustain against the poke, or just being able to instantly get in and engage onto you and burst you down. Both are just going to be huge in this game.
And speaking of sustain, infinite, and I want to comment on this top lane, because you already mentioned how both of these champions could build Blade of the Ruined King earlier. And considering it was Fudge who got ahead thanks to the early dive, you can see the Bilgewater Cutlass in his inventory. It's Ninja Tabby, built for Fake God nice and early on, recognizing he's going to be behind the curve. We have just seen this item, ever since it got buffed, become the definition of melee top laners. If you're a melee top laner, you're building Blade of the Ruined King, unless you're like Mount. If you're a bruiser, you're building this item. It has just defined the bruiser champion meta. And so I fully expect to see them both end up with it, but Fudge will definitely be the one who's more online with damage.
What's really great about the Blade is that the build path is just perfect for you. Like, you have sustain that you can get in right away, and then you have attack speed and damage. So it just it's so smooth to build. It never really feels like you have something that is useless. Even when you have the Cutlass, you have an extra ability for you to either all in or disengage. So I think that's one of the reasons why Blade just is such a useful item. The build path is fantastic for you. And I also will add that Fake God's role on this composition is not going to be very impactful. He just has to deliver a stun. He's already fallen behind, and you're dealing with Pope that isn't really trying to engage against the comp that will thrive against anybody that's trying to dive. And you ever tried diving a Cassio Lulu Grave? If you can just get past seeing and the miasma, well, now you're already at half HP. So as long as Renekton can deliver a stun on a crucial target to set up Pope or just Pope, he's going to be fine.
Ooh. Bottom side, though, it's Diamond looking to make the engage. As Prismal sees if maybe there's a way to continue looking for more if Pumi can hit the hook, but it's not going to happen. Diamond still looking forward. It's Prismal and Pumi both under half HP, but considering Tomo's low on mana, they're not going to have a whole lot to do here. I like both sides going for it. I like Diamond getting aggressive there, but just didn't quite have all the damage they needed.
Pumi with anticipating the hero play, trying to flash to tank the hook from Prismal. Even though he had Clancy, he could take that over, but the hook was going to miss anyways, and now the Nidalee is here, and this is where it gets really pesky. Look at the minimap. The Graves and Lulu are over at the blue buff, so Cassiopeia is just going to be taking spears to the face. Flash, and she is dead.
He was way too close to the brush there. Diamond looking to get one in return, but can't keep contracts underneath the turret long enough. Prismal will do his best to get this wave shoved up. They know they can't make a dive without the minions at least there to tank things at the start. Prismal wants to make sure he fires off that Q to stop the recall. Pumi looking to start the dive off, tanking the turret aggro here. Contract's now going to be the one trying to get away, but he won't be able to do it. That's a 1-for-1 down there on the bottom side, but now Fake God looking to facilitate an extra kill. Palafox going to be dropping, and there you go, a double kill for Soligo at the cost of the jungler of 100 Thieves.
Ooh, so Palafox TPing in there just to add fuel to the fire that 100 Thieves has on their little tent down in the bottom lane, because once they got those summoners, they knew that the poke was all too easy, and that's only going to help them set up for this next Cloud Dragon. So while Fudge is going to be able to get a nice turret plate lead up here in the top lane, he's not going to take this turret down because Renekton is already here. So 100 Thieves is just playing really well with what the poke can do, and I think it was mostly the timing that they had where the jungler and mid laner were off on the complete side of the map. The bot lane was completely isolated, and that was the beginning of the end that 100 Thieves really took advantage of. And it was close on the prediction, Flowers, on your bet. It was still the bottom lane, but it wasn't quite Diamond, so I won't ask for half credits here. I just lost it.
Well, you got like a half credit on this one, and you got a half credit for top lane. So in a weird sort of wonky world, you got a whole credit by putting the two halves together.
Ooh, wow, that damage on that spear. This dragon already belongs to 100 Thieves.
Yep, and there's your 1.5 AP ratio, right? Look for a little bit more. Won't quite be able to find it. I like the confidence jumping in, but I don't like the consequence.
Okay. That was just bad, Flowers. When you hit that spear and there's no healers on the enemy team, that's a free Drake. Like, no, you won the objective.
You know the gift that I'm thinking of? It's most always used on Twitter when a guy tries to send like a hey to a girl and she just completely shuts him down. Of like going for the three-pointer shot in basketball, then walking away with your hands up in the air as it just completely flies off into the distance. That's what that was. He thought he was going nothing but net. He jumps in, complete airball, immediate punish.
Notice how he didn't even wait for the spear to land before pouncing. He was like, this is hitting. I'm in. I'm getting in there.
This. Really unfortunate there. Like I say, I like the attitude. I like the gusto behind it. Yeah, that's a chat.
It is.
You're calling your shot. Now, granted, when it doesn't work, you look ridiculous. But that's showing faith in yourself. I can get behind that. Inori almost grabbed himself another kill there onto Soligo's Zoe. Inori very strong here on the Graves. Both these junglers actually nearly at 100 farm already in this game. Second Drake is alive. Pumi not quite going to find the dredge line there to initiate things here in the river. But we will see bottom side river control for the side of 100 Thieves right now.
So Zoe stayed, so they're going to finally be able to do this dragon. And I sure hope they take it at some point, because it's going to be really important for this game. Like, the lanes are not really going anywhere. both can farm pretty safely at a distance. You've got supports that are just, they basically have to stay with their respective bot laners because of how vulnerable they are on their own. There's no mobility whatsoever in either of the two, so moving towards these objective plays will be the way to accelerate the game. And very interesting how in the counter we actually have the dollar amounts, the exact dollar amounts on the goal. It's no longer like 24.5k, it's 5,407.
We have the technology, man. It's over the wall. Inori tries to make a steal attempt, but Contract Smite will reign true. And now the fight's breaking out. Let's see if Diamond and Fudge are able to find their target here in Pumi. Looks like they will. That one's going to be given over to Fudge now, and that makes this game 3-3 on kills. But that is a 2-0 Drake lead for the side of 100 Thieves. As Palafox is in some trouble here. Contract's not going to find that spear. Wild Growth having already been used means Palafox is going to stay safe. And with the enemy support already down and plenty of bodies here in the mid lane, Cloud9 Academy are taking their opportunity. They'll push down this tier 1 turret, and that's the first one of the game, my friend.
They might be able to go for a second one here. Look at Aphelios. If he doesn't suspect, and yeah, good for him that they saw the bot lane support and jungle rotate out to the right-hand side of the map to avoid dying here. So it's a good TP there out of Fudge. It might be a little bit too late for the teleport and to save his own turret, but trading this turret that doesn't really matter that much for the mid and bot lane turret will mean so much, because now that you have a poke comp that has to overextend that much more to be in your face, they are a lot more vulnerable to these flanks, and that's going to be the big difficulty from the Cloud9 composition. They don't really have a good way of starting a fight, especially if 100 Thieves doesn't put themselves in range to get hooked. Right? There's no way for you to actually get anything going if you don't have Fudge flanking. So his TP there, the fact that it gets something for his troubles, just starts to show that he knows what he's doing on his pick. And if you actually follow the results that he had in the finals, where he had 3 games of set back-to-back on wins, he might just be starting to mount a little cross-season streak here.
That's always fun to see, man. I love seeing players get something going over the long term, really show us something, set themselves up an identity, right? But let's see exactly where this game's going to go from here, as we do have a squad in 100 Thieves with about 1,500 gold down. Now, that's not the end of the world, but of course, they would like to make sure they can shore that up a little bit. Prismal leading the charge here in the mid lane, looking to push towards that tier 1. Shelly has been summoned up. One headbutt will be enough to take down this tier 1 turret. Just has to get in range. Looks like nobody's going to stop that one on the side of C9, but of course, the rest of the Thieves are not in any sort of spot to be able to push her up further towards that tier 2. So tier 1's all they're going to get. Soligo will be up here into the top side in time to slow down that push, keep the tier 1 turret alive. 2 turrets to 2. As it's still going to be about a 1,500 gold game, almost 2,000 now in the favor of Cloud9 Academy, showing that despite the fact that it may have been a while since we've last seen them, this organization just is not taking any breaks, not stopping at all coming in.
No, very clean. I mean, yeah, you lose that mid lane turret, but you're guarding everything else. You have a plan to take some objectives, whereas 100 Thieves is really not getting anything for their troubles. You just have the Zoe stuck in the top lane. And I wanted to add, when we saw in the mid lane, part of the difficulty behind poke comps is that you have to hit skill shots. So none of the spears nor the Aphelios spells actually ended up committing to anybody in that mid lane, and that made it so much harder for them to stick around, because had you landed some of that poke, it would have been a lot tougher for Cloud9 to rotate into the jungle and then take those camps. So they really need to make sure that they're feeling on their game and delivering on it, because you can't just have poke that doesn't stick. And it's a little bit tough, because without Zoe being there, you don't have a guaranteed way of locking somebody down. The Merc trades are already coming through, and that makes it so you have even less targets to work with.
A poke comp without poke is just a comp, my friend. Comp's got to have more to it than that. As Diamond will step forward. He tries to go for the hook onto Contracts, but a nice little side step is going to keep the 100 Thieves jungler perfectly safe. And now a Drowsy onto a Nori. He dashes over the wall. Tomo trying to use the Petrifying Gaze there to provide some covering fire. And Nori will lose half HP, but he gets out safely. That did cost them the ultimate from their bottom laner, but otherwise Cloud9 gets out pretty safely. No real big cooldowns used by the side of 100 Thieves Academy. That next Drake will be spawning here in about 45 seconds. And Let's see Boom go ahead and start things off here on to Diamond, who's going to be taking down to half HP. But now it's that Nautilus once again into trouble here. He's going to find his second death of the game. Unfortunately for him, the rest of 100 Thieves just not in the right spot to follow up, and C9 finds the punish.
That is not how you want to be starting off your fights as a Pokemon. You got to hit those spells first, and when Nautilus engages, that is what happens. So now this is a great time. The re-engage comes in. The Aphelios is huge.
There we go. We're talking about Fake God having to navigate his way through these anti-melee champions. My friend, I think he found his way into the back line, and Cloud9 Academy are just absolutely shattered. Good moves coming out from 100 Thieves. They don't even need to concern themselves with this Drake right now. It is all eyes on Baron as it just now spawned.
C9 wanted even more with Diamond going in there, but Prismal just had a huge ultimate with Fake God coming in from the backside. So one team gets greedy, the other one overgreeds that, and now 100 Thieves ends up the winner with a Baron to boast. They're not going to be able to make it all the way to the Dragon. It seems like Graves is beelining there, but they have opted out of those recalls. Let's see how they started again, because Inori's thinking, I can go on contracts, but then a hook lands onto Soligo that baits him in, and then just a ginormous ultimate from Aphelios with Fake God in the back. That's really it.
Such good damage coming out from that Infernum ultimate from Prismal. Opens up the opportunity for the Gator to jump in now that they aren't coordinated to try to stop it. The health bars are so low, and now another fight's going to be popping off. And Diamond into stasis, and now it's turning right back around. Soligo's in some trouble. There it goes. The damage comes through, and Fudge is the man to grab himself the third kill of the game. Cloud9 Academy will walk away with one kill there, almost getting a second, and importantly, they're going to keep their opponents off of that soul point. They're going to stop that Dragon Soul stacking, and they're going to grab their first Drake of the game, and that's with a 100 Thieves squad that was baroned up, so C9 showing they can jump right back in the game.
That is exactly why I thought that 100 Thieves was going to lose out that Dragon for going for the Baron, because it's still like 20 minutes into the game. That was a very early Baron, so the death timers are going to be quite short, and so Cloud9 just went straight for it, 5-manning it, and just found another kill. And back to that big fight in the mid lane, that just shows you why the Cloud9 competition has such a hard time when 100 Thieves is not jumping into them. Nobody could have followed Diamond. There's actually no champion that can cross a gap as large as a Thresh Hook, and that makes it so that they just have to wait for the enemy to come in. They didn't, and they paid for it.
This game is just back and forth, man. I'm enjoying this.
Welcome
nice
to Academy, my friend. This is where it's at.
Nice close game to start things off. Let's see where it's going to go from here, though, as we do have this Lulu is at the point where she's a seriously effective support battery. Ardent Sensor, she's got the Grail. There's so much on this champion to prevent people from dying when they should otherwise be dead to rights. Contracts also with a more supportive build. You can see him going for the Runic Echoes into a Grail of his own, now having the ingredients for the Hourglass in inventory. Stopwatch still unused there, especially when Nidalees go Dark Harvest. Sometimes you can see them go for just more explosive AP hyper carry type build. That's not going to be the case here for Contracts, just to make sure he's able to scale forward, enchant that Aphelios to have a little bit of extra power there with the Thieves Unholy Grail to give himself some extra heals to save people in clutch moments. And speaking of Aphelios, Prismal's got Infinity Edge and Runaan's Hurricane. We know Runaan's is just so effective on Aphelios because of the ridiculous synergy it has with all of its one-hit effects in the kit. And we're going to see if 100 Thieves can continue this push here and now. Prismal will not find that Moonlight Vigil onto anybody there. Was taking aim for Palafox, who came up short, a little bit shy of the distance that he needed. Their push is going to be pushed back for now.
You know, I love how you were talking about Lulu with her Ardent Sensor. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense for this build. You're playing utility mid lane Lulu, but Ardent Sensor right now is an incredibly efficient item. So much so that I'm seeing some people test it out on champions like Vladimir or Echo in the mid lane. It is 2,300 gold items, so already it is very cheap for 60 AP, 10 CDR, and you get increased shield power by 10% with your heals as well, increased mana, and if that wasn't enough, movement speed is for some reason tacked onto it as well. Like, not necessary, guys, but still, it's there. So it's just a solid AP item altogether that just happens to be amazing for supports.
As long as we're not going back to the days of Season 7 Ardent Sensor, I will never forget watching the 80 carries buy Relic Shield so their support can get their Ardent Sensor the fastest, because whoever gets it first wins. I think that was, if in the future League of Legends historians go back and classify the different states of the game, Season 7 Ardent Sensor build was the absolute dark age of League of Legends. That was the worst League of Legends ever played.
Actually, I think the Dark Age might have been the one where it was the gold per 5, the gold per 10 item.
Oh,
you just stack gold. You don't even have items. You just
Hog, and then hold on, we got some plays here at the top side while we're reminiscing down memory lane. 100 Thieves is reminiscing down the top lane. FakeGod now diving into the middle of 4. He may be punished. Fudge looking to make that slam into the ground, and he will find it, but now he's going to eat a lot of damage before he's able to do much about it. That's a 1-for-1 here so far. Top laner for top laner. 100 Thieves still looking to push up further. On to the inhibitor turret they go. And Nori will try to stand and hold the line here, but with the spears and the paddle stars flying, there's not a whole lot he can do to hold that off. And 100 Thieves will crack open the base of Cloud9.
That is such a good trade. If FakeGod can every fight trade his life for Fudge's, they will win the game, because Fudge is so important for getting the right kind of fight for Cloud9, whereas FakeGod doesn't have to do anything. He just has to be there and distract, buy enough time, CC someone that's on Aphelios or on your Zoe, and as long as he does that, his job is complete. So that's why his initial death wasn't all that impactful, and he's now still doing his job. And we're also reaching the stage where the Nidalee utility is really obnoxious, because she has the Grail on top of the shield, the heal. So while Lulu offers that extra heal, now you have an Aphelios that has increased attack speed with a crazy heal on top of him as well. So he's just enhanced to the next level, and there's no sort of sustained damage that is as safe as Prismal is right now on the side of C9. Tomo has to always put himself in an extended position to do that, and now they're going to have to beeline all the way to the Baron, but these chakrams are already fully stacked.
Yeah, Crescendum has some pretty memey damage output. It's Wolf's in some trouble, and Nori looking to take him down. Needs a little bit more damage to do so, but Baron's already going to be secured by contracts. That's Baron for a support so far. We'll see if 100 Thieves lose any more on the way out, and it looks like, yes, sir, they will. Contracts popping the stasis, but he's not long for this world. That's C9 grabbing 2, but losing Baron. The Drake is up, so they will be able to grab that Ocean Drake as well. Going to even his Drake count up 2-2. Crumbs, tell me, was it worth it?
You know what? I don't think it was that worth it. Flowers, Cloud9 getting this second dragon here could start to mount the comeback for them. They're really in the back foot despite the gold not playing out to a drastic advantage. It's the fact that the poke comp was able to get this top lane inhibitor, and so the Baron would be ideally used for the next siege to try to crack down another inhib. But buying this much more time just means that Cloud9 can still hold on, and if they can save this turret, oh, it'll be huge. They do. Just barely, with a sliver of health, the Northern Nexus turret survives.
The Northern Nexus. That makes it sound so much more epic than it is.
Right?
If you just call it the left one, it's like, yeah, we lose 10 of those a week. But let's take another look at how this went down, as FakeGod and Prismal had it almost completed on their own.
Yeah, and then you get the bot side where there's really no sustained damage to take down Inori. Without Aphelios there, he's stacking a lot of magic resistance, so Zoe just does not bother with him. So they just have to completely run, with Prismal being the focal point of this composition right now, since the poke isn't really doing that much with all the shields and sustain and magic resistance. Prismal is really the star. That was what bought them that last fight that got them the Baron.
Let's see if they can break a second inhibitor here with that Baron buff. Prismal's still the man that I'm keeping an eye on the most. Has those 3 items completed, 75% crit chance with the bonus crit damage from Infinity Edge. Very, very scary here. Rabadon's Death Cap, Luden's Echo, double Spell Pen on Saligo as well. Both of these carries on the side of 100 Thieves Academy are just absolutely jacked right now, and are looking to lay down some pain onto the C9 line.
Here's the flank,
get his initiation, because Bug's coming around from the side, and there is your damage, ladies and gentlemen. The bottom lane absolutely evaporates before the might of the Cloud9 flank. And you said it, Crumbs. You said it. Fudge is so important for this team to do what they need to do, and he gets it done.
Oh boy, the fact that he found it was picture perfect. Like, you could not ask for a better flank out of him. This is what you want from your top one, and that buys more time, Flowers. Now that inhib top is sure to spawn, they've held off the Baron push, so that initial Baron take from 100 Thieves that we just saw, I'm gonna call not worth it even more now. And 100 Thieves is gonna have to start to really think about what they're doing with their sweepers, because they needed to have cleared that out. They controlled both mid and bottom, yet there was still a ward that snuck by that allowed Fudge to take that TP.
So well done there from Cloud9 Academy, keeping themselves in a good enough spot, stopping yet another Baron. It's not just what you get done, my friend, it's when you get it done. And when you can make those big back-breaking plays at the point where your opponents are at their strongest and shut that strength down, that is just exactly what the doctor ordered. Fudge, the man with the plan, here for Cloud9, keeping things afloat, making them work. The next Drake is going to be live here in under 2 minutes. Baron just over 2 minutes, so give us a little while, my friend, and we are going to see some blood in the river once more.
It's definitely scary when a team is so aggressive against you when you have Baron, because when you have it, you're thinking, I'm confident, we got a lot going on, the enemy's on the back foot, but they continue to look. That's the same spirit that the LPL embodied, and someone's just going in there, but this is not a fight that I think is going anywhere. We're just going to calmly disengage, but at least you've got Tomo's flash.
The fight's not going to be stopping here anytime soon. FakeGod occupying them for now. Boom to the front line. Able to find some CC down into Palafox, who's now going to get himself away. Prismal firing off that Moonlight Vigil. Not going to get a lot of success there with it. FakeGod and the rest of 100 Thieves now in retreat. The Drake not live for a minute. Baron not live for another minute and a half. Prismal still at full HP. The team doing a good job at making sure of that. Those Nidalee heals I was talking about earlier when he has the Grail in inventory did a good job of making sure that he didn't take any meaningful damage as Tomo tried to initiate onto him at the beginning of that fight. And 100 Thieves will maintain control of this bottom side of the river. Looks like we're going to see them get back, regroup, shop up, and get ready for the fight that is sure to break out here around this Drake and Bear.
They were both so hungry for that battle, and it was about a minute and a half before the dragon spawned altogether, so they're just trying to take whatever fight they can get if they can get an opportunity. Unfortunately, Tomo did not get Prismal's flash, which I think was what he was looking for. He recognizes, listen, I'm not going to be that useful here. They're going to have to dive onto me. If I can just get Prismal to not have this Crucial Summoner up, there might be a chance for Fudge to find the fight that we need to. He does have his flash available, so he could get some huge ultimate or base breaker up again, just like he did in the last TP.
Trouble Bubble finds the mark on Cloud9 support. There's your dredge line, and Diamond's in some trouble. FakeGod looking to run forward there. He's got the dominance, he's got the kill. Now Inori's having to run away as 3 members of 100 Thieves would collapse onto him. Prismal's looking to grab that one, but it's going to go over to Contracts. FakeGod in the stasis, staying alive there on the front line. Drake going to be taken pretty low now. We'll see if FakeGod's able to secure that one. Tomo and Palafox looking to kite back as Fudge is in a bad spot. Or is he, ladies and gentlemen? The left hook, the right hook, as Prismal grabs the kill onto the enemy mid laner. Fudge stands alone, and 100 Thieves Academy will absolutely crush that fight.
That first poke onto Diamond was huge. No longer there was a frontliner that was going to be able to actually peel and offer some CC, and Fudge can't get out of here. Contracts is just going to run him down and let the rest of the team buy enough time to end the game. Wait, what are you doing? You can just stop him.
Well, he doesn't have any more mana. Contracts is completely out of mana. I don't think he has enough to throw another spear. And because the enemy support is up, the rest of 100 Thieves don't think they're able to end in time, so we're not going to see this game stop just yet, my friend.
Well, we're still going, and Cloud9 was very close to actually winning that. There was a bit of a miscommunication in the team fight where Inori just flashed in onto Prismal right away, but he has no armor. He's all MR, so Prismal just kind of shredded him, and had Fudge being coordinated with that or anybody else with him, they would have popped Prismal right away.
Now 100 Thieves may have overcommitted themselves to staying here. You can see Boom's got half HP, 1/4 mana. He's being healed up a little bit now by Contract. Prismal also a little bit low in the mana department, but shouldn't really stop him from doing what needs to be done in this fight. Right-clicking is pretty easy to do, even when you don't have a whole lot of mana there in the tank. And Cloud9 will be dissuaded from trying to hard force this objective. 100 Thieves still in good enough shape to prevent them from doing so with the threat of a direct fight. It looks like both sides are going to step back here. Remember, it's the Cloud9 base. Under pressure, man. The super minions pouring in that bottom lane. The best place to have them when you're trying to threaten on Baron. And 100 Thieves are not backing up here anytime soon. They're going to start that one up, but immediately back away from it instead. Just looking to make this pick onto Diamond. Oh, no. That is not where you want to be, unfortunately, for the side of 100 Thieves. Fake God's in the wrong spot, too, and he is going to drop. That is a 1-for-1 across a separated fight. Top laner traded for support. Boom now on the front line. It's a Nori trying to tank up and deal the damage at the same time. Whoa. A beautiful Moonlight Vigil coming in from Prismal to make sure they got the damage coming through. But ladies and gentlemen, what the fudge? He is going into the back lines. He is doing some damage, and he is just not going any further. But Contracts grabbing a double kill. Everybody's dead on the side of Cloud9 Academy. 2 still alive on the side of 100 Thieves Academy, and I believe that's going to be all she wrote. Unless the man Diamond can pull off a miracle, 100 Thieves Academy is going to grab the win.
What a bizarre ending to this game. Just fighting in the blue buff, and now Prismal's just gonna have it. This was a good one, Flowers. A great way to start off the season.
This was a fun one to kick things off with, man. We got to have 30 kills in 35 minutes. That's almost 1 per minute. I mean, I'm not a math expert. I'm not a mathematician, but I think I can crunch those numbers out well enough for us. That was a fun way to start this off. If the rest of our Academy games look like that, I think we're in for a fun one.
Yeah, it's the picks, right? You have the picks that give you a different kind of play style, different flavor than what we're used to before. So this should just set the tone for what the teams are comfortable in doing and the kind of meta that is already developing. No more marksman in the bottom lane. It was close, but the
what do you mean no more marksman? We got to see Prismal pop off.
Listen, okay, he did well, but the game was close, right? Cloud9 could have done it as well. If Inori didn't flash in and die on him right away, I think it could have been a different fight.
Either way, it was a fun game to watch from both sides. We got to see some pretty big plays from players on both sides of this battle. It was a lot of fun to see. And now we're going to step away for a moment, but on the other side of this commercial break, Immortals Academy sports a surprising Academy roster going up against FlyQuest Academy. You don't want to miss it. Stay here. Welcome back, everybody, here to Week 1, Day 1 of the 2020 Academy Summer Split. I'm Captain Flowers, this is Crumbs, and we've got Immortals versus FlyQuest Academy coming up right around the corner, featuring a surprise guest that many of you would probably not expect.
This is a shock, Flowers. I'm just gonna wait for the graphic to reveal it because, right? Like, once you see it, guys, you're just gonna lose your mind, especially if you've been following League for a while. Notice the jungle position here for Xmithy.
Definitely not what a lot of people would be expecting coming into this split. People who were paying attention on Twitter probably would have seen the Immortals roster announcement showing that Xmithy was not going to be the starting jungler for the LCS squad, so you would naturally just think, okay, he'll probably be playing in Academy. But here it is, the confirmation. It is Xmithy playing today on the Academy stage. This is one of the most well-known, storied junglers in North America, to the surprise of many, now in Academy.
Yeah, and it's not like the Immortals Academy roster last split was doing particularly well. They were kind of all over the place, never found their style, and even lost their coach at the end of the split. So this team is just coming into this new split without an identity, with a new coach, and now with a new jungler. So who knows what to expect out of this lineup, because we might see Xmithy just be kind of sad that he's not in the LCS lineup, because if you watch the Immortals announcement saying why they made those changes, well, long story short, they just scrimmed and felt like the scrim results were better with this iteration of the roster for Academy and this iteration of the roster for the LCS squad. So not a lot of info, so we'll get to see if the play actually matches what they say.
Yeah, we'll see if it holds up. And on the other side of this matchup, FlyQuest Academy, during their off-season time, they picked up Big and added him to the Academy lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Big was a big shot caller on Optic. He actually on last year, and so when Immortals took over the Optic spot, Big was no longer there, so he had a bit of a break, and now he's back. And this should add more direction to the lineup. When JJ was there, it felt like maybe the team was not as linear in what they wanted to do, and so hopefully adding somebody that is known as a shot caller, as a strong vocal personality, should just keep the team in check. When you also have a lot of players that really need that, players like Fnatic or even Revenge that don't have that much actual team experience, well, having a guy that does will really put them in check.
Okay, so last game, we talked a bit about what you thought was going to be the most exciting coming into summer, and you mentioned jungling, and we talked about carry jungling, and lucky enough, we got to see Nidalee versus Graves in the jungle, so that was super cool. But now, let's contrast this with Xmithy and what we know about Xmithy. Xmithy is known as a brain player. He's known as the guy who facilitates the rest of your team functioning to the best of their ability. He's the guy who makes sure that he's happy donating resources. If you want Xmithy to have 3 farm all game and literally just hand all his gold to somebody else and press CC buttons, he'll do it. He is a team player. But if the meta is going to be carry junglers, what does that mean for Xmithy, who, let's be honest, that doesn't seem to fit his profile as well as other players?
It really hasn't, but I think it hasn't more with the champions that are currently played right now. So the Graves, the Shyvana, I don't think Xmithy would be playing those. Graves maybe just because of how easy he can be, but he can always be carry jungling with champions like Lee Sin. Very viable right now, very played throughout the world, and it's still quite not the heavy farm style, but still strong enough to be able to skirmish and at least shut down what the other farming junglers are going to be trying to do. So I think that he can still find his way into the meta effectively, but it's more about the team. Like, what is going on through Xmithy's head right now? How long does he have with this team? Is he just supposed to slot in and just suddenly tell everybody what to do? Because the jungler that he's replacing in Academy was Potluck, who was a positional coach. So this is somebody that was a coach, then went to player, and then was like, okay, I can be a player and a coach at the same time, and now I can just be a bit more vocal. And so maybe that's what the main lineup wanted. And so who knows what Xmithy's bringing to the table right now. I mean, he's going to have his team with red side, so we can see if he's the kind of player that right now wants to have that kind of authority. But Hakuho and Apollo are still in this lineup, so it's not like this is a weak team by any stretch of the imagination. These guys had the record for the longest played bot lane duo in the LCS, and they took a little bit of a brief stint when the Immortals lineup chose to not start Apollo, but they're back together.
All right, let's see how it shakes out in the draft. It's Thresh, it's Olaf, it's Trundle, banned out by FlyQuest Academy. And Immortals, they're going to go ahead, remove Varus, Kalista, and Graves. In the previous game, we saw Red Side ban Varus and Kalista as well, but of course, Graves was first picked over by that blue side. Immortals Academy want to make sure they prevent that, and FlyQuest Academy will be quick to grab themselves the Syndra first and foremost, and Immortals will just snap lock that Ezreal. And oh no, oh no, it's the cat.
Okay, so before we panic, keep in mind, this Ezreal can be flex. Another thing I forgot to add is that Xmithie used to be a marksman. He loves playing marksman, and he actually is a really good Ezreal jungle. So he can take Ezreal into the jungle. It is crazy obnoxious. He can farm well, he's just very useful, and he can be paired up with the Yuumi. So there is a lot of flexing that is available for both these squads, whether it's a Syndra on mid and bot. Most likely it is mid, and most likely it is Ezreal bottom, but you still have to consider the possibilities because it is a fresh new season, and you don't know what these teams are about yet.
All right, I'll keep it in the back of my mind. I'll keep it tucked away and see if maybe that's how this plays out.
Keep it peeking, though. Not completely tucked. Get a little stub that says, "Hey, you might want to open this."
all right. We'll have it ready to go. It's on the back burner as the Nautilus is picked up for FlyQuest Academy, and with Kai'Sa locked in, pretty much can guarantee that is going to be a mid lane Syndra there with Kai'Sa and Nautilus there in that bottom lane together. And Immortals Academy, they're going to go ahead. They'll pick up Lee Sin. They want to have Xmithie on a champion that he would prefer before those second round of bans come in.
Yeah, taking the lead right now is big. Fnatic loves playing Lee Sin as well, and they're just going to make Xmithie's matchup a little bit easier there. But it's not going to be easy for the Ezreal and Yuumi, as the Nautilus Kai'Sa is basically the designated kill squad against the Ezreal. You press R, you then have your Kai'Sa press R, and he's dead. And if you have somebody else that can also facilitate that dive, whether it's that Rek'Sai or whichever next ban Immortals has in mind to keep their Ezreal Yuumi alive, it'll just make his life that much easier.
Let's see how we're going to go about these bans, though, in the second half. It looks like because they picked their jungler up nice and early, Immortals are saying, all right, we're going to target your jungle pool a little bit harder now. The Rek'Sai banned away, the Nidalee banned out, so both junglers that we saw in Game 1 we will not be able to see here in Game number 2.
Yeah, Nidalee is really, really strong right now. The thing is that there's just not that many players that play it, and when you practice Nidalee on the main server, because there's ping, it's frustrating for a lot of players to get that practice down because you feel like literally every spear hits, and then you play on the LCS and then everyone dodges your spears. So there's a bit of a discrepancy there that some players just don't like getting used to, and so they just don't play it all together. But the ones that can put up with it, well, they earn themselves a ban for their team, and just means that they can pick champions like Nocturne, which I love here. We saw Cloud9 Blabber play Nocturne towards the end of the split. He was highly successful with it. It started getting a lot of bans. The paranoia is unbelievably powerful, and right now Immortals Academy lineup is just so vulnerable to this. They're all squishy, and when you have Nautilus that presses delete on a single target, you know you're getting a 2-for-1 when there's a Yuumi in one of them.
And honestly, I really just love Nocturne against Jace, because we see this champion, he's been memed to hell and back for NA Jace. North America has struggled with this champion more than pretty much every other region. And to be successful on Jace, he needs to be able to set up that split-pushing kingdom. You don't pick Jace to constantly be team-fighting with him. And how, my friend, are you going to set up a split-pushing kingdom when this Ghost is constantly ruining everything? I want to see Fnatic make life miserable for this Jace. That's how this pick is going to be successful in my book.
Whoa, I am really loving what FlyQuest has drafted here so far, and I am not too sure about Immortals Academy. They're really all AD. There is some magic damage, of course, when you've got the Yuumi and the Ezreal in there, but the itemization, it might be a little bit too easy for FlyQuest. You're going to have that Kai'Sa that can get that Zhonya's. You've got the Nautilus that can get really tanky. The Tabis will be useful, right? There's not a lot of hard CC on the Immortal side, so I think that FlyQuest will have a much easier time getting the fight that they want, since every single champion can get the party started. That's what we saw the Chinese teams do. They're the best in the world right now, so why not do that? It seems to work pretty well.
And, man, after getting to see the way that Fudge piloted the set in game number 1, I'm excited to see another one here in game number 2, see if that one can be as successful as what we saw in that first matchup. Either way, between these two teams, it's going to be fun when you get to see a legend like Xmithy, one of these guys who's been a staple in North America for so long, now playing in Academy. Can he meet the someday bar? Can he break the someday bar? Can he walk into this game, go in there, end it in 20 minutes, and walk away just the absolute carry of the day? That's what I want to see, and I think that's what most people want to see, seeing him in this game now. But we're stepping away for a moment. We got to build up that game delay. Once we're back, we'll have the game ready and live for y'all to go from the start. So we will catch you here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just got done with Champion Select, as you saw before the commercial break. That break was then initiated to preserve our competitive integrity, as has been the case since we've had to move to the LCS at-home type of setup. And now we're back, and we're just about ready to jump into game here with Immortals Academy going up against FlyQuest Academy. And in case you're just now joining us, the topic of the day is Xmithy and how he will be playing in this game.
Xmithy with Apollo and Hakuho. So this is actually a lineup that is 3/5 of the LCS lineup from last split, which you gotta win, right? You really have to win if this is who you're working with. Like, you have the mid jungle, the jungle support synergy that is so important to so many games. You have players that have stuck around for so long. You've got a bottom lane that has played for so long together. Like, all expectations are on them to win through the bot side. You're dealing with FlyQuest that has a new support with a new bot lane, so that should mean that you just play to your veterans and you just win. But the compositions, I think, favor what FlyQuest have drafted so far. I really like what I see out of them.
And again, I'm going back to it. If you're not a player who's had plenty of LCS time and you're not popping off in Academy, just carrying all the time, showing that you are clearly above this level of play and you need to be on the LCS stage, well, at that point in my mind, you're just the bar for somebody else to pass. You're the bar that all the young, aspiring talent needs to say, I'm better than him and I deserve my shot. So you either show that you're good enough or you show other people what they need to be better than. And that's what it comes down to. And I think that's what everybody's playing here. These players in Apollo and Hakuo and Xmithie, they need to show, hey, I don't need to be down here in Academy. I need to be up on the LCS main stage. For everybody on FlyQuest, it's about saying, hey, you want to see the next generation of North American talent? You want to see players who could be good enough to play on the LCS stage? Well, I can beat players that played on the LCS stage. That's what this comes down to for me in a league that's about building individual player talent and about showcasing these individuals.
Yeah, that's really true, right? The idea that, oh, there's too many veterans. Like, well, that's the bar that you have to beat. Just beat those guys, and it'll make your life a little bit easier. You have that on your resume. Like, yeah, every time I lane against this bot lane that's always been in LCS, I beat him every time, right? That really goes a long ways for you to make a case as to why you need to be playing in a higher league. And what Immortals has that is a higher advantage to them right now is that this level 1 can be pretty powerful. You've got the Lee and Jace that can poke out a bit, but they're just going to play it slow, play it safe, and let Xmithie start on what seems to be the red side. Lee's so good right now that he doesn't really need a leash, so he can have a leashless start and stay really healthy, and that could help Immortals to get Xmithie off to a very sneaky start, but that's kind of the strategy you use when you have solo lanes that just pop off when it comes to setting up your camps or setting up somebody else. So that's what they're going to go for, though. At least they'll keep Xmithie safe, shrouded away from vision, away from any potential leashes, and so that's going to make all the lanes tremble in fear. Like, where is he going to go? What's he planning on ganking? There isn't even any wars in the river, so they just have no idea what he's up to. He has free reign to play the map however he wants.
I want to see him get active early, man, because you already commented on this a little bit during Champion Select, but it's AD top, AD mid, AD jungler, AD carry, and a cat. Nobody's going to be itemizing MR because of the union. That's just not how League of Legends works. It is so easy for this front line of Set and Nautilus, even the Nocturne, to get a little bit of armor and just become so much more durable against what this Immortals roster wants to put out, that if Immortals ever fall behind, if their opponents are ever afforded the opportunity to just grab some extra armor, I don't really see how Immortals wins a fight, do you?
No, well, that was the one flashback that came up when I said, yeah, they're all AD, but then I saw Yuumi, and then I remember, oh, she's been top of the charts of damage so many games in a row. Right, she's always dealing crazy, like she surpasses Syndra's in damage. Like, how does she do it? So there is a chance that if this goes super late and Hakuho just has an incredible game, that they do have some more damage to deal with. But champions like Set and Nautilus, I think, are going to be the biggest offenders when it comes to stacking that armor, which is really the big trouble because that's going to nullify so much of the poke that Insanity can afford to get, and same thing with the damage that Xmithie and the Lauren bring to the table. So the snowball potential is very real when it comes to FlyQuest side, considering they have all the setup, and Immortals is really just banking on a lot of mistakes from FlyQuest. There's no way for you to guarantee a lockdown on a single target, right? Like, Triple does not put himself in a position to be ganked here unless he makes a mistake. Xmithie and Insanity can't really set something up against the Syndra, so they are completely banking on FlyQuest to make missteps during this early game.
So, in other words, if Immortals falls behind, the win condition is 25 Mej, I stack you.
Yeah, but it's a win condition that's worked before, right? Which is kind of sad, but we've seen it happen, and so I'm just having a hard time breaking away from what Yuumi does so much she's the most banned champion across multiple regions in solo queue, and for good reason. It's because she is just so annoying the more you get into the game. If somebody just skips their build path and is like, oh, you know what, I'm snowballing, I don't need to get healing reduction. Surprise, you lost a fight because Yuumi just healed somebody to crazy heights. Like the Yuumi Aatrox combination is insane. Remember that Aatrox is
disgusting.
Passive just for some reason amplifies all healing, so Yuumi also gets to be healing him for more.
A little bit of trade up here between Alorum and Revenge. I mean, they both take a little bit of damage, but nothing really worth writing home about. Xmithy's here because Alorum's all the way shoved up. All he wants to do is shadow this, make sure that Alorum's able to shove that wave all the way under turret, make it so Revenge isn't able to freeze this, and then Xmithy can instantly head home. He'll just go ahead, shop up, grab that challenging smite, so he's more of a threat there in the jungle. But of course, trying to duel a Nocturne, should he run into him, is going to be very difficult, considering Nocturne does have that lethal tempo. Pretty much means he's going to win the 1v1. But we're not getting to see the super early tower dive that we got to see in Game 1, man. We're not getting to see that level 3 first blood this time around. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, kind of sad. Alorum saw it. He saw the first game. He's like, maybe I don't do that this time around. So he was really healthy by the time that it happened. And so the Nocturne is, I think, a lot harder to pull off those dives. Although we have seen some teams in the past be able to pull off level 1 to level 3 tower dives with a Nocturne jungle. So it's definitely doable, but one that unless you have the utmost confidence that you are going to pull this off and you've practiced it a bunch, you just don't bother it. When you have a composition that just says, yeah, we're just going to hit our spikes and then there's nothing that the enemy team can do. Like when Nocturne is level 6, that's when the danger really begins. Any stun that gets thrown out from these lanes that connects can be followed up by Fnatic, and that's just going to get you a kill. Like a set ultimate, the Syndra, scatter, everything has to be really tracked. And so Xmithy's job isn't so much about finding Fnatic. You want a ward to expect his routes and then counter gank it, because that's really the best thing you can try to do in that situation, because if you just go for your regular ganks, the Nocturne counter gank is even more lethal.
Right. And as the Nocturne, the counterpoint to this whole thing of Nocturne's insane level 6 power and just how effective this is if he messes it up, if he decides to use that ulti and he's 50 units out of range and doesn't get to fly at somebody, or if he goes for the play and doesn't account for a stopwatch or something similar, the champion feels like he's falling far behind by not making these ultis work. Nocturne's not a hyperscaler. He's not something that's going to dominate late game team fights. So getting these early ultis off successfully is so critical for him to find what he's looking for in snowballing not only himself but his team as well. And Immortals are now going to grab themselves the first Drake of the game, just like last time around. It's a Mountain Drake first, but it's Ocean Drake second as Nocturne goes into the bottom lane looking to find the dive. And there's what I'm talking about. Yes, they use the Nocturne ulti, but they end up getting Apollo's Flash and Hakuo's heal. So that's 2 summoners.
Look at mid, Flowers.
Cost big
Look at mid. There is a Syndra with a Jace that has no exhaust and is at under half HP. There was a much better option to gank there for Fnatic, and so that's going to really hurt, because you know, another reason why you want to get those snowball ultimates is that you're running Ultimate Hunter. You really want to be participating in those kills early on so that you can start stacking that in. Now he's going to have to wait so long before he gets that up, and at least if he tries for bottom lane again, he can have the Nautilus ultimate to follow up on, but that was just not a well thought out gank out of FlyQuest. I think there were much better choices, and now they're going to pay big time for it, as Xmithy's going to get a nice little blue buff, and there's nothing Fnatic can do about it.
Fnatic just walking over towards the mid lane. Let's see if maybe he finds the gank opportunity onto Insanity here. This will turn into a 2v2, make it a 3v2. Oh, Insanity. He's in a pretty rough spot as Fnatic will look to maybe chase this one down. Xmithy going to be eating a lot of damage here. Big's rotation really just changing how this fight went, as first blood will go over to Fnatic and the Nocturne is on the board.
That was huge from Big. That's that shot calling, right? Just being very proactive and thinking about what do I need to do on the map, where is action happening. The second they thought that Xmithy was there, he started rotating over, and then it was lights up for Insanity, who now is in a really tough spot, because without Flash, and now you got Syndra with her own Flash as well, you are 100% killable. They can even dive you 100% under the tower. The exhaust is not going to be up before their ultimates are available, so this is a window for FlyQuest to start snowballing, and one that Immortals really needs to defend.
Immortals feeling all right where they are right now. I mean, not feeling great considering things went badly with that mid lane play, but it's still only a 1-kill game. They're 9 minutes in. They've got that early Drake, but they gotta watch out for plays like these where Big catches them off guard.
Where is the kick used? So the kick, okay. So I think he maybe was hoping he could get a double kick on them, but the second Insanity was in that direction. He knew he was out because when he kicks Fnatic that way, there's no place for Insanity to really run safely. He has to go back into the enemy side.
Mash is going to go ahead and build this gold lead even higher up there in the bottom side, grabbing himself some plates. 1,000 gold lead here, 10 minutes into the side of FlyQuest Academy. Remember, there is one Drake for the side of Immortals. So the Nocturne getting 1 kill. Okay, Crumbs. So both of these junglers are junglers that want to make some early plays. They want to get involved and make things happen early on because you're not drafting Nocturne or Lee Sin to be a late game powerhouse. This isn't like a Sejuani or a Jarvan or something. So what do you consider the level of success for either of these junglers by the time we get to, say, 20 minutes? Do you want to see 2-kill participation, 3-kill participation? Like, how do you measure, was this pick worthwhile? Because right now, Fnatic has the only kill on the board, and Xmithy's still 0-0-0.
So I will first of all say that Nocturne always brings something to the table. His paranoia is just an incredible ability when you have this much engaged. Like, this is a perfect Nocturne comp for him, so everything lines up with him. Being able to deny the vision or even deny teleports, like that's a big thing. You can't use that TP when the paranoia is out. So I think that he's always going to be useful, and he's going to be wanted more about that mid game. Successful mid game for him, I think, is looking at like a few kills, just a few spread out kills on the laners that have the easiest time. So whether it's killing Insanity a little bit more, getting a dive down bottom when you can get some plates and maybe even a turret, like that's really all you're asking for with the Nocturne, to kill your champions and on the side lanes, to make sure that you create a man advantage that is quickly, or get a counter gank and then get a few snowball leads. Whereas for Lee Sin, you really just want to try to get as much as possible early, like really as much going, but you don't want to overforce it because you do fall behind. So Xmithy did the right thing, which was just farming and getting that dragon, but the rest of the team doesn't really have any setup, so he's going to inevitably be a slower farmer than what Fnatic can do with the Nocturne, and so he's going to have a really tough time because it's going to be all about his mechanics and creativity right now. The only way he keeps up the value is just getting crazy picks, using vision to find a way to blindside your opponent and then sneaking in. Now, I'm just thinking about Karsa's Lee Sin right now, which is a really high standard for what I want to see, but yeah, that's the one. That's the guy that's making it work right now.
Well, hey, even if it is a high standard, it's always good to set those goals really high. It's like that classic cliche motivational poster thing about aiming for the moon, so even if you miss, you land at the stars, but the stars are actually way further than the moon, so it doesn't make any sense anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, because I always thought that. I was like, wait a minute, aren't this... Like, someone's telling me there's stars way farther. Like, why would I not aim for
like
them?
The moon's way closer than all the stars, dude. But hey, that stuff, if I remember, that was like the stuff that was popular on MySpace back in the day. That's back, people who thought that it was a good idea to have a social media profile that played a loud song whenever you visited the page also used that quote. So it's no surprise there's not a lot of sound reasons behind it.
Oh, I never got into MySpace. I was too late for that. I was all about those chat rooms where you have dumb avatars to chat with, and now I'm back at it again with VR, so it's the same thing.
Chat rooms with dumb avatars. Hey, it's not about the song on the page. If there's not a dumb avatar, it just doesn't work. I can respect that. You're a man who knows exactly what kind of content he's after.
Yeah, you know what? Like, you just gotta embrace it. At some point, it's like, who cares? This is what I like.
That's what life's all about, man. You go through, like, your teenage years thinking about how you gotta conform, you gotta do what's cool, you gotta do what's popular, and then eventually you hit a point in your life where you're like, you know what? I don't want to play Ahri. I don't want to play Zed. I want to be a purple Scorpion that has a crappy Q ability that does 28 damage at level 1. And that's who I am, and I'm cool with that.
I'm surprised you mentioned only the Q as the crappy ability.
Hey, come on, man. Don't do me dirty.
Oh man, poor
Oh well,
Insanity.
I'm
Having a
following my
crappy
heart,
time.
man. I'm following my heart. And FlyQuest are following their heart, and it's put them in a spot where they're up almost 2,000 gold here in this game. We're just about 15 minutes in. We're even on Drake's. Apollo's about to close in a little bit of that gold gap, I think, try to make things a little bit more even. But I'm still just waiting for this to turn a little bit more violent. I mean, it's 1 turret to 1, sure, but we still only got 1 kill on the board. 15 minutes in. That is not enough kills.
They're playing cat and mouse. Immortals is just running away from FlyQuest.
Are the cat and the mouse
they know
both
they can't
asleep?
do anything.
Because they're not going after anything, man. I got a Nocturne and a lead. If these
That's
junglers
true.
were Sejuani and also Sejuani because it's blind pick, maybe. Maybe.
It
And
does
both the
kinda feel
Sejuanis were
like
afraid
that.
of each other and only wanted to farm. But Nocturne and Lee, I need to see more blood than this. I need to see more kills by 15 minutes into the game. I want to see some aggro gameplay.
Okay, I think we're about to get it though. Look at this. Oh, they're hunting Xmithy. Here comes the paranoia. Oh, he's about to die.
Yep.
He's so
And
dead.
this isn't just Xmithy. This is Xmithy with a loot pinata attached. If they're able to find the kill, they're going to get plenty of money. But instead, it may be turned around here. Xmithy going to be terminated as the Yuumi will abandon ship in time. Hawkwo makes it over to Apollo, but that is second kill of the game now for FlyQuest Academy. That's a kill onto Xmithy, which means they don't have the jungler available if FlyQuest wants to go after this Rift Herald, and it looks like Fnatic is already on.
Oh, Flowers, this is crazy. How many titles has Xmithy won? I think he's one of might be the #2 most LCS title jungler playing here, and having a really rough time.
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's not exactly what you would hope for in the first Academy game that we're getting to see him in, but hey, the game's
not
far
what I
from
thought
over.
2020 would look like.
I don't think 2020's been what anybody thought it would look like. Not just because Xmithy's having a bad first game in Academy, you know?
Oh man, I
It's
just
just kind
I
of par
always
for the course.
think back to your New Year's, just throwing your cup and cheering, to 2020, to all these things we're gonna be wishing.
Yeah,
how little did we
all
know.
the "This is my year" posts on Twitter and Reddit.
I want to travel. My 2020 resolution: travel the world.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, man. It's
Comes at you like Nocturne, just blindsides you, and you're feared, and you're like, oh god, what's happening?
well, hopefully for FlyQuest, they can keep trying to make some big plays with that Nocturne. But for Immortals, they'd like to shut that down, man. They got 30 seconds until the next Drake is alive. They're still down a little bit of gold, so it's not that bad, though. We got Umbral Glaive on Jace, which is, I think a lot of times, this item doesn't get talked about enough for how busted it is in terms of vision score. Not only is this thing the lowest price point for a fully completed lethality item to give you that extra oomph when you go for your burst, but this thing has just an absolutely nutty vision score component. As now we're going to see the vision get blacked out. Fnatic's going in, looking to start to fight off. And ladies and gentlemen, Xmithy has left the building. Fnatic taking the kill credit on that one, but Big is below half HP. Immortals seeing if there's anything they can do here, but they are down a man. Big tries to reinitiate, but man, he has got to be careful. His name might be Big, but the health bar is small. The damage goes out, but there comes your stopwatch. Ladies and gentlemen, Big with the big baits, trying to bring all of Immortals in here to their doom. Insanity burning away now to the Ignite. Fnatic will splat that cat, and Insanity will live with just a sliver of HP. It is all coming up FlyQuest Academy.
That's just a misplay, Flowers. Insanity had the perfect angle on Big. They had vision, the enemy did not have vision on him, and he just misses the shock blast, and that will bought enough time for Big to use his stopwatch, who keeps finding Lee Sin. They just press ultimate on him, Nocturne goes in, and he dies. And without the jungler, you can't contest the dragon. And if your poke's not hitting, forget about getting them off the objective. So the execution from FlyQuest is really simple. It's just what the champions that they drafted are built to do, and they are doing it really well, as Immortals is just scrambling to figure out how to make this comp work.
You said it last game, man. I'm just going to repeat your words. If you have a poke comp, you got to hit the poke. If you're not hitting the poke, why do you have the comp? What does the comp do without the poke?
You know, so many times I've thought that teams should have an analyst on their roster that just has almost no idea about the game, so that you can always run the strategies past them and they can say yes or no. So you can have a strategy, and he'd be like,
So every
really
team
like,
needs a designated
yeah,
Redditor.
an Iron analyst to be like, is that your
Tell
best player? It's like, no, not your best player. I would play with my best player. I'd make a strategy around him. And you're like, oh, we forgot to do that. And it's like, oh, I feel like, did you guys try to win? It's like, oh, no, we weren't thinking about that. We were trying not to lose. Thank you for reminding us.
So as long as you have that guy just covering all the weaknesses, then you can make sure that everybody else stays focused. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know what? I can get behind that.
He'd be your cheapest coach or analyst, too. He'd be a part-time job.
Well, maybe you're onto something, my friend. We'll have to see if this becomes a trend here in the future. If teams just keep finding these similar problems down the line. But Shelly's summoned up here in the top lane. We'll see if she's able to get a charge off here onto this tier 2 turret. She was summoned a pretty long way away, so we'll see what happens with that one. Lorem should be able to stop this before it results in an actual turret take, although I believe you can see just on the mini-map, based on the state of that turret, yeah, she was able to get the headbutt off, but that's it.
Well, it looks like Immortals just running away from the potential long-range engage of FlyQuest, and will concede their mid-tier too. So things are just opening up further for FlyQuest, and that could not be worse of a turret to lose, because now even going to Baron to ward up as we're at the 20-minute mark becomes a complete nightmare. Literally, the Nocturne can just engage on you from the second you exit your base, and with Kai'Sa, once she completes that Rage Blade, that is when the Baron threat really begins, and I believe she has it right now. Oh yeah, FlyQuest is so close to just breaking this game wide open.
It's looking like the light is fading a little bit here from Immortals' chances. I mean, yes, Yumi's got the Grail, so we're going to see some super powered heals come out if he's able to get some good stacks off of that. Fnatic showing up now. They're looking to catch out Xmithie here once more. Paranoia is going to be dropped. Fnatic flying in. He is exhausted. Yumi looking to make the disengage as Alorum tries to fight into the back line, but he's just not fed enough. He's going to be tanking so much damage, but he will fall. Shut down also going over as Triple gets knocked out there by Xmithie. That's still going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of FlyQuest Academy. Yes, Immortals finally get themselves on the board, but at the cost of yet another lost fight. And more money in the pockets of these FlyQuest players that are just making the plays.
They tried the same thing again on Xmithie, but he's picked up on what FlyQuest is doing. So he had the ward hop, he even flashed, and then they had a Yumi to get in there, but they still engaged and ended up winning that fight. So it just shows you how tough it is for the Immortals lineup to actually do something here, and they don't even have enough to deal with the simple wave clear that FlyQuest has, so they are still unable to take down that mid-tier 1, and it is looking very dire here, FlyQuest, for Immortals. And let's see how this actually went out. So Flash ultimate, flashes away, look at that, Nocturne into 4 people, but there's a Yumi there, so he's lucky that he has Flash to get out, but unfortunately for Alorum, he TP'd right into a Kai'Sa that is fully stacked with a Rage Blade right next to a Nautilus, so there was just no chance for him to trade. What should have been a 1-for-1 ends up being just his own death. That's just what happens with Paranoia. You actually can't get very good TPs because you're just looking for the thing that you can get on as quickly as possible, and well, it just so happens that you don't have enough time to judge where the fight is going.
Immortals, Immortals, Immortals. LCS players or not, they are all aboard the struggle bus here in this game. 23 minutes in, 4,500 gold down. Up against that Kai'Sa, stacking towards the Muramana. Already has that Rage Blade completed, like you said. And now we might get to see another fight here in the mid lane, my friend. Triple won't get the stun. Shock Blast will find the mark on Big, but I mean, considering the armor he has, it didn't really do a lot.
No, they're looking for that next side. Here it goes. Goodbye, Ezreal.
There comes your Nautilus ulti down onto the enemy AD carry. They're dogpiling in. It's Fnatic on a rampage. It's the Ezreal already out of the picture. Triple taking the kill onto Xmithie. Alorum stands alone. Ladies and gentlemen, what's he supposed to do? World Ender, no thanks. The damage goes out. The cat goes down. A double kill for Triple. And FlyQuest just make this look too easy.
It is easy. It is so easy. They just press R on Ezreal, and he's got nowhere to run. This is the comp that was built to take him down the second they committed to that, and they had the Syndra. They knew what they could run. They're going to split themselves up. They're so strong. They can take both Barret and Dragon simultaneously, and It's just, there's no way to disengage. This is not a good comp out of Immortals lineup, so it's just what happens when you don't have that much time with the roster to really figure out what is what. He's gonna at least have a pretty good TP there, though. Take a 3 leash on the Cloud Drake, so they do get something for it, but unfortunately, even Insanity misses that one on the still target.
So let's take another look at how the fight started off here, with Apollo just not in a spot that's defensible at all.
He's so unlucky, too, that he shifts into the team with the Nautilus ultimate, so then everybody pays for his arcane shift, and then it's just so easy for Kaisa to follow up on that. Because keep in mind, paranoia is going on this entire time. So they have no idea where anybody is. Kaisa can just practically be invisible the whole time during the fight, and you just are impervious to hitting her. So it's just a really good composition out of FlyQuest. It'll only take one more fight for them to seal the deal here, because Immortals is just completely stranded on an island here with no supplies, and people have already checked. They've said there's nothing. It's worse than no one's come to save you.
The plane flew over, the ships passed by.
Yeah.
It's done, dude. It's done. Immortals are... I would be incredibly surprised if Immortals found any way back into this game. There is no Medjais on the Yuumi. 2 items completed on the Ezreal. You got 2 lethality items completed on your Jace, but considering the armor already on the opponents, it's Ninja Tabbies across the board for your 3 melee champions here. Gargoyle Stoneplate done for the Nautilus. You can see Chain Vest, Bramble Vest, all sorts of vests, man, just all over the place here for these frontliners, and there's just no way to burst through that with how far behind this team is. 8K, 25 minutes in. Even if you're not an all-AD comp, that is scary. And in this situation, I just don't see it. FlyQuest, they're looking to march down the mid lane. Let's see how fast they can sit this.
Fly even has a great comp to 1-3-1. It's not even the Nocturne that's on the side. It's actually the Kaisa that's so easy to... It's so safe to join the fight and also provide pressure on the tower, because Nocturne would typically be unable to hit that, but Kaisa can poke you down, can actually be really pesky from this distance, so it's a good setup for them, and now the top is crashing as well. It's just a matter of time for them to break all 3 of these lanes, as Insanity is already here and will not be able to defend mid.
Out of mana Jace is not the most threatening thing in the game of League of Legends. Big finds himself a little far forward compared to the rest of his team being able to maybe help him, but he's not really worried about it. Immortals is not in a spot where initiating on Big is going to be the play that results in a fight victory here, so they know that they're just going to have to hang back a little bit. Revenge continuing to mount his side lane pressure up here to the top side. There goes Fnatic, looking to find that dive onto Insanity. Manages to get the exhaust out of the enemy mid laner and takes that as the opportunity to back away, not wanting to overcommit. Speaking of committing, here we go. Apollo nearly taken down, but not going to be sent all the way until Revenge goes after the kill. Alorum going to be the next to fall as Insanity goes thereafter. Xmithy tries to find something, anything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a damn thing, as Fnatic is unstoppable. Revenge gets a triple kill, and FlyQuest will put Immortals in the dirt. 27 minutes in. We had 1 kill 15 minutes into this game. In 12 minutes, FlyQuest managed to grab themselves another 14 kills and end the entirety of the game going straight to Nexus. This team has a pretty strong start here in Academy Summer 2020.
Oh yeah, FlyQuest, loved what I saw out of them. The draft, the execution, like everything just made sense. Very aggressive, but you love to see it. It's the first game of the split, but to contrast that, Flowers, oh boy, what is happening in the Immortals camp? Because you had 1 kill with 3/5 of your LCS roster in Academy against a team that struggled last season. Not looking good.
That ain't it, my friend. Immortals are definitely going to have some drawings to do back at the old drawing board here once they have to go back, watch the VOD of that one. There's a lot to improve on, but hey, FlyQuest, you got to be happy with it. It was a little slow in the beginning, I'm not going to lie. The game felt like it didn't really have a lot going on for those first 15 minutes, but once FlyQuest found their momentum, they were able to just go all the way to the finish line with it. It was a fun second half of the game to watch here for this team. And now that we have concluded that second game of the day, we are going to toss to commercial here once again. But we'll catch you on the other side for the third game of the day in just 3 short minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to game number 3 of our first day of Summer Split Academy play here in North America. We got TSM Academy going up against Team Liquid Academy. I'm Captain Flowers, this is Crumbs, and we're hoping to see another exciting game. Game number 1 was back and forth. It was a slugfest the whole time. Game number 2, off to a bit of a slow burner of a start, but then as soon as FlyQuest Academy found their momentum, they were able to end that game swiftly.
Oh, yeah, they crushed it. Off the back of the Nautilus Ultimate with the Nocturne Ultimate, but also a very unexciting Immortals first game so far. So they'll have some more time to regroup. Two teams that have just been aching to battle it out are the ones coming up. TSM Academy versus TLA. These teams are revamped now.
I'm excited to see what they're bringing here to the table. It should be a very exciting thing from two of these teams that, remember, when everybody thinks about the LCS, the main stage LCS, the teams that come to mind as the ones that always push far and the ones that really have a shot at taking it all are like TSM, Cloud9, Team Liquid. These names evoke an idea of being able to win the whole damn thing. And so for the Academy roster, I think it even brings an extra degree of expectation for these players is, hey, you're not just being a part of any org, you're being a part of these orgs that have a lot of success. And so you're expected to do well. Like, you have the faith of these people who have created a successful empire behind you. So let's see it. And that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see that hunger. I want to see that ferocity out of these 10 players here.
Well, one of these players that had that ferocity was Grig, who's had a very interesting up and down with his career when he got promoted to the LCS, but then the wrist injury came back, and right before that he was playing in Academy and doing really well, but then had to switch roles to top lane because they let go of the top laner, and so he had to fill before going to the LCS team, then goes back to the LCS and gets replaced by Kaden again, and then right back to the team in Academy with Team Liquid. But he was one of the very best Academy junglers that we had. His early game impact was just bar none, especially on a champion like Elise, which I expect to see still coming out of him. Just such a deadly pick, and he also can play a lot of the carry champions as well. So what we see from Grig in LCS is not what we see in Academy LCS, whether it's from the competition being different or him feeling like a different player when he comes on there. He's just really solid down in Academy, so I think that's going to be a really strong season for Team Liquid.
And rewinding a little bit back to the start of the day, you mentioned how some of these organizations are fielding brand new players that we don't really have any experience seeing so far, and that's always an interesting thing to be a part of and really see who they're going to gamble on. One of those is Team Liquid's new support, Yama, who is fresh to the scene. What do we got about Yama? What's your impressions here?
Fresh to the scene, man. I don't know. We got to see what he brings to the table, right? He's coming brand new. I'm as new as you when it comes to him. But FLICKR is another player that he got just a few little games here and there because he was playing under Tactical. But Tactical, now that he gets promoted, there's no longer any double lift. He now gets to fill in Tactical shoes. So it's a brand new bottom lane for the team. And honestly, when you have a brand new bottom lane and you have a returning jungler with two solo lanes that have been relatively consistent for you, especially Yasui, that is just the guy that is always going to innovate in mid lane, I think this team is going to initially start playing around the solo lanes and then transition to playing around the bottom lane once the synergy is got together with Yama and Rikara.
And Yasui is one of those players, he's one of the names that I think always comes up in conversations around which Academy players are popping off. Which ones do fans want to see get that call up to the greater stage? Which ones do the fans think deserve the chance to play in the LCS, to move up to one of the big teams and really strut their stuff? And Yasui is one of those names that I always hear in those conversations. People love to watch this guy. He's exciting to see. He's talented on the Rift. And so I hope he just comes out the gate swinging here in this first match.
The one thing that I think has plagued Yasui, and he had a much better run of it last split, was that his regular season performance tends to eclipse his playoff run. In playoffs, he seems to be a lot more rigid and not so flexible with his champion pool, or maybe dying a few too many times. So Yasui will just have to do his thing in regular season that we always love to watch, but it'll be about playoffs and when he does what he does there that will, I think, determine whether he's ready to move up into the big leagues or if a team will just give him a chance.
Well, you know what I'm noticing, my friend? I think there was some sort of vacancy on 1, 2, 3, 4 Permaban Avenue. And it seems like Varus and Kalista just decided to become Red Side roommates over there because these two champions are never allowed through the draft at all. Just constant, permanent banning from Red Side so far here today on both of them, as Olaf, Ezreal, and Set will all be banned away by TSM Academy.
Well, Varus is just such a pain in every stage of the game. From level 1 all the way to the end game, either build, doesn't matter what it is, he's just so powerful that I like seeing him getting banned. And then remember that Kalista can always still be flexed into the top lane. Very rare right now, since the mechanical ceiling for or floor for it is so high, but mostly in the bottom lane, and just her ability to pair itself with any support that is tanky and even some unorthodox supports like your Set that just makes such a strong bot lane combination. And that strength is going to be pretty much just picked right up with these first two picks. The Aphelios trade for Syndra. They were very aware that this is what they're opting into, trading the Aphelios for this. And this is very reminiscent of the composition that we just saw from FlyQuest. Syndra and Nautilus are already there.
3 games today, 3 Nautiluses today. The champion definitely popular in that bottom lane, and I mean, why wouldn't he be? He's got powerful enough laning. He provides incredible CC and initiation potential. Also counter initiation potential if your opponent's looking to dive on. He's so good at locking down those kinds of targets, keeping your own teammates safe. No wonder he's getting the priority that he is getting. But now we're going to get to see Trundle this time around. You talked about at the top of the day how with the lack of this need to be able to gank at level 3 and gank effectively, Trundle sort of found his way back into the game, being able to shut down some of these hyper meatball champions, particularly those that we see played in the top lane, like Ornn, for example. And we'll see what TSM are able to do with this pick here this game.
He doesn't need to, but keep in mind, Trundle is actually crazy strong early game as well. Like, I'm talking bonkers strong. He is actually the fastest level 3 jungler in the game. Nobody else can do Gromp buff to buff and hit 3 faster than he can with as much health as he can. So he's still quite powerful in the early stages of the game, but he'll have a tough matchup against Kindred, who is going to love playing against these melee picks. And already the Kindred just sets the entire tone for what TSM will likely have to go for. Going for hard engage here will be very difficult, so the more poke that they can draft, the easier it'll be for them. And maybe something that is in that vein could help Evolve deal with the matchup against Jenkins. I mean, Azir is a good ban here because of that. You have a good matchup and still be able to displace members in the Lamb's Respite. So Team Liquid doing their homework for what it takes to build a solid Kindred composition.
I like the Ornn ban, just because since your opponent's already picked Trundle, you don't want to pick Ornn and make the Trundle super strong. So you know, since you're not going to play it, why not just keep it out of their hands? I like that choice. Team Liquid Academy wanting to leave that last pick open here for what could be a mid laner, what could be a bottom laner. Remember, this could be a Syndra flex to the bottom side, and they want to pick their mid laner last, give Yusui that edge. But that does mean they are going to blind pick the Aatrox here into that top lane. We'll see what TSM wants to take into it. The Set that we have seen in previous games has been banned away, and Evolved maybe breaking out the Zoe. Yes, so he'll be taking that either into the Syndra or whatever TLA decides to pick Finn.
Had to go with a poke ability. She's extra protected when you've got the Braum to really help out. And let's see what this top lane pick is going to be. You could always go for Renekton and just keep it super simple, but something else like a Gangplank would, I think, add a little bit more volatility for what TSM can do. That Gangplank ultimate can really put the hurt on a champion like Syndra that will have such a hard time crossing through it, that just mains that between Pillar, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Gangplank. These carries are just unable to move, and that's exactly what you want. Isolate these targets, block with the Braum shield, and then have Aphelios just rain down hell. No, come on, really?
Grumps, you sound so distressed, dude.
Again, this thing keeps It's a plague. It keeps coming back into this game.
You sound so utterly distressed. Just the despair. No! No! Well, there it is.
Yeah,
The Lulu.
It's here. Get ready for it, guys. The season's starting with Lulu mid, 2 out of 3 games.
Well, hey, at least Syndra Nautilus has kill potential bottom, right? I mean, maybe that means we'll see some spicy bottom lane play. Yeah, mid's not going to be the greatest, but we got to look at the bright sides, my friend.
Yeah, well, yeah. The bright side is a lot of it is going to be about helping Grig out. You've got a Lulu. She's going to go Ardent Sensor and then just keep you alive and then ult you. So a lot of it falls on Grig, but he's always delivered when he's been in the academy. So I think it's a good idea for Team Liquid to go in this direction.
I mean, talking about Grig, even back when he was doing the split time with Acadian on LCS, it seemed like Grig was always the most successful when the pressure was off. And I'm not trying to say this in a bad way, but he just performed better in regular season. His playoff games, I remember looking much worse than his regular season games. And since Academy is lower pressure than LCS, it would make sense that when Grig is able to just relax a little bit, breathe a little bit deeper, and do what he needs to get done, he can pop off in these kinds of games. So we'll see if he can do it here today. But for now, we're going to step away to build that game delay up. Once again, you all know the drill at this point. Once we come back, we'll have the game ready to go from the start, so don't you go anywhere.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back. We saw Champs select. The delay has been put in place, and we are just about ready to jump into Game 3 of the day here with TSM Academy going up against Team Liquid Academy. I'm Captain Flowers. This is Crumbs. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you did not watch Champions Select, we are on the brink of a mid lane Lulu.
Yes, and the thing is, it's not Lulu like we've seen way back ago, where it's AP Lulu and you're building like attack speed or on hit and you're trying to be a bully in lane. Machine gun of that. This is just I'm building Grail, I'm building Sensor, and then maybe I'm building a Death Cap, and I'm just a shield bot for somebody else. That is why it is hard to see that kind of Lulu, because the playstyle does not reward anything but just spam shield, and anybody can do that.
The Pocket Lulu. Your job is to make sure your jungler is able to succeed in the biggest way possible. If nothing else, it is a massive nod to your jungler saying, all right, it's all on you. My job is to press shield on you.
Yeah.
And wild growth, if need be. I got 2 different buttons to make sure of that. And if you want to go really fast, we got W as well. So if that Kindred's not able to pop off, now we've got a problem.
Yeah, not my fault.
Yeah. But considering what you were talking about, this is Grig, and he has showed up plenty of times on the Academy stage before, especially with this being week 1. This is your time to come out the gate swinging. Why not be enabled with probably the best pocket champion you could have?
Yeah, well, with Kindred, it definitely makes a lot of sense, right? It's a good matchup for it, so I think that the composition is sound. It's just that it's not fitting with the preferences that we love to see in action. You know, there's a lot of champions that are viable right now, and for example, something like a Twisted Fate is actually quite strong, being able to influence the map and help your jungler that way, right? You can, instead of having to shield him, you can just appear right next to him and then stun somebody. And like, whoa, isn't that useful? You've created vision.
I don't know, Crumbs. You're thinking a little bit far outside the box for me here. Are you telling me that you want to take an active approach to helping your jungler?
All right, what was I thinking? Come on, you get that Ardent Sensor going. Heal me up. I'm ready.
Come on, man. All right, memeing on Ardent Sensor builds aside, I got that out of my system. The toxicity is gone now. Let's see where this game plays out, because we do have the Kindred going up against the Trundle there in the jungle. We have not seen either of these champions here yet today. Topside with the Gangplank into the Aatrox. I always enjoy seeing Gangplank in a game because it means you've got extra firepower on the map. And I don't just mean that as a joke because, haha, he has cannons for his ulti. I mean that as top lane is more fun to watch when they can influence the map, when they can get involved more easily, and when his scaling becomes something that everybody has to respect.
Oh, he's a tank killer too, right? There's really no one that does not die to Gangplank's damage, whether it's true damage on his passive or ultimate or just his barrel shredding that armor. No one escapes the depths that he has in his barrels, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that, but I thought there was some pirate thing in there.
You thought there was a pirate thing in there? No one escapes the depth of the lane waters. I don't know. Well, wait, he's not even a pirate in this one. This is his superhero Fun Plus skin.
Oh, right. He's like a... what is he?
I think it's some sort of anime inspiration. I'm not quite sure. I'm sure somebody with an anime profile picture will tell me what it is on Twitter when they're watching this and realize that I don't know what it is. But the coolest thing about this skin to me is the fact that when he backs, he's obviously like playing a game, and then he wins and he jumps up. He's like, yeah, I won, and then he teleports back. But if you zoom in on the backing animation, it actually does have a mini game of League there with him winning, and it's saying victory on the screen.
Oh, he's playing a mobile league. That's what it is.
Oh, he's playing Wild. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's playing Wild Rift. But he's playing on a computer. How's he doing that? He's cheating.
He's got a mobile emulator right there. He
Oh,
loves
man,
mobile gaming so much, he just has to play it on the PC.
Fun Plus Phoenix Gangplank is already next level, just hacking the system. All right, let's see if these junglers can get involved here, because Winston's aware that Evolved could be in some danger here, and Grig probably wants to make a gank happen. All right, there's Grig. He's saying, all right, buddy. But then as soon as Evolved chooses to run over to the side, you can see that Grig says, not really worth chasing this, because he doesn't want to jump forward into what could be a waiting Trundle with a pillar, because that's just bad news bears for everybody involved except for Trundle. So bottom side, there's nothing down here really either. We're going to see how this progresses forward. I mean, earlier in the day, we got to see an Aphelios versus Mage matchup in the Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves game. It was 100 Thieves running the Aphelios while there was a Cassiopeia bottom for Cloud9. And as that game went on, of course, there is the whole 80 carry versus no 80 carry thing to be considered. So I do want to see how this plays out for TL moving forward, knowing that they won't have that reliable power there from the bottom lane. Of course, you do have Kindred, but Kindred's also going to rely on getting those marks.
And she did not hit the mark this time around because she got unlucky and it spawned in the bottom side. And even though she actually had gotten it, I think there was too much priority from the mid lane and the TSM bot lane to even contest it. So she'll have to just hope that the next one spawns in a better spot for her, because getting that first mark really helps you so much in this game, because it's not likely that you're actually going to be able to find the next few marks or even kill the target that you're having hunted so far. So I think that this is a good start for TSM so far. At least Winston is feeling very happy that the Kindred is not just getting out of control already.
I know that some Kindred players like to delay their first crab take. Like if they know where the enemy jungler is, they know he's going to be going for bottom crab and they'll be going for top crab. They just wait for the bottom crab to die off and try to force the spawn onto the top one by taking it a little bit late. Obviously, we didn't see that this time around, but Winston has invaded the enemy jungle. Now looking to steal away this Gromp. Gromps are very valuable camp these days in the jungle. Winston does manage to steal that one, but now has to flash over the wall. Flash for Gromp. Is it worth?
Not if he doesn't die for that. He can be punished since Grig is hunting him, but that Gromp is actually worth quite a bit. Consider that that was the second spawn of Gromp, since both junglers, when they went counter jungling, ended up taking each other's Gromp. So this is already higher experience on this camp than the previous one. So it's not a bad idea to look for it. That's what he was setting himself up for. But if Kindred can take advantage of it, that's when it's really problematic. And she's doing the same thing, right? She already took the other Gromp, and she's just going to make sure that Winston does not get the second one. Otherwise, you're going to be in some big trouble. The big problem here happens that as you continue to take these camps and the marks start being pushed around, with less camps being available, you're kind of forcing where the spawn of the marks is going to happen. And right now it will continue to be in the scuttlecrafts, but if with the counter jungling continuing this way, you ideally would want to get one in Gromp, but it's fairly accessible, and not one in your Krugs that is really just far off.
That was a nice little trade there coming out from the ball, forcing out the wild growth from Yusui, just making him play incredibly defensively, as Winston will continue displaying the utter epitome of Trundle mechanics, standing there and bonking this Drake on the head until it dies. That's first Drake over to the side of TSM Academy. Second will be a Cloud Drake here in about 5 minutes. I think that's the earliest Drake we've seen today. All of them have been pretty early on for the first one, around 7 minutes or so, but 6 minutes, I believe, will be just a little bit ahead of the mark. Ooh. As bottom side, the dive may show up here. Let's see if they're able to coordinate this one properly. Sleepy Trouble Bubble down onto Yama. The TP coming in means TSM will be dissuaded from moving any further forward. Yusui showing up down here in this bottom lane, even though he doesn't have the ulti, is enough to make these guys head for the hills. Grig is here. Winston has no ulti. Remember, he's only level 5. And now they're going to show up. Remember, Winston has no flash. The Gromp comes back with a vengeance, and first blood goes over to Yusui.
Oh, the crab bait. He thought about it. He really wanted to get this one, but it was the fact that he had just gone for the dive. He had his mid laner there and didn't see the Kindred, and he thought he could go for it, and that's when it really hurts. Flowers, that's a double trouble, because now the...
Oh, what? But Evolved, he knows he's going to die here, but he makes it a 1-for-1 there. I like these kinds of spicy plays.
Oh, yeah. Now Kindred also gets the secondary mark from the Raptor camp. So suddenly, what looked to be a fairly well-controlled game from TSM, where, okay, you get the TP, you can try again, you've got the Gangplank ultimate, just fell completely out of their hands. Now it's all about Team Liquid having a strong Kindred and a really good map to roam. You've got a Nautilus and a Lulu that just does not care about the lane. She can continue to roam and help Kindred out to continue the snowball.
All right, if we want to see that snowball continue, where do you want to see the focus at? Because you're talking about Nautilus and Lulu roaming around. Do you want to see them roaming bottom to make plays? Do you want to see them help the Aatrox, or is Gangplank just too entrenched? What's the name of the game here? Where should Team Liquid fans be hoping they see these icons move on the minimap?
Well, all about the objective. So first, let's take a look at how this. Oh, this is the fate. He thought about it, right? He really is like, can I? Can I not? Can I? Oh. It's just another instance of the least in queue. It's really the same thing, but it's just how you see it in the Trundle. And Now we're going to fast forward to this kill on mid laners. How did this end up happening in the first place? Because Yasui just really walks up here. Oh, that's how he died. What an angle. He flashed
into it. Evolve predicted that really damn well. I gotta give a golf clap to that one after the fact. I didn't see how well that was orchestrated at the beginning. Observers, thank you for that replay. That was good stuff. I don't normally want to give a golf clap to Zoe plays just because we all know the kind of headaches that come with playing against Zoe, but I gotta applaud that one. That's good stuff.
Let me ask about your clap. Did you move your hands closer to the mic to do that, or are you just clapping at your normal clapping height?
I moved my hands closer to the mic.
Okay, now we know.
It's important so that I didn't have to clap too loud. If I'm out here just absolutely slamming hands together, then it's not really a golf clapping. We gotta preserve the golf part is just as important as the clap part.
Otherwise, we would just have a weird clap. There's
a golf
no
clap
sense
without
to
the golf is like a poke comp without the poke, right?
Or without hitting skill shots. Just a comp.
Exactly. Bottom side, Ricara's in some trouble. Lost moving forward. The stun comes down. Ricara's still going to be the focus, and ladies and gentlemen, it is that easy. Afelio showing them exactly what you can do when you have about 12,000 chakra. I'm not even sure how many there are. There's too many of them to count. It's a bunch, but he was able to lay down just enough damage to overkill both his opponents and blow them completely out of the water. Well done there by the TSM duo, seizing the opportunity. Treats kicking it off, lost sending it home.
That was really slick out of the bot lane there. That was really beautiful. The fact that he flashed in as well to make sure they solidify the kill. And now you got a 2-0 Aphelios. He's even got a Cole to Bose so that he gets even further ahead. They're not going to be able to get the turret right away since the Dragon is coming up in 45. They don't want to be losing that one just yet. But other than that, you got the flash out of the Syndra too, so this is feeling really good for TSM. They're going to lose out on another Mark potentially in the top lane, or even maybe even Dokla, but they still have their eyes on their objectives.
Kindred dives are always interesting because you can either completely screw them up with a mistimed ulti and end up saving your opponent, or you can execute perfectly and stop anybody from ever being in danger of dying to the turret. Let's see how this plays out here for Team Liquid. We don't even need to see the Kindred ulti. We got the Lulu ulti instead. Jenkins and Yusui working together with Grig there to make sure they're securing the kill. And they're going to get some turret plate money. They're summoning up Shelly. This is ideal Shelly usage. You want to use her when her headbutt will probably just about kill the turret. It does a little more than 2 health bars worth of damage. The reason, in case anybody has missed this in the past, is because remember that as plates are taken down, the turret gains more resistances, but the headbutt is true damage. So that means the lower plates get headbutted, you get more and more value. Save the upper plates for beating them with your base champion attacks. Make sure the lower plates are what Shelly ends up eating. And there you go. Now it's going to be Drake secured by TSM here for the second time this game. The mountains rise. That means we are going to see more of those mountain Drakes as the game moves forward. Will be that shield soul if either side is able to acquire it. TSM will look to grab some more gold off of these plates here in the bottom lane. Despite the fact that they did get those 2v2 kills earlier, they're still down about 1,000 gold, Crumbs.
Yeah, what we're really seeing here is the extension of the level 1, where the map was split. Kindred just only showed up to the bottom lane when we got that kill onto the Trundle when he greeted out for the crab. Any other time, she's just been going to the top side, and same thing with Winston. He's just been going to the bot lane, trying to find the avenues to get the Gromp or get more fights, but here we go again. There's the Gangplank ulti.
It just never stops as the Kindred ulti shows up, and now we're going to have a complete dog pile there in the Lamb's Respite. Yasui looking to get away over the wall as Yama's now going to be the target of TSM. Yasui still keeping himself alive for now. Evolve needs a little bit more damage to chase down the enemy support, but Jenkins now has to flash over the wall to keep himself alive. Grig also in full retreat. TSM continuing the pursuit. Riccara learns exactly how much fun a paddle star can be as Yasui's forced to continue retreating as well. TSM, they were down in gold. They did not care. They made the plays. They found the picks. They won the fight.
Evolved is having a really good game so far. This Zoe is doing so much work for the team, and Team Liquid is underestimating how strong TSM is right now. There's not a lot of items on Team Liquid. You don't have the tools that you usually need when you're running this kind of composition. There's no sensor. The Kindred hasn't really gotten very far. We don't know her marks just yet, but she might be a 3, maybe 4 if she's lucky. But other than that, yeah, she's definitely a 4. But TSM is just so much stronger right now. You just had an Aphelios that obliterated the bottom lane, so they have to regroup and think about how they're going to be taking these fights and not just opt into a stand and deliver kind of mode. That's really what it felt like when the Gangplank ultimate came down, that they had no way to get out until they just stood and fought and lost.
There's so much damage on this TSM comp, man. Like, I know that we were giving the solo lane Lulu a hard time because it just feels kind of like an uninteractive playstyle. It feels kind of like BS to play against. But the thing about it is, despite the fact that it does that, despite the fact that when it's succeeding, it's very frustrating because it just stops you from doing anything you want to do, it does take one of the primary carry roles of the game and put it into a supportive position. And if you compare the firepower on these two squads, they just don't match up. You've got a 3-0 Aphelios. You've got this Zoe that's just an absolute cannon. You've got Gangplank already with the Executioner's Calling, shutting down this healing, stopping this support capability. And on the other side, Aatrox is still going to need time to become threatening in these fights. There's still going to need to be a lot of damage coming out of this Kindred, who, while he's 0-0 and 3, isn't exactly throwing the whole team on his back just yet.
You're right on the money, Flowers, but before we go on that, I think we're going to get some more action. Oh, Ricara's done.
Oh, Treats is not willing to back away. He's just going to keep starting these fights daily, nightly, and ever so rightly. The man's got no fear. Why would he? That shield is big as hell. He is not afraid to throw that up and just get right in the mix every single time. TSM support leading the way.
And that is why it's so important that it's Yusui that is on the Lulu. He is the guy that wants to get in the mix, that is picking all the unorthodox champions, that wants to be involved in as much action as possible. Nice little Sleepy Trouble bubble and does not have flash.
Boy, here comes a paddling. Wild Growth's going to keep Grig in a spot where he does not have to use the Lamb's Respite. Very important there because if Grig needed to use his ulti, there's pretty much no world where he survives after the fact. Yeah, he can use it and survive for 4 seconds, but you're still stuck in that position, or 400 units of that position, for the entire duration, and you're not going to get back to turret in time. You're not going to get to a spot of safety. The team doesn't have anything like a Thresh to bail you out. So Yusui making sure that Grig didn't have to pop his ulti there was very important for this Team Liquid squad, especially considering that Lamb's Respite will probably be mandatory if Team Liquid Academy wants to fight for this Drake spawning here in 25 seconds.
It's a big dragon to give up here. You'd be giving up the Dragon Soul, and they do have ultimates available, and Lulu just completed her big spike with... Can't believe it's a big spike, but she's got the Sensor and the Grail, so she's actually really capable of helping Aatrox and Kindred out. Unfortunately, it's Ricard that's been having a really hard time here. The Syndra has not found any meaningful ultimates. He's just getting picked on left, right, and center, and without Flash, it looks like they have just caught an Aatrox who is now running towards the enemy side of the base on the minimap.
Well,
Okay,
he's cosplaying as a third Krug, but now he's made his way around the back end of the fight. He's found Evolve, manages to land the Infernal Chains, but Evolve is quick enough to get himself away. Zoe with Nimbus Cloak is an incredibly agile target. The Drake is down below 2,000 HP. TSM's making the call to commit. It's going to be secured by Evolve, but now the fight's breaking out full on 5v5. Winston in trouble, Treats in trouble. It's 2 for a Drake. Team Liquid managed to win the fight, but TSM will take the objective. That is sole point for them. It's all about what Team Liquid can get from that fight win.
That's not bad for Team Liquid, right? You got 2 kills, and you're gonna get a Kindred mark out of this. You might be able to even get a mid-tier 1 as well. So if they can secure that turret, it's definitely a good position for them to be in, because now they're just building more time for these champions to get stronger. Yeah, getting a tier 2. The tier 1 mid is not going to go down, but they're not feeling bad for this at all. You know you have to fight the next dragon in 4 minutes. And Team Liquid, well, they still have their summoners on their important targets, so they're going to be able to still reposition and take a good fight for this next objective. So I think that both teams can feel pretty confident about this, since both their power spikes are advancing as the game progresses.
Team Liquid doesn't feel like they're ahead in this game. This doesn't feel like a game that they're 1,000 gold up in, and I think a lot of it just comes down to how these comps play out, right? Like, you're seeing so much pick potential from something like a Zoe, from a Trundle being able to follow it up, from Braum jumping in and initiating these fights, and so I want to see if Team Liquid is able to continue having good fights and getting some gold leads, how far until it feels like they're ahead? And if they're not able to do that, how swiftly can TSM turn things back around?
I mean, a big part of the gold lead we can see is in the top and jungle, right? So a big discrepancy in the farm right there. That's where the bounties are. And when it comes to mid lane, Lulu is like, okay, she's got her items. Anything else is just a little bit extra. And then Syndra, she's still capable of one-shotting targets, or at least doing a lot of damage to anybody that doesn't have magic resistance. So the money is where Team Liquid wants it right now, and that's what they're banking on. They can have a good fight because the most important members are fed, and TSM's members, well, you just got to keep that Aphelios alive, right? We see what happens when the Zoe gets distracted. Aphelios can't really get in there, and one of the two, if they are taken away from the main fight, will result in Team Liquid just running away with it because you don't have enough damage to burst through the Lulu shots.
I do want to point out, I like your point about the magic resistance, because there's one champion on the side of TSM that has any at all, and it's Braum. And there's no world where Syndra wants to waste her firepower and her ulti on Braum. So for everybody else, this Syndra with the Oblivion Orb Sorcerer's Shoe combination will be doing a ridiculous amount of damage. You can see Null Magic Mantle just now picked up onto Trundle, so that will do a good job in negating a good portion of that. But all three value targets in Gangplank, Zoe, and Aphelios are ripe for the pickings if he's able to actually get that opportunity. Dokla could be in a real bad spot, but manages to get away from the Infernal Chains in time. Jenkins still looking to pressure forward. Dokla will keep himself alive. Team Liquid trying to make the play there. They do manage to force Dokla away, but not at the cost of any of his summoner spells. He ate the orange and everything was okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and TSM was not in a position to get anything in return. While you have the Aphelios to take that Baron, it's not the play to go for right now. They're very fast at rotating across the map, and Team Liquid is now just going to be looking for blood, right? You already chunked out the Gangplank, you have some pressure in the bottom lane. As long as you camp out this dragon, you can get that fight that you want before it spawns, and then just control the setup entirely, making it nearly impossible for TSM to retake the area. And so that's what they're going to continue to do. Yasui doesn't need to farm. There's no need for anybody to go into the top lane right now. It is just so important for you to get this fight down, and TSM's going to double down on it.
Dokla. There we go. Second time's the charm for Team Liquid Academy, making the play happen in the bottom lane. But TSM, what's there to acquire? What's there to trade? Is the answer anything at all? Winston leading over towards that Baron pit. They will drop the control ward down, and since there was a ward in the pit, that means their opponents would be aware if that was started up, so TSM will back away from it, opt out of such a risky move here, just 21 minutes into the game. Still down a little bit over 1,000 gold, but Crumbs, 30 seconds until the final, well, potentially final elemental Drake of the game spawns. TSM committed last time. They lost 2 men in exchange for that third Drake. It puts them in a spot now where they're able to threaten Soul on every Drake hereafter. Can they get something big out of this? Grig is already at half HP. Evolved is looking to take him even lower, now down to about 1/3. He will be able to heal up. Yasui will make sure of that. Also has the ability to leech up with that Blade of the Ruined King by hitting the Blue Sentinel. And now we'll see if TSM can get themselves in the spot they want to be. Oh no, Jenkins flashing over the wall, stays alive. Lamb's Respite is going to keep him going. Death's Dance Bleed was going to kill him if not for that ulti. Yama already having to use the Gargoyle Stoneplate, getting themselves away. It is tragedy for Team Liquid as they all have to retreat away from this Drake. Grig is thinking about it, man. He wants the opportunity to go for a steal here. Whoa. But no! Boom! Goes the dynamite. See you later, Evolve. Just sending him back into last week.
What a snipe there. Evolved is hard carrying that fight. See, if it wasn't for the initial poke that Evolved landed onto Kindred, when Jenkins was flanking, Team Liquid would have been able to collapse and get the fight they wanted. But because the poke landed, they had to retreat. Jenkins then became compromised. They took him out of the fight, and then it was done. This Zoe is just having such a great game so far. This is really impressive. I mean, no one else is really putting in the work that he is in this game, and it was just such a great pick when you're dealing with a composition that is going to be running Lulu Kindred. You just pick poke, and then they are lost.
And now, not only is it Mountain Soul, it's Baron on top. That is just such a massive swing in this game here for TSM Academy. I respect Grig's choice to try to steal because he knows how much more difficult the game becomes if they give up that Mountain Soul. But at the same time, him being the one who dies just means that Baron going over now creates a game where Team Liquid are frantically trying to just glue everything back together because the pieces are crumbling.
Yeah, they really are. And now when TSM gets to group up and start poking out, it becomes even tougher. You need to find these angles on the flank, and if Team Liquid does not set up wards for anybody to teleport behind, or if Yama can't get in there, they're just going to get hit by one Paddle Star, which might just take out Grig right away. He already has some MR, but no CC, so he's going to take that extra damage, and now TSM is just feeling like their composition is doing what it's meant to do, with Trundle to sit there and pillar and disengage with you, having some CDR built up already. Uh-oh, Jenkins,
he was the one who got caught out at the beginning of the last fight, had to be saved by the Lamb's Respite. What's it going to be now? Taken very low, kept alive by the incredible healing of Aatrox. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid might be able to turn this one back around. Lamb's Respite to keep Yama and Grig in good enough condition, but over the wall goes Lost. He's going forward on the Aphelios, looking to make the plays. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes all you need for your AD carry is a little bit of bravery. They're behind enemy lines. They're picking up kills left, right, and center. And TSM are sending it down mid lane, looking for some nexus.
that looked like it was going to be close. Jenkins lived so long with Lulu, but unfortunately, there was just too much damage from the side of Aphelios and Zoe, which were still able to do all the work, and now it's only Grig to try to defend this Nexus.
Grig and Yama will stand 2v4 against their opponents. Winston backed away, but they don't even need him. It's an ace, and who better to get it than Evolved himself? He has been the man making things happen this game. Honestly, all of TSM Academy playing well, and they will lock in their win against Team Liquid.
So last split, Zoe was picked much more than Syndra in Academy, whereas LCS really prioritized the Syndra. It was almost like Zoe was the first pick in so many games of Academy, and well, we get to see again just why that pick is so important. Piloted by Evolve, that was a great game.
Yeah, Evolved had a great game on the Zoe. I think the bottom lane for TSM also both had a great game, from the 2v2 kill that they made happen early on in the lane, and then in that last team fight, Lost just saying, hey, you know what? Over the wall we go. Flash forward, let's get aggressive, let's win this game. And Treats just constantly being there to initiate, doing what needed to be done. This was not throw your shield up and stand next to the carry Braum play. This was the kind of Braum that gets in there and gets things done. Honestly, a lot of fun to watch. Good stuff coming out of TSM Academy here to start off the summer split of 2020. And now with that third game done, that's it for me. Pastry Time's going to be tagging in here for the last couple games of the day. Crumbs is going to be sticking around. We're stepping away for now. After a 3-minute break, though, we've got Evil Geniuses Academy and CLG Academy, so don't y'all go anywhere.
Hello, and thank you for joining me for game number 4, where we've got a new play-by-play. That's me! I'm Julian Pastry Time Carr, and a new set of teams that are going to be taking to the Rift as Evil Genius Academy is taking on CLG Academy. Crumbs, you're still here, thankfully.
I am still here, and I hope you got to see what the action had in store today, because these teams came out ready to play. It was really fun.
Yeah, it's been a pretty fun shift in the meta. Certainly some champions we're familiar with, certainly more of the aggression as well. So excited to see what these two teams have for us. As far as the teams themselves go, CLG Academy, Crumbs, I have some good news for CLG fans. They can only go up from here.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, well, it was Deus and Win who were really exciting in last split, both in champion pool and performance. They were, I think, the standout players, and now the roster has a new coach as Exogen moved up to the LCS roster, and now you've got Moon, who was a former player both in Academy and the main team, so he should be well acquainted with what CLG is all about, and then just have his debut run at this roster that, like you said, can only go up from here.
Yep, certainly has a good mind for the game, so we'll see what Moon can do as a player transitioning into coaching. On the other side for Evil Genius Academy, they have really just only improved. Brandini is now out of the team, and they'll have their choice depending on how the LCS team wants to be running with either Huni or Kumo, both of which are very well versed in playing well in the top lane. Kumo, of course, started in Academy before moving up to the LCS. And Huni, it doesn't really matter where you put Huni. If he's having a good day, he's going to be good.
This is just unreal for me. Huni started the year with a breaking contract, $2.3 million, and now half a split later, he's starting in Academy for another team. Well, whatever the case, I'm fully expecting him to be delivering the same kind of someday performances of 2019. Anything else would be a disappointment for him, of a player of this caliber with a champion pool that thrives on destroying somebody that does not play unorthodox. I think that Huni is going to be an absolute monster on this team, and it works really well with Deftly and Matt to play weak side, and then you have Giyu and Anda that have been so strong, especially when they made it all the way to the finals run, that it's just a top side solo lane team for me from this point, and it's one that will do it very well.
Yeah, I mean, Huni doesn't necessarily even have to play at peak form, given how well EG looked as the finalist, coming off mostly the jungler and mid laner, as you mentioned. So, personally, excited to see those two in action again, especially with the jungle being a lot more aggressive these days. And honestly, just having Giyu play a full split. He played, like, not even a third, I think, of the possible games he could have played, and still he performed from that point, the point he joined, all the way to the end of the finals.
Well, he's changed his hairstyle, so if he's like Samson, his power has only grown.
Yeah, I think he's been, afflicted somewhat with quarantine hair, let's call it. You know, it grows out sometimes.
They're open again. You can go get haircuts now.
He doesn't have time for that. He's busy practicing.
True. The gamer life. He's got to get good at games.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here in Champs Select. We've got Jace and Karma already banned alongside Kalista.
I like the Nidalee ban. Anda is probably one of the best Nidalees that NA has. You know, it's not a pick that is specifically tiered in the league that you're in. It's really like what kind of player you are, and Anda is definitely one of the best at that pick. So just getting rid of it flat out is a good sign for CLG that recognizes, hey, Anda's definitely going to be playing this, but one that makes me excited for what the future has for EG Academy, that now has Anda not only capable of playing these more enabling style junglers like the Elises and the Jarvans, but ones that will make him the carry of the team.
Yeah, he's kind of slowly proving that he can do just about anything from the jungle, and I like the fact that the jungle kind of shifted towards, you know, Nidalee, Graves, which is also banned here, both on the CLG Academy side, with Syndra being the last ban here for EG. But just the idea of, like, a lot of, like, younger, like, more aggressive, like, maybe more fresher from solo queue style junglers, you know, often end up here in Academy. And those kind of players love to play these more aggressive style champions. So it's kind of fun to see the jungle shift towards maybe something which will favor these younger, more aggressive players in some cases. Although, of course, we're not going to see them this game. And, of course, Fraggus will be playing Jarvan alongside the Draven here for Win, which is something we did see every now and then in spring. But yeah, that Varus you mentioned, kind of a curious first pick here.
He's so strong in laning phase, and I love the Thresh. It's really obvious that the Thresh is coming out, so I think that Phil might just have to answer with perhaps a Nautilus here. Already, you take Jarvan, Draven against a first pick Varus, you know what your game plan is, so quite telegraphed out of CLG, and EG can only respond in kind, so you'll take your jungler here, or you'll give us
Ooh, Rumble.
Hooney's best pick.
Oh, that's true.
Already?
I did forget that Hooney is on this team, and I have to imagine that regardless of the team Hooney's on, he is a rather commanding voice as such a veteran player, and of course such a vocal and powerful player. But yeah, Rumble here, making sure it doesn't slip into the second phase of bans. Certainly one of his best champions. The answer here, Leona on the other side, up against that Thresh that Matt picked already.
Okay, so a very aggressive bottom lane for CLG. You know they're going to have to go in every time. And I mean, the Rumble can be a flex. Skiyu loves to play melee champions. It was only Zoe, the ranged pick that he had last split. So taking a Rumble, I think, can position him in the mid lane. We haven't seen it from him just yet, but who knows what this entire time in NA can do for him as a player, especially like you mentioned, he didn't play the whole split, so we don't know what Giyu can offer besides wanting to be somebody that initiates fights, and Rumble is that kind of pick when you're playing the mid lane.
Yep, also Aurelia getting banned away, so clearly not wanting to give Giyu that champion, which he got oh so many times in playoffs especially. There's a Trundle ban here, so taking away one of the more different, less aggressive jungle options, but certainly still a premier jungler, and then LeBlanc was the fourth ban for EGA with one more to come. We'll see if they continue to target Tuesday here and give Giyu some extra room, as he is going to have to play blind, most likely, given where they're drafting from, and that's a very sensible ban, I think. Zoe, just something a lot of teams still don't want to play against. Still very strong, despite all the time that's passed since we last cast the Academy Crumbs.
I love that Zoe is still making waves in summer. No one's
still
forgotten.
It's like a day of special almost. He played I feel like 6 or 7 games of Ornn in a row when he debuted last spring. Apparently he's not shied away from the champion. I assume that's his, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's still so good. I mean, LPL loves playing it, and the hard engage is really just built around taking down what Vera's first pick has happened. So this is something that you'd probably let through in some scrims, right? You let the Varus go through and think, okay, how do we deal with it? Super hard engage. It's a poke pick, and it is definitely going to be the Rumble in the top lane for Hooney. I'm already just very surprised that the pick that was essentially the pinnacle of the clutch gaming days, where Hooney was just commanding so much respect out of his Rumble pick, is his debut Academy pick. I like that he's taking this very seriously and really wanted to crush this.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, shades of Someday potentially when he played for 100 Thieves in Academy. Certainly a player that can take over a game. We'll see how it does alongside the Lee Sin and the Azir that EG finished their draft with. And then last pick Galio here for Tuesday, it looks like. So certainly a champion I have been seeing a little bit more of. Not the high damage mid laners that you do see sometimes, but certainly a champion that can be very good, especially with, the kind of comp they've drafted. Like, I think if CLG are going to do kind of anything, it's going to be, playing this sort of very powerful style where you just have Jarvan, you have Ornn, and you have the ability to initiate with your Galio as well.
It's a dunk party. I love it, right? A team that needed so much from the last split, just coming into it like, guys, ease of execution. Make it super simple. You know what you need to do. Every champion can engage. So this is a really good idea for them. They also have some decent scaling there with the Ornn. The Galio does a bit of damage, but he can help with the rest of the lineup, right? He has that shield now, so he actually is a lot stronger than he was before. So as long as they can get the Draven going, this comp can really snowball out of control because there's just no way to disengage from so many angles.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out. I'm kind of curious to see Giyu's champion here, though. Azir, not something we saw from him that often, but we'll see if he can perform there in the mid lane. We are going to step away to build up the game delay, but when we come back, we'll have the game right from the start.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to kiss your face. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Yes, I do. Where do I go?
Welcome back. We've seen the champ select, and we are almost ready to go back in Crumbs. We've just got a minute or two more to build up of delay before we can get things started for game number 4. You have been in it all afternoon long, Crumbs, seeing the best of what Academy has to offer so far, but I'm happy to join you here for the last 2 games. As you said, it has been fun so far. I think a very refreshing change in the meta since the last time we saw, North America play domestically.
It has been completely. The jungle pool has shifted, and now we have so much variety. The floodgates of the champion pools have been open. That's really what happened in the offseason, which is really exciting because towards the end of the splits, one always feels like the meta is kind of decided and people are always playing the same thing. But now it's wide open again, and I just hope that teams can continue to emulate what is the best leagues right now, which is the LPL and the LEC, and then take that inspiration to say, no, we don't have to play the meta. We just have to learn fundamentals, and then we can play whatever we want as long as we're good at it.
Yep, and I think for CLG, we'll see if this does work out for them. This is not something we may have typically picked given the current state of League, but certainly something that CLG are very comfortable playing. Extremely teamfight heavy, very solid lanes. Really, I think the goal for CLG in this game is just to not make too many mistakes and try and take over with your 5v5, which, again, for a team that, even though they had such a struggle last season, the fact that they haven't changed anything between splits, except for their coach, may actually be a good thing overall, because if nothing else, they had extra time to kind of build synergy and, figure something out, because whatever happened last split clearly did not work out for CLG as an organization.
Yeah, that is one good way to look at it, because now you just have all of those things that, okay, all of this didn't work for us, now we can just try again, and we have a coach, hey guys, here's all the things that we tried that we didn't like, let's do it again with a better mindset. And so that's definitely here, because when you have this kind of composition, you're not split pushing, you're not doing it. It's very clear everybody needs to be involved to make this work, and it starts with not losing laning phase. This kind of comp cannot afford to really lose too hard in the laning phase, because if somebody like the Azir just gets out of hand, suddenly he's just split pushing nonstop, and what are you going to do about it? You don't have anybody that can really match him.
And I do think with the way 100 Thieves have set up their lanes, it might actually be quite tricky for CLG to not fall too far behind in the early game. Azir kind of splits a lot of lanes, but maybe won't take over. But if Ander has anything to do with that on the Trundle, maybe it gets a bit different. Bottom lane could potentially go either way, but that with something like a first pick Varus, they're looking to get really aggressive with Matt and Deathly. And Hooney's Hooney, right? It doesn't really matter what the matchup is. He is playing Rumble, one of his, if not his most played champion. And Deus is back on Ornn, which is a champion we know he likes. But I don't know. My first game back in Academy, not sure I'm too happy to be playing up against Hooney in the top lane, but that is the mission for Deus today. Do not get Hooney'd in your first game of the split.
But everybody that plays against Hooney's Rumble gets Hooney'd.
Exactly. Alrighty.
It's tough.
We'll see how it all shakes out here. as the teams do move out onto Summoner's Rift.
30 seconds.
Looks like everyone's
Big thing's going to be the bottom lane because you have the Draven. You obviously want to cash him out, but if Anda can get into that lane and get a counter gank going, if the Varus gets ahead of the Draven, it is just as bad as if the Draven got ahead there. So it's going to be a very volatile matchup, and I think that both junglers will likely just try to start topside and finish bottom and make sure that they can protect either side from getting first blooded.
Yep, and is something we'll certainly be tracking, but you have to think that unlike the last top laner, Brandini, Huni likely a lot more greedy for resources and attention, although right now his being a good teammate can help out Anda here with the blue buff.
Actually, he could be a better teammate if Anda shields him, and then you have Rumble tank the initial hits of the buff.
Well, he's 95%. He's just missing the last few points, I suppose. You are certainly right, though, that Wind, a player I think we will be tracking through a lot of this split. Deus was kind of the talk of a lot of CLG's side, because he was one of the few players seemingly getting things done. But Wind, by the end of the split especially, was looking pretty good, and his Draven is a pick that he is certainly well known for. So it's already a volatile matchup. You know that Deathly Man often get a lot of attention from their team, especially as the game gets pushed a little further into the mid game. So you do have to get things done here on the Draven. Things at least look like they're going decently well in the opening stages.
They get a ton of attention, and this is why this lineup is so powerful. You can play Varus Thresh with all the help in the world and still be super impactful, whether it's your roams, getting those experience leads and then hitting those level 6 spikes and instantly engaging, or just playing weak side entirely. They can be left alone and they'll still be just as useful later in the game. I mean, this is the 2v2 that was chosen in blind picks when the current LPL champions have to play. Like, this is just the strongest 2v2 you can take right now in the game.
Right now it does seem like Deathly Man, hanging back, but they'll be just fine here as it all unfolds. Early jungle action for Fragus moving towards Anda here and towards that Raptor camp. It's going to spot him by the looks of things. Good hook there. Ooh, I thought that was going to hit Wind, but just barely clips the front minion there.
Looks like it. He's kind of getting low, but luckily his Jarvan is on his side of the map where he can feel comfortable going for this, and Lee's going to be pathing to the top side, so it's a good timing for a reset. How much gold he has, we do not know. Maybe he'll go back and get that coal, which seems to be very common here with a lot of ADs.
Yep, again, just be a little bit greedy. Draven really just needs gold more than anything else. It doesn't matter if he gets it quickly or slowly, as long as he gets it. And continues to build up those stacks. Fragus trying something there in the bot lane, but not able to connect onto Deathly or Matt. Very tough to gank this lane, I think, as well. Varus, of course, doesn't have any way to move himself, but with the flash on the cleanse, Deathly's going to feel pretty safe. And with Matt having his flash, exhaust, and lantern all available, really tough without a very well orchestrated maneuver to take down either of these champions.
That might actually hurt CLG's bottom lane more than it helped. They could have had a good recall to get back into the lane without missing a whole lot, but now they're back into this lane with a Varus that still has 2 corrupting flash potions, still 2 biscuits, is doing really well for himself. But on the flip side, Gragas does a good job of smelling when there's potential danger up here, but he's really strong right now.
Ooh, Darius does get the knock-up. Fragus in there. Anda, you're going to be the first blood. No, it's Anda that grabs it instead. Huni now in a 1v2, but not really feeling pressure at all.
That was really quick from Anda to figure out, hey, you know what? He's really low. I can just take him out, and that is really worth it, right? You get the first blood, and now you can continue to have Deus take the Huni punishment up here. So he walks by the ward. Fragus is already here, but he is a little bit lower. And it'll actually end up being Deus who makes the big play here with the ease. Note how Anda ends up flashing into the knockup still, but then with quick fingers gets first blood.
Yeah, Resonating Strike came back up just in time, it seemed like, and Anda was able to grab it. And of course, we set up the whole narrative probes about Anda and Giyu teaming up together, making stuff happen. And what happens? Anda's first gank is towards the top side of the map, and Huni's pushed up to get aggressive. And it's funny, because I somehow forgot when we talked about Sunday and how much he did for that 100 Thieves team, essentially carrying into a championship, not on his own completely, but certainly bearing the majority of that weight.
Wait a minute.
The second guy we always talked about was Anda. He was the one ganking for Sunday.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is Anda the most spoiled Academy jungler of all time? You have Huni and Someday playing for you?
I think so. I'm certainly smart enough to know that if I have that player of that caliber, I need to go gank their lane. So at least showing the early pressure, was able to get first blood. Off to a good start here for EG as they're up about 800 gold.
You know, that actually might just make a really strong case for Anda to be one of the junglers that would be best suited for moving up to the LCS. And you have these players that do command that attention and can carry games from it. Well, why not work with the guy that's got a proven track record, at least of it working once with Someday? And if he can pull it off here with Huni, then he's definitely making a strong case for himself for being a player that can work with solo lanes that carry.
Yep, I think, you know, this whole year will be a good addition to his total body of work, I think, for Anda. Had a great spring, certainly off to a good start here in summer, and is a player that, you know, wasn't on a roster when spring started in LCS or Academy. You know, came into EG when their original jungler plans did not work out due to visa issues, and has been, you know, towards the top half of the league, if not higher, in junglers in academies. So certainly has been exceptional and has not seemingly slowed down, as the Mountain Drake will be taken here by Evil Geniuses. Just seems like full control early on here for EG. Every lane is pushing, every lane's feeling comfortable, every lane actually has a lead, and Anda's going to extend that lead for his team by grabbing the first Drake as well.
What we expected with the lanes, it was going to be rough for CLG, and so EG continued to take advantage of it. Jarvan is already set behind, so Anda's having a level lead over him, and he's already taking a buff as well, setting a vision for the bottom lane. So this is all he needs to do, continue to keep down the Jarvan so that he can't gank, and you'll count on your lanes to generate their leads on their own. And once those leads are sufficiently large, then you can start grouping and even playing a little bit into CLG's attempt to try to engage against you, because you'll just have that much stronger of a lead. This is going to be a dirty Q. Don't take that. Yeah.
Phil already covered that one, and has the discipline to not charge in there. Although it initially looked good, he's actually still a level ahead of Fraggus, although I imagine that will even out relatively shortly.
There's always the Galley. You cannot forget the Galley. That'll always come in to ruin your day with that shield.
Right now, Tuesday's just kind of busy farming. Down about 10 CS there in that lane. So kind of tough for Gallia to get out of the lane when Azir's going to constantly be pushing you in. And again, kind of the same story here in bottom lane and of course in top lane. Although I don't think I had to mention top lane for you to know that. Huni's playing Rumble. Of course the enemy's at their turret.
He's almost looking for the opportunities to cheeky.
Nice ult by Matt. Good combo as well. Phil goes in and he just has to commit. But the damage is pretty big. It's still enough. And able to get the kill again. Definitely with a big Q there to set it up. And works out very nicely after that initial Varus ulti.
Huni TP'd as well. I think he used the equalizer on the wave and actually just made his way back into the bottom lane, who's going to continue to pressure out Fraggus. He doesn't have flash.
Yeah, Huni going back in, does dodge the flag and drag though from Fraggus, but they went for the extended dive instead of these plates. They will get a couple here. Could shove there for Giyu. Going to force Tuesday right out of his own jungle. So again, the EG team still in.
Azir is already winning the lane, and he's winning so hard that range, so you can keep him down and prevent him from ulting away. And without that, the strength that CLG was counting on of being grouped and then just having that wombo combo is just being individual pieces that don't really amount to much on their own.
Yep. Always tough to roam against EG. If there's anything we learned from Spring is that they were very quick to move together as a team and call to action. I think with Huni in this lineup, that doesn't seem too surprising. Also like what they've done here, just keeping Huni down in the 1v2 and just committing to the swap for this Herald potentially. Rumble's already very good in a 1v2. Huni clearly not too worried in that situation. This does at least give them the initial initiative up here in the top lane, although it does seem like EG are not pulling the trigger on the early Herald. They're just going to wait around and see what happens. Hook there onto Deus, but it's a bait. Here's Fraggus and Phil, but no one's going in. The box is down, and Anda is going to spot out alongside that ward the squad that was coming in as Deus tried to lure EG in.
They already got the Ornn ultimate. That's a big deal if they want to fight for this Herald. Anda is already at the river, and Azir has priority. And look at Huni. He's already moving away from bot lane into the mid lane. So if EG wants to take this Herald, it's so easy for them. There's no way for CLG to contest, and Huni can just roam back to the bot lane and make sure that he doesn't miss out on anything. It looks like he's even thinking about taking a fight with Win, but we'll just opt for the wave instead.
Yep. Good hook again from Matt. Phil did miss his into play, and Anda somehow misses that Q. But here comes the Ornn ulti. The combo is good. Knocked up to his Q though, but Galio ulti after Fracas, and that's good enough for a kill. Phil gonna take out Deftly. Maybe one more here. The damage is good as Giyu, getting him so low alongside Anda, but now he's trapped in and amongst the rest of CLG. Anda is trying to save his teammates. He is gonna get one. The hook lands is gonna save Giyu. He's still alive. The Azir will finally be felled by Tuesday, and Huni is just barely too late to turn this fight around, but he's maybe going for it. Yep, over the wall he goes. Looking for Davis. Good play there as well. Matt is just on fire today. And Tuesday is going to try and take one down, but Huni says, not today.
Wow, so CLG did find the avenue of taking that fight. When Huni roamed back down, they knew they could actually take on the 4-on-4, and that's what they did. They had the Wombo combo there. Jarvan with Gallia is a combo that ever since Galio got reworked, people were playing. It's just so strong at engaging, and it became brutal for the Bars. It's exactly what the comp was built to do, and we saw it right here.
Yeah, looking good. Lead there still for EG. They're up about 1,500 gold or so.
It's harder to add the numbers now that you have the talent changing so quickly.
I'm getting used. I have to get used to it. Math was never my strong suit, so more numbers sadly do not help me specifically. But Drake is up here. That one I can certainly figure out. And looks like CLG might be entertaining a take on this objective, but not going to look for it just yet here. Again, EG quick to maneuver around this objective, and Huni is like disgustingly powerful for 13 minutes in. You know, Sork shoots Leandries and almost has his ulti back up at level 9. Like, taking a fight with this Rumble in the area doesn't seem good, but Deus is coming in. Drake already goes down. Hook lands there for Matt in onto Tuesday. Definitely rides the lantern out. And now everyone's just escaping. Gyu dashes over. Gyu falls in with a safeguard, and that's an easy take of the Drake.
They don't want to play into CLG's strengths right now. It's very clear CLG now figured out, hey, yeah, this comp is definitely pretty strong at engaging. Let's just take as many fights as possible now that we have the items we want. And EG quick to disengage. They're happy with the objective. There's no need to take that fight if it's not on their terms, if it's not for anything. If they were to take in that, it would just be to say, yeah, we think we're stronger than you, but it is an unnecessary risk with nothing to gain for it besides just trying to outplay your opponent and get a few kills. So they'll be happy to just reset this and are on track for a very early Dragon Soul if they can secure the next one.
Yeah, 2 already with the Ocean Rift and Soul being the flavor of this particular rift. Deus did also burn his TP looking for that fight around the Drake pit, but was unable to grab it. So there's another reset here. EG just continuing to play, you know, very clean League of Legends here for the first 14. But turret plating is going to fall. There's still a tower that EG want to grab if they want to equalize as far as that objective goes, but doesn't seem to be in too big of a rush with those Drakes snowballing.
There is also still a Draven with blue blades. He has yet to cash those in.
Yep.
Got that one from Papa Smithy. That's a good one. I was waiting for the time, but I just remembered when I saw it now. That's exactly it.
And that is, you know, I said that Draven does need to get gold. That's really his primary objective. I think both, like, as character motivation and, like, when you're playing this champion motivation. But yeah, when you don't get kills, you do not get that cash in. So all that favor that Wind has built up, not amounting to a full item at least so far, versus the early calling and the Umbral Glaive already finished for Deftly, feeling very comfy here in this 2v2. It might be a 3v3 in short order. Both junglers currently on this side of the map.
It's very tempting for Anda to also want to kill the Draven because on the one side he wants to cash in, but if you can take him out, you're getting rid of artificial money that could have been in his pocket. So it's really a matter of getting this fight going into the bottom lane. CLG, look at how much they wanted. They are really positioning themselves to get this fight. Even a TP is coming out.
Yeah, actually committing for the counter and get you double TP. Here comes Giyu as well. Huni's already here. The equalizer's ready. Gonna lay it down. CLG know they have to fight. Definitely the target. Fragget's gonna take him down. But Fragget now is gonna be felled, but it's taking a little while longer than they'd like. Burning down Huni will finally fall. But just the one kill here, a 1-for-1 trade, and 2 TPs committed for EG. CLG get away pretty nicely there.
They don't get to catch the Draven in, though, so they're still going to lose out on this power. They're going to look for an engage, but these targets are very quick to disengage.
Ooh, Phil, I think if he landed that, it might have cost him his life. It may have been worth the follow-up engage. Instead, EG do retreat. CLG at least keep their tower alive in bottom lane. But lots of cooldowns being traded there for only a kill on either side. You can see the teams being very cautious about how they approach these engagements.
Especially when you can see just how far back he's playing. He knows he's got a target on his head and he needs to cash in. If that blade, that whirling death would have killed the Varus, that would have been such a huge swing for CLG. The Draven would have been in a really strong position to take down a lot of champions that are just not going to be able to deal with him the later the game goes on. There's no tanks to just run at him or bruisers to gun him down. It's really only the Rumble and the Azir that will be able to do that much work to him from afar. You know, the Varus is good at poking, but he's the easiest target to engage upon on this EG lineup.
Yeah, win with the Bloodthirst to finish now as well, alongside that Serrated Dirk. So building up items, despite not getting the cash in just yet, but at least he's holding on to his investment. You know, Crumbs hasn't you know, lost his portfolio in the river or something yet. Still got it all intact, but he's going to want to get that gold sooner rather than later. Huni now level 2 though. So that next equalizer, maybe even stronger in the next team fight that comes up, certainly cannot discount the total power that EG have still managed to build with their 800-ish gold lead.
And this lead will turn into a big dragon lead in 30 seconds if they can get this fight. Huni's already moving down, and Deus might have his teleport up by the time this fight happens, but it looks like we're going to get a fight long before it as Fragus is looking for an engage, and lucky for him that didn't connect because they would have been outnumbered and in a big manner there. Without Ornn, this fight does not look as clean as the previous ones have.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Matt was certainly looking for a hook there, but maybe was a bit too far forward. Fragus, though, certainly did not actually want to connect there. So EG, as you mentioned, are going to group together. Very clean timing on this Drake. Deus' TP not up quite yet, but it won't be that far away. Looks like EG just going to try and take it as quickly as they can, and CLG just aren't in position yet.
Oh, they want to fight.
Ooh, good damage again. Equalizer down, but a great Zonya's there from Fragus. Breaks that stopwatch to turn the fight around. Now Ander going to be the target. The Ornn not quite enough to really get the fight going. Great box there from Matt. Is going to force the flash out of Phil, and here comes Huni. Already burned his ultimate, though. He's cut off from the rest of his team. Got to be careful. Deus going to find the knockup. Matt still looking vulnerable in the front line. Ski with a good push, but Fragus manages to get through it with the ulti, and will get the kill, but that's definitely low in the back lines as Wind still trying to find that cash in. Finally going to get that gold as Ander, he grabs the double, but it's not enough. A 4-for-2 team fight victory for CLG.
737 extra gold just went into Wind's pocket, and they actually win the fight, take the dragon. That is a ginormous swing for CLG here. If it's not for gold, it's for momentum, and it all started with such a heavy commitment of abilities onto the Jarvan. I suppose nobody checked that there was a stopwatch on him because he got the Rumble ultimate right away, the Varus ultimate too. There was just no way of having the lockdown and damage that this composition really needs when CLG hard engages on you. So they had a few attempts at engaging that just went sideways, but they have so many tries with this composition that all it took was Fragus to go on just a hell-bent mission. I just need to get in. I don't care if I die. I need to find that ultimate. So let's start on how this fight went down. So they clear out that control ward. This is it, right? You have the Varus ultimate, and then you throw the equalizer. Two big ultimates already used that amount to nothing here for EG, and then CLG can continue to engage, but the main combo has yet to be used. It's the Jarvan ultimate with Galio, and even though he's really low, he's still on the control ward through most of this time, so he finally exits and sees the opportunity. Two carries grouped up, my time to shine.
I learned something new about Jarvan today. I did not know he was unstoppable during his ultimate, but he is, and that was exactly the thing that let that all happen. Beautifully played team fight there by CLG. Deus and Fragus teaming up to just get the Galio in there and break open the backline, and indeed they did. Up now, themselves about 800 gold, but more importantly, getting that dragon, stopping the slide and the snowball as far as that objective goes, and even going to take another tower here. Tuesday able to punch that last one down pretty comfortably with the Proto Belt, the Sorg Shoes, and the Need to See Large Rod, but Gyu is at least going to have an answer here in top lane.
This would be such a statement game for CLG if they actually win this one, because you're talking about one of the weakest teams in the league, being able to just only change the coach and suddenly beat the finalists, the second place squad, that is a huge boost to your confidence. It just makes you feel like, yeah, summer is going to be different altogether. And even if they don't, this start is already such a contrast from how last split the games would go.
And it's not even just the finalist, it's arguably an upgraded finalist. I mean, they had Huni, and he's playing well. Like, it's not like Huni is... It's not like Huni doesn't care, or like is having an off game, or is like making needlessly aggressive plays that he has been known for in the past and just like gifting gold over. He's 2-0-1, farming like a beast, like is working at a very fast clip to get these items. Like, this is an EG that you'd expect to be, even stronger. And CLG Academy, with their own style of comp, with Win Signature Draven, with more of a team fight, mid-game oriented style, looking good at least for now. We'll see if they can maintain momentum against EG, but all of that snowball that seemed like it was building up, Crumbs, has just dissipated.
Yeah, it has, and a lot of that dissipation is being done by Deus. He is so strong. He just takes any damage that EG throws his way and just soaks it up, dishes it back on his own. Already he has his upgraded items, and the death cap is going to come in out of Tuesday, which is already going to be a fantastic damage boost to a mid lane event. Is otherwise just offering support duty. When he falls down from the skies onto that Jarvan, you're actually dealing with a nuke that's coming your way.
Well, Matt and Definitely here in mid lane onto Phil, but that stone plate gets popped, and Leona feeling like a 6-item tank for a couple seconds. Definitely and Matt not able to put any more dents into that Leona. EG continuing to stay grouped up here. They do need to break down a little bit more territory. Giyu did at least get the top tower trade for the bottom one, but mid, of course, is always the primary prize when it comes to breaking open those outer ring of turrets. But CLG are defending appropriately, as ulti there is going to land, but grabbed it in onto Phil once again, who's now caught out without the stone plate, but no damage shield there to follow up. Huni going to look for Tuesday, but he's going to heal out of there, and they're going to find it. Doesn't have ulti though, can't really pursue. The CLG getting a little frisky in the front lines, but they will get out safely.
Yeah, that was close. Surprised that Anda missed that Q again. It's been a few times where he missed that kick Q combo that could have actually netted a few kills over the course of this game. So that being one of them, or at least a flash out of Phil that could have made a big difference, as Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. So we'll see if that plays into this next fight, but CLG already having the death cap completed on Galio. Giant spike out of them. You've got stone plates all around. Youmuu's Ghost Blade. If I'm EG, I'm thinking this might not be the best time to go for a dragon fight, actually. That 5v5 looks really scary, and just taking it on without any initial poke or any certainty that you're going to get the right fight you want might just mean you should look for something else. So they're going to take control over the river first and try to get that initial pick. They already have the wards. Let's see if they actually execute on them.
Yeah, CLG clapping pretty aggressively. What an ult there from Fraggus. Here comes the Orn Horn. Galio's in there as well. What a beautiful wombo by CLG Academy, but somehow it's only one death, but it is a big death. Huni does use his ulti, but will fall here. Phil is low. Giyu tried to find the flank, but CLG up a man as they look to play for this next Drake.
That's what I'm talking about. They are so fast with the engage, and they did everything they could to take down Deathly. They got his flash, which means next time they do this, it is going to be really tough for him to survive. Should be able to get this dragon very easily without threat.
Oh, and is going to try and steal it. He does get it. Lantern out to safety.
Come on.
And Fraggus just didn't put his finger on the smite key. What a steal there for Anda.
He didn't even cue it. He just had the smite, right? There was no extra burst out of him. He just dashed over like, thank you very much. And now they are on soul point. So all that engage, all that trouble for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they used, what, 3 ultimates at least for CLG to get that fight. Sacrificed Huni. Doesn't
Fraggus
actually look that
flash,
bad,
too.
all things considered, with Anda smoothly stealing that Drake. CLG are still continuing to power up, though. They're maintaining that gold lead up about 1,500 gold or so. And the upgraded Rabadon's death cap, the one you like to see, Crumbs, there for Tuesday in mid lane.
He really waited it out, right? I think maybe that was the change with the Ornn. They were thinking, it's not Ornn is too strong, is that everybody keeps buying and upgrading the other weaker items. So what if we just make his upgrades come later, so that they have no choice but to upgrade the items that they are already there.
I mean, it's a smart way to buff Ornn in some ways.
It's a way. It's like when
that's the thinking for your teammates.
it's like when Graves gets nerfed, right? And you're thinking, oh yes, this is sure to be a nerf, but now he just gets played more, and people continue to lose because people think he's nerfed.
Still a good champion, as it turns out. Was not allowed in this game, I think appropriately so. CLG still looking to knock down this mid outer tower, though both teams still working on this central controlled area, and unsurprisingly, ADs are trading farm back and forth here in the mid lane. I always wonder if they're actually like, if they actually care about taking the mid tower, or if they're just like, yeah, no, I'll take that, yeah, you got it. I'll take the tower down. Yep, yep, I just gotta get this wave. Yep, next wave, yeah, I need that one too. You know what I mean? I feel like the ADs sit in mid lane, telling you they're gonna knock down the outer tower crumbs, and what happens? They just vamp farm for 10 minutes.
They're being optimistic. They're thinking, yeah, you know what? Sure. If no one's here, I got this. I got the turret. Like, it'll take another wave. Don't worry. It's like someone that's just really slow at finishing the assignment. It's like, I got this, man. I got it. It's like, okay, how long is it gonna take? I got it. I'm making progress, right? The minions are hitting the turret. There is work being done.
Well, 2 minutes 40 till the next Drake, so I guess we can play some ping pong back and forth here in mid lane for a little while longer. CLG, they may have other ideas, getting very aggressively postured for this short lane fight. Huni does have ulti, wanted to roam up, but he's going to catch a wave in bottom lane instead. And of course, Giyu needs a wave to farm. He was busy top lane, but is back down to mid. As CLG just straight up start the Baron. They are spotted though, but they'll take the ward down, and they're still going here.
Fracas can't tank this. He is not the one that has the extra tankiness and regeneration, so they can go for this. Here comes the TP. CLG's just going to engage on this right away. They don't care for the Baron. They want to fight.
Yeah, this is smart. CLG forcing the issue here for EG, but EG have that equalizer ready. If Huni can find the angle, Fracas, though, going to get himself stunned up. No stasis this time. Gets pushed out and killed by Giyu. And now it's a 4v5 in the wrong direction for CLG.
It was a throw, Pastry.
Oh, taunt there. Huni, maybe a little too low, does die. Phil also going to get knocked down by Ander, but the Stoneplate's keeping him alive for a little while longer. Giyu, though, going to shut down any pretense of that support living. And the hook lands. What a beautiful one onto Wind. Cannot connect, though. Good QSS there from the Draven as Deus back in onto Ander. Wind is powerful enough here that he can fight if the fights are small enough. Tuesday back around with the Death Cap. Takes down the jungler, so now nobody can get the Baron and Wind. Now he's in the front line trying to take down the Azir, but he's going to get so low as Giyu's able to grab that kill, but he falls to Tuesday. Crumbs, it's an absolute mess.
I'm trying to figure out what is happening with these fights, because it looked like CLG was throwing away. Tuesday might be in trouble. Good stopwatch out of him. Still has Protobelt to get out if he needs to.
Yeah, he's alright.
Dash over. But yeah, okay, the Baron looked like a throw. Jarvan took too much damage, was too weakened, died right away. Galio didn't have a target. And then Huni's thinking, oh, I can just come in and clean up crew. I got everything. Galio instantly shut him down, and then the fiesta just began at that point. That was really the air horn that said, yeah, we're going here all night.
Yeah, that was a party for sure around that first Baron. Certainly what CLG did I really liked. You know, they know they can force the issue. You know, Deus can tank the Baron basically indefinitely. EG know they have to respond, so Huni's forced the TP in. And what erupted from there was something we may see again when the next Baron rises. But 15 seconds for this Drake now, and it is the Soul Drake for EG. The CLG know that once again they have to fight, but their ultis are back up here, Crumbs. They are ready for another 5v5.
They definitely are, but there is a flash on Varus now and not on Giyu, so it might be a different target to look for, but one that is so much more slippery. Tuesday's flash taunt will be really impactful this game, as this Galio is doing so much work. 6-1 and 6, mind you. I thought he wasn't going to be a carry with the Death Cap. He is so strong.
Yeah, Bragas going to go in after the on ulti, but it doesn't connect. CLG looking a little disjointed. Decent ult there from Deathly. Just trying to, again, lay down a bit of damage from afar. Phil, though, diving back in. There's the Galio ulti. Tuesday needs the entrance. In he goes on to Huni, but he gets out from the Lantern, and now Giyu trying to fight off the rest of CLG, but he does get away. The Protobelt, though, clips Ander with a knock up there, and they're just in. Three-man taunt from Tuesday is absolutely popping off, but Ander's able to take him down, not before 2-4 on the EG side, as now it's Deus' turn to slap down some members of Evil Genius's Academy. Giyu, though, going to sweep through that tank, and CLG somehow, despite Tuesday's heroics, lose that fight.
They've overextended themselves, and they thought, we win the fight right here, we get the wipe. But you lost a 650 gold bounty, and most of all, you kept your eyes off the prize. It is now Ocean Soul for EG. That is huge. There is no healing reduction on the side of CLG, so they are gonna really struggle with this when the itemization has to come in quick, and we're gonna see this right away. First thing, this one misses, right? The flag and drag misses, and then Tuesday's sitting on the ward, so he's thinking, looking for that engage to go in, and then Phil misses his ultimate as well. So, okay, where is the engage going to come through? Galio's ultimate does not get to go onto the Jarvan. It goes onto Leona, who initially missed her ultimate. So at this point, you're thinking, back off. You got the free objective. Tuesday got so much work done. A dash out would have been amazing, but he wants the glory. He wants the gold, and so does Thieves, who ends up thinking that he's got it all, but ends up taking too much damage from the poke, and he with a very nice drive-by to seal the deal and get another 700 gold in his pocket.
I feel like I watched that replay back again, Crumbs, and I just saw Wind not auto-attack something for like 15 seconds because there was no way for him to get through after all the diving that happened from the rest of CLG, so not able to convert despite the very committed engage there from Tuesday and friends.
Those fights are like a Pollock painting. Every time you look at them, you just see something different. Like, whoa, I didn't see that before, but this really just paints the fight in a whole new light.
I like this as well, like this kind of Galio. I mean, like, again, he did get changed a while ago now to definitely favor, you know, building more AP and being more of a damage dealer, as Anda maybe caught him out here, but he's going to start running. Giyu looking to have the chase. Tuesday going to get him low, but into stasis he goes. Now Giyu's going to look to finish off the job. Ooh, a nice little buffer there of the Justice Punch, but Giyu with more than enough DPS to finish that off, as Huni going to get the ulti down with the Ocean Soul. They're going to commit to the 5v4. Wind is getting awfully low just from that poke, and that may be Baron to EG as a result.
The only hope now is that the Jarvan can find a steal, but they have caught Lee Sin.
Oh, the
what
bounce
is he
house
doing there?
Yeah, and you know, harassing the enemy when he needs to be in the pit to smite. The axe
What?
follows. See Giyu, and EG tossed the ball back to CLG.
Okay, well, that's what this is, right? Now it comes Phil. He's looking for a fight. Jarvan, the Galio is going to be up in 15, so they can just wait out the death timer, get the TP, and get the fight they want. Rumble still doesn't have equalizer, so this should be CLG's Baron, unless Deathly can have a great ultimate and they can take a good fight here. We'll see where Tuesday TPs and what difference it makes for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, no TP for Giyu, even though he's up in 20 seconds. Anda can't make it. Yeah, this TP just feels good from Tuesday to zone him out, you know, get out of there. And that should be the Baron secured here, unless EG can somehow find their way in. But it doesn't look like it, so despite the antics around the Baron pit, CLG will be the first team to claim it in this game.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that started with the pick on Galio. Huge pick. Suddenly, chunked out another member. Got them run. You even got the QSS. But then Anda, he dropped the ball there, getting caught out, greeting out for Wind. A lot of this game seems to be thinking so much about the kills. You gotta reel yourself back in from the objective. It's like those two are the opposite ends. Kill and objective, and the kills are just so tempting.
Alright, well, we'll see what this Baron can do here for CLG. For now, it just seems like it's, you know, delaying any further pressure that EG were putting on. At one point, it felt like they were looking to knock down the inhibitor tower there in mid, but they have been stifled in that journey, at least for now. Drake is up in 2 minutes 10. It will be Elder Dragon spawning. And CLG again know the importance of these objectives. Will be grouping once again to try and take a fight. Still haven't taken down this mid outer tower, but with the Baron buff, might not be too tricky of an objective to complete, but they are just getting pushed back here with Tuesday down to the bottom lane trying to catch a wave. Yes, he can ulti over. Yes, he's at the max range now for the ulti now that he's past level 16. But it does seem like CLG just trying to make as much space as they can from the bottom side of the map so they can make sure to take this Elder Dragon in a minute 30 or so.
Yeah, but they need to make something happen with the Baron in the meantime as well. So Tuesday in the bottom lane is a good sign here. There's an opportunity for a dive.
Gragas again, definitely though, takes the Lantern out. Giyu also going to zip out of the way. But I like that CLG, you know, don't use any ultimates. They just poke around, they get some of the mobility out. Tuesday is going to get caught here, but Huni going to deal quite a lot of damage into stasis. He goes again. He's almost done it himself in the 1v2, but Tuesday will not be so lucky. Will finally be burnt down by Huni, and the mid tower, not really a worthwhile trade when that Elder Dragon still up in a minute, Crumbs.
That's a really good find out of EG, taking out Tuesday, who's so important for this engage out of CLG, means that this Baron just goes to waste. It really only got that mid-tier 1. It's not going to be very important when it comes to this Elder fight, so they've done a good job of defending this, and we'll have to find another fight. However, what CLG did get from that Baron push was in their attempt at engaging, Definitely and Giyu do not have flash anymore. If Tuesday, with both his summoners up, can get onto the backline, he's going to wipe the floor with EG.
Yeah, and Wind just needs to get within spitting distance of someone on EG. Like, he is so strong now with the 3 items and the QSS. Like, you can see, I mean, his poor minion's getting crit to death as Wind defends the mid inhibitor tower. But if he can get involved in the fight, you know, if CLG can complete the 5v5 team fight picture, their next engagement should be a very straightforward one. But EG are going to make it anything but that as they look to fight for this Elder Dragon, up now in 5 seconds.
Okay, so no team is going to just rush it right away. Not the objective to go for it. They're just going to group up, and we need to see Fragus go for it. He doesn't have Cataclysm just yet, so until that comes up, CLG won't look for a really great angle. Watch for Matt. He's very important here in his Lantern placement. If it is down, but they just found him.
Oh, Fragus in there again, gets himself hooked, but here comes the Orn. Horn finds the full 5 knock-up, but nobody was there to follow up, and Fragus now going to get burnt down. He does die to Huni. No jungler for the Elder fight. You're going to dismiss Deus out of that fight. Good hook again from Matt. And now EG can just walk to the Dragon. Like, what can they do without their Jarvan?
Wow. So without Jarvan, I don't think there's a way to steal this. You have to take a fight. So Tuesday's huge here.
He's in. 3-man taunt. Gets the knock up as well. The Proto Belt's in. He's going to try and do the damage. Matt will get burnt down by Wind in the front side. CLG still going, but Deus is low. He finally gets killed by Giyu. He gets exhausted, but will escape for now. Getting himself taunted. Tuesday gonna knock him down with the help of Wind, who flashes in for the last hit. And now EG have to run. They cannot fight this Draven.
Tuesday's the absolute hero of that. It looks like he's just gonna base and TP back. They still want to fight this. They're gonna have Phil in here, but the TP is
Oh no, Phil.
What? Phil
That's
does
early. There's the Galio ulti though. That actually might be the avenue they need. Definitely goes down to Win. CLG, I think they've done it. They found the bait of a lifetime. They will lose Phil, but I think it was worth it to get Tuesday in there. And it's still alive though. Your jungler only now respawning and walking back down to the objective.
Super worth. You've got Fragas here at least, and you can zone out Lee. Now, Anda has gotten a steal in this pit before. Thresh is up already, so he can attempt to go for a steal. It has to be guarded, but now there's a Zanya being used. That's a misclick. That's a fat finger.
Yeah, that has to be a misclick. Also, Equalizer up for Huni. They're going to go for the steal here. They have to. It's going to be close. There's the Equalizer in. Going to keep riding through. Hook lands. Anders in. He doesn't get it. Elder Dragon over to CLG, but can they win the subsequent fight? Deus here again, he's TP'd into this fight. Tuesday though getting low, he's going to get chased down by the Azir, but I think he's going to turn it back around. There's the Elder Burst, and Giyu falls down to that Galio. They're going to keep trying to chase this Olno, but he's so tanky. 1v3, still not dead. No, definitely no chance. In fact, they've got no carries at all on this. Deus still living, still living, still living, still living as Matt finally is able to get the last hit. But Phil with the stone plate on, can he get out of there? No, the answer is not. Fragus also can't get back in there. Tuesday the only damage dealer on the CLG side, so despite the Elder Dragon crumbs, EG find themselves up.
These are Elders that they are losing. These are not just meaningless deaths. That is a big deal. You only have 2 members left with it on CLG's side, so this game is going to continue to go on, Pastry, as now it's Baron that is going to be up in 8 seconds, and EG is primed to do it, but the members of CLG are going to be spawning back up again, and Tuesday has already proven to be a ginormous threat. With Elder behind him, it really shores up all the bursts that Galio has right now. He was unable to one-shot anybody before just by a sliver, but now anybody that gets near him, he's going to just delete.
Yeah, I mean, Giyu thought he had that kill easily. And Tuesday turned around that 1v1 pretty quickly. So we'll reconvene for another Baron perhaps here. That is the objective that's currently available. Both teams have just picked up so much gold over the course of this game. I mean, it's been a very back and forth ride here, Crumbs, but we're 40 minutes through. We've already had 1 Elder Dragon killed in this game.
It's crazy how EG have an Ocean Soul, and there's not a single thing of healing reduction on CLG's side. Like, that's what they've been working up against, and they've been able to find these fights just because of how bursty they've been. But the longer they go, the harder it gets for them to really tear down EG's regeneration. Yeah,
I mean, you said it as well. There's no true tank on EG. It's hard for them to, bust through the Ornn especially, and now CLG, with this tank, they'll just tank up the Baron. Ander again is going to look for a steal, and I don't think CLG are looking to finish here unless EG give the opportunity. There's the engage, Fragus with the big ulti, Galio charging in on top. That's going to be Matt dead to Tuesday, and there's the second kill. Huni already down as well, but Ander going to look to turn it around. What a Zonya's there for Tuesday. Got the GA, in goes Gyu, going to try and turn the fight back around, but Wind, he's got too much damage, he's going to die. They do lose Tuesday, but Ander, alongside definitely the only two left alive, and CLG can just walk straight back to Baron.
It was so important that they took out Huni before he could use Equalizer. He was CC'd the entire time. That ultimate would have turned the entire scope of that fight around, and him not being present just decided everything for CLG. They were so close to losing even more members. You saw the stopwatches, the flashes. They are so ready to get out of that hell pit that is the Jarvan Cataclysm with an AP Galio on top of it, who is already at a full build. And I mean, EG now has less flashes. It is going to be easier for them to engage now that Tuesday has Flash and Ghost up. Bill is going to have his back up, and Fragus has just not had a hard time in finding these cataclysms in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I do like about this kind of Galio comp, when you're not playing the tanky Galio, when you are doing, the AP build, is that it doesn't really matter who starts the fight for you. Like, before, you needed to get the combo kind of right because you were there for the CC more than anything else. But when you're the damage dealer flying in, it doesn't really matter who gets involved, whether it's the Leona or the Ornn or the Jarvan, or maybe you're out of position AD, although that one's probably not preferable. But as long as Tuesday gets into the backline and the rest of the team can follow up behind him, the team fight usually goes well from that point.
It really does, and with how powerful he is now, he can just stand next to the Draven and make sure that he doesn't get picked off like it happened in the last EG Baron defenses, where they were able to find Tuesday and isolate him. Now he just has to group up with the team. There's no need to risk anything else. As long as he is present, the fight will go in their favor. And here comes the Varus ultimate, but he only gets a bit of poke.
Yeah, Tuesday taking some damage, but not too much. I think it is important to highlight that Wind, we've seen him now get access in some of these team fights, especially as they drag out longer, and he's just doing unholy amounts of damage on this Draven. I mean, he's got the RFC, so he can even be kind of a poke champion as well whenever he has the energized. Yeah, he's not messing around. Draven, we talk a lot about Draven snowballing, and he certainly is that kind of champion, but the reason he's so good at snowballing is because of how well he scales once he builds up those items, and this is a very scary Draven to contend with Crumbs, as Elder Dragon will be back up for the second time this game in 40 seconds.
It's a great way to shore up Draven's weaknesses, which is someone runs at you, you don't really have a way of disengaging against them, especially against bruisers, but the enemy just doesn't have time to think about that when they are the ones being engaged upon the entire time. So the only trouble with having your Draven is over-engaging in a distance that Draven can't follow up. We've already seen it happen a few times before, but now CLG has the momentum in their direction. They've got the objectives, and they know not to overextend themselves as to not allow Wind an opportunity to auto anybody, because the second he does, there's just no member that can really withstand the damage that he's bringing, especially these carries. They might just get two-shot, actually.
Yeah, it's starting to get tricky to see what kind of fight EG can look for. I mean, they are going to try, find the picks. They do throw the ult out onto Deus, but again, Ornn is not the target you're looking for. He's so tanky at this point in the game. And it just takes a little too long. Fragus again just dives in recklessly. He just knows he has to get Tuesday involved. The exhaust is good from Matto, but Tuesday into stasis. Deus finds a two-man knocker, but they still need to get the carries down here. Tuesday will get the first kill, but it's only the Thresh that dies. And now Deus is going to get low, but he's still alive, Crumbs! Wow. Phil and Deus barely escape, but the dragon is up.
CLG just having two different calls. Wind was halfway through the Elder Dragon when CLG chooses to engage. There's not going to be a lot of follow-up. Exactly what we were saying, that Wind needs to be in range of the targets that are being engaged upon. CLG made that mistake, and now, well, Tuesday TPs for another fight, but gets kicked.
Double TP, they're going for it again. It's attrition here for CLG. Tuesday and Deus, they found the engage, but they don't quite get the kills they want. They will get Giyu. That's a big deal as Wind is able to finish off that one, but Deus is tying up Ander. Huni is low. Wind needs one more auto. Definitely, you better run. One more auto is good. There's the crit as Wind is able to take down the Varus. CLG,
I think that's it.
Slowly but surely looking to close this game, Crumbs, and I don't know where he can run to. I don't think the answer is anywhere good. He's going to try and escape here. He's got the GA. The Lantern is there. The ulti's going to knock up Ander. That's going to knock the GA off just barely as the bottom lane is open as well. CLG just needs to do a little bit more damage and they can get themselves onto this Nexus for the win. 46 minutes, Crumbs, and Inhibitor finally falls.
The equalizer was not used on the minion wave. It was attempted on the fight, so now they're going to use everything to end this.
Oh, that's it. Huni again goes in, but he stasis through. Not quite enough. The damage is done. Wind, he's able to just rampage through the rest of EG, but they're still fighting here. Matt and Ander trying to defend. Fragus is going to fall. Phil is low. He does die. Wind again also needs to fight his way out, but he's going to get flayed. Wind, he just can't kite this out well enough, and Giyu's here to save the game. It's not over, Crumbs.
What? This game has not finished yet, Pastry. We're going to go even longer now that EG is not in a position to even end this themselves. They're just going to go for the Elder Dragon. I mean, they're pushing down mid, but Tuesday is there to wave clear. So, yeah, it's just going to be Elder, and there is so much that happened from the start of that fight to the follow-up. At least he just wants to get out of here.
Yep, they're just trying to take this as soon as possible, and does get some forward vision and take the Lantern back over. This Elder Dragon belongs to EG. It's going to join. They're already a bevy of Drake buffs they've picked up earlier. And somehow this game is still going.
Wow, okay, Baron is up in 11 seconds. Wind won't be up, but EG's just so strong right now. They're only able to, CLG was only able to take down one Nexus turret out of that push.
Yep. Have no TPs either. I mean, realistically, the on TP is not going to be the backdoor you need. So they're going to have to play, you know, for this Baron, they're going to have to play for another 5v5. Both teams at this point, I mean, we're almost 48 minutes through this game. CLG still have the gold lead, by the way, but it just feels like at this juncture it doesn't matter. Wind also sold his boots for a Trinity Force, because that's how much money he has.
A big thing that actually came into play in that game is the Lee Sin and the build. So, Death Dance, obviously super great item. Might be too great, really. But when you combine it with Lee, with Conqueror stacks, and the spell vamp that you get from your Safeguard Iron Will, he just becomes an absolute menace in a fight that is actually very hard to kill when no one has healing reduction. It is now that we finally get to see the Thornmail and the Bramble Vest out of the Jarvan and Ornn, but when it comes to the carries, they're not able to apply these grievous wounds onto him, and so Anda has just been able to survive so many fights. And keep in mind, he still has a freaking Ocean Soul on top of it, so he is very hard to kill, and even Deathly has one too, one Death Dance, so they are just playing to the soul win condition, and the fact that CLG's itemization is not cutting down that healing.
Yeah, I mean, for now, CLG, with the Elder Dragon still up on EG, are not going to want to get anywhere near the 5v5 for now. But EG are going to press the issue here. Huni is busy contending with the super minions. Rumble's quite good at pushing those waves, especially given how many items Huni has. In fact, everyone is pretty much maxed at this point, with the exception of Deathly. But EG now going to look to try and knock down inhibitors of their own. See how much damage they can get done with this Baron buff they just got.
Okay, so at least the tier 2 down here. The siege is going to be a little rough for them, since CLG can always threaten that strong of an engage if CLG split up. Now, Huni is by himself, but it'd be kind of foolish to commit so many ultimates to go on there, because as long as he gets on the equalizer, he'll do his job and the rest of the team can collapse. So EG will have to be very patient here. And this is the wave that they find a few little autos, but they'll let the cannon do most of the work. That very trusty minion. Everyone is smartly staying away from Wind. I think Wind landed one auto onto Giyu and took about 40% of his health away. So definitely want to steer clear of the Draven unless you can engage on him. But Inhibitor Tower does fall here in mid lane.
Now it's just a little bit of more work with this Baron, although EG have the buff for a little while longer.
Those cannon minions are really the heroes of this EG push, because if it was anything in a closer range, CLG would have no problems hesitating to engage. And looks like those cannon minions are a little bit distracted from the other waves, but they'll just use their work right as they are instructed to do. And EG is having a really solid push. Now that you got the mid lane down, this is the last stand for CLG. You don't want to be losing a second inhibitor at this point without even taking a fight. And if EG funnels entirely in that side is when it'll be their best chance to actually get the fight, because any other moment it becomes really difficult when the fight can be spread away from the bottom lane and into that little lane corridor into the blue buff.
Yeah, I think EG kind of proceeding with caution here for this next siege. They took the easy, the easy inhibitor, the one in mid, but they do need to do a little bit more here if they're trying to break open the base. But as you mentioned, Crumbs, it does feel like CLG's time to look for an engage. Elder Dragon, of course, is no longer on EG, so the fights will feel a bit more fair. More about execution at this point, given how late we are into this game. The gold now finally back in favor of EG as the equalizer gets burnt out for Huni, and yeah, that's the Q to exit there for Evil Geniuses.
The Q there for CLG was that they didn't clear out the vision on the pathway to the bottom. When Ornn and Jarvan were flanking, they didn't drop a control ward to immediately block out the vision. They actually activated the sweeper a little bit later, and that's what gave it away. So EG knew that they were walking into a very dangerous situation, not only for the terrain itself, but the fact that it was after an attempt at a mid-push, and they did not give a big window for CLG. It was actually that small, and those tiny little missteps of not being able to execute instantly could have decided the fate of the game.
All right, well, I don't know how to tell this to see Crumbs, but we have the third Elder Dragon on the way in 55 seconds.
Okay.
That does seem to be where we'll be going next. The CLG, I mean, they understand the position. Like, this is very late into the game. They know that, they feel comfortable with this 5v5 comp. They've had a lot of good engages to get the lead that they had at one point in this game. They know that it's just about execution.
Huni has a Spellbinder.
Ooh, I like it. He's done with the Silk Shoes. Doesn't need them. Just cast
There's a double death cap on Gigi. Like, what are these
Oh,
items?
goodness.
This is sick.
I mean, talk about gold efficiency. Rabadon's very efficient. And when you run out of slots, Crumbs, because
one on top of the other.
he almost, if he buys more, he's going to have enough to cover all his soldiers. Oh, goodness. Fragus looking for the flank, but he's still alive. Galio's in there. Still able to get the kill, and Giyu falling is such a big deal. CLG, Matt's going to fall. That might be what does it here, but they're going to go for the Older Dragon, I think. No, maybe routing through the bottom lane instead. CLG looking a little indecisive, but they've decided to straight for the throat, Crumbs. To the bottom lane, end the game, kill the Nexus.
Okay.
In the other order.
I mean, whatever call they're making, it's going to be fine. But Huni's also, he was attempting to make a call on his own, but they know they can't defend without him. He's really important here if they want to make a stand. They don't have enough time to buy for Giyu to make it back, so this will be really tricky if they can pull this off.
Decent ult, but definitely they know they have to kill Huni before it can ulti. He is going to go down, though. Use the ult already, and that's the Nexus open. CLG going to chase in for the final kills. 54 minutes. And the Nexus will finally fall to CLG Academy.
Wow, okay. I feel like they really worked so hard for that, finding so many engages. They never stopped being assertive, and yeah, it was messy. Yeah, it's the first game of the season for these teams, but just such a great turnaround for them, for the bad split they had last spring to this, to taking down finalists, upgraded finalists, like you were saying. I mean, just a great start for them.
I mean, I love this comp from CLG. Like, clearly something they're comfortable with, clearly something they've practiced, but just the simplicity of it. Like, literally your one goal is to just get Galio into the back line. Fragus, I assumed he was dead. That's how silly that play looked, but the best baits, Crumbs, are often very silly plays in disguise, and that's how that final fight worked out to me.
Giyu still had flash. It's like, what is this guy doing? What is happening?
Oh, no.
Oh, crap.
Yep, and then the Galio charges in, and it's already too late from that point. We're taking a break because I think we need it, but on the other side, we'll be hearing from one of our victorious players, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. I am joined by Deus, the top laner of CLG Academy. And 1 game, 1 victory, but it only took 54 minutes to finish that off. What was happening towards the end of that game? Because that looked like an absolute mess at some points.
Yeah, it was getting pretty crazy. When we failed to end that one time and they only had 1 Nexus tower, I was just so down to go for like a 5-man backdoor and completely coin flip our game, but we didn't do that, and we just played it slow and just won the team fight after.
Yeah, and this certainly seemed like a comp that you were very comfortable playing. Is this something, but maybe not a lot of people are playing, is this something that you and the rest of the team feel very comfortable playing? Because this certainly seemed practiced.
Yeah, it seems like our scrims on just engage comps is going really well, and yeah, it just seems, it's just we found our comp, I think.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately now you've showed the rest of the league your comp, but I imagine there are still some more tricks. I have to ask you though, how was the offseason for you and the rest of CLG? Because, you didn't make any changes, you kept the same 5 players. Obviously in a rough time, even though things did get better towards the end of the split. Can you describe like what you went through yourself or as a team to kind of prepare for this summer?
I think everyone just focused on their little individual things that they can do better, and everyone just shored up the weaknesses in their gameplay, and this season's looking good for us.
Yeah, do you think something kind of clicked towards the end of the season, or is it like a refocus in draft? Like, I mean, how's your new coach going? Because you have a new coach as well, Moon. How has he been as kind of a player transitioning to a coaching role?
He's very easy to work with. He has a lot of good ideas about the game, and he kind of understands how we play and picks us good comps that match our styles as players.
Yep. And it's funny because, your style, I feel like towards the end of the split was Cassiopeia top, Gangplank, like hard carrying from the top lane. But of course, you're back on, which is something you also played a lot in the early start of spring. How are you feeling about your individual play from spring and also, starting off the summer? Because for my money, I think you played exceptionally well despite, how much of a struggle it was at times for the team.
Yeah, I was shying away from Ornn near the end of the split. I was big on Ornn at the start of spring, and then we were just losing games over and over. I was like, I need to carry some games on a different champion. But now I'm back to Ornn, and the team's looking good around Ornn, so I'm down for sure.
Yeah, certainly so far so good. Congratulations on your first win, and good luck with the rest of the split. It's early days, of course. Thank you so much for joining me. We still have one more game cooking, though, before we call it an evening, as Golden Guardians Academy and Dignitas Academy face off. Welcome back to our final game of the evening here for the first day, actually, of Academy here in summer 2020. I'm Pastry Time. I'm still joined by Crumbs, who has been marathoning through our games all afternoon/evening long, especially with that last one, Crumbs. Certainly a well-deserved rest is on your way. That was quite the 54-minute expedition we went on in our last one.
That really was. I mean, we're just setting the tone for what Academy is going to look like. So we've got all sorts of games for you, actually, whether it's some clean finishes, whether it's some neck and neck all the way, or just a long fiesta. Whatever you got, it's here.
Yeah, certainly something for everyone here in Academy. And we'll have our last two teams as well. Golden Guardians Academy versus Dignitas Academy. And these are teams that also look quite different than they did last split. For me, on the Golden Guardian side at least, most notably is actually Keith returning to Academy, but not as you know him, Crumbs. He is back in his original position. He is a bot laner once again as we get ourselves into Champs League.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think his stint as a support was actually all that bad. I thought towards the end he actually got fairly decent at support, especially since he got thrown into the deep end into the LCS, but he's back on bot, and frankly, time as support will only make him a better marksman, in my opinion. The fact that he now gets to see the lane from his counterpart's perspective, I think will just make him a much more rounded player, and he can actually be more of a shot caller now as a marksman too. So I think that he should actually come out pretty strong.
And I think after, that stint on support, I think the thing that people forget about Keith is that as a bot laner, he was among the best, if not the best in his role when he was playing in Academy. Like, for the the ups and downs he's had in the LCS, Keith is an amazing player here in Academy. So he's back, he's a veteran, he's leading a very young new support in Chime. And he's got close to first pick because that's already through the bands here. So Keith is looking to make his mark as a bot laner, Crumbs, in this first game.
Oh yeah, that is not the pick I would have let go through, right? You're thinking, who do we fear the most? A Blaze Oliver Keith? Well, you haven't seen Keith lately, so maybe that is why you actually favor giving that pick up. But Kalista is very strong for good reason. And speaking of different champions and players on lineups, you've got Phoenix also switching roles.
He's back,
so
yeah.
He's back to mid, so it looks like this is the year or the split where the adventures in different roles have come to an end. And Dardoch is also on Dignitas now, so this is a player that with a Karma on his lineup, I am fully expecting him to be given a counter pick, or at least picking his champion later than the Golden Guardians jungler hard, and then just having a field day with the fact that you get to speed up and have shields all over you.
Yep, Karma, of course, been banned in almost all the games today.
That's
but
why.
we picked nice and early here by Dig. The bans to quickly run Catch You Up, Kindred, Ophelios, Set, Syndra, Graves, and Varus. So kind of a mixture of the strong champions we've seen throughout the day. Nautilus here in support for Chime, as I mentioned. Chime is a scouting ground support. To me, the most impressive support that played in last year's Honda Scouting Grounds at the end of 2019. Very mechanically talented. Yes, he was a Bard one-trick because that's where his name comes from, but certainly a playmaker, and I'm curious to see what he can get done here as a fresh player in Academy alongside one of the longest-standing veterans in Keith, as Trundle will be the pickup here for hard. It's been one of the go-to junglers, if you don't want to go the aggressive route with the Graves band, maybe not wanting to play the Nidalee. Certainly seen a lot of Trundle today as well.
Yeah, just such a safe blind. You've got champions like Lee that aren't really safe blinds, but you can blind them anyways and feel like you can take a lot of positive matchups. But Trundle is the king of taking a blind pick and just being able to be useful, whether it's against ranged champions that you can pillar, whether it's against mobile picks that you're useful against, ADs running your way, tanks, it doesn't matter. Trundle's got it all, and he's even able to control the Scuttle Crabs really, really well. So it's a solid pick, but more than anything, I think that Golden Guardians is starting to put the pieces together as to why they valued that Trundle pick, right? It was the Kindred ban, first rotation. They wanted to take away that pick, and you know that Dardoch is not the player that's going to blind Trundle in the first rotation. Like, he just doesn't do that. He wants to be playing those carry-style champions. He wants to have a lot of agency into the game. I'm drawing a lot more from the time where he played on Optic last year than the time he played on TSM. I mean, we've even heard from him that on TSM, they were trying to enforce a style onto him that he's just not the best at. So here he can return to that form and show us if it's improved, if it's worsened, like where is his carry potential at?
I mean, my memories of Dardoch last in Academy on Optic were through Hell or High Water, going off on Kiana jungle in particular. Like, Dardoch is a very aggressive player, and you want to give him these kind of junglers. Like, makes sense why Nidalee's banned here by Golden Guardians in Phase 2. He's going to join Wukong, LeBlanc, and Azir for the final 4 bans here in this last game.
I think he even played Pyke jungle in one
Oh,
of the
I'm
games.
sure. That's the kind of thing we would expect from Dardoch. That's a lie so good that I will believe you blind even if it's not true, Crumbs. Because that's the kind of player Dardoch is when he's playing his best.
Okay. Let's see who gets the last pick. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Look at that. Phoenix returns to mid lane and plays Karma. Did he really leave support? Come on. Did he or bot? Did he even leave bot?
I mean, it's funny because, as rough as Keats' time was on spot, although he did have good moments, Phoenix as an AD in Academy was very good. So returning to his, original position, you have to think he's going to be as good or even better than he was. And Dignitas Academy at one point last split, Crumbs, were, looking like a team that would never lose a game or split. And that certainly was not how the narrative ended for Dignitas Academy, but have put up another formidable squad here with these 5 players, as Galio once again will make an appearance here for a Blaze Olive, I assume, in the mid lane. And that does leave our final pick here in the top side. Already know the Aatrox is there, so it looks like something like Gangplank is wide open for Zion Spartan.
So I'm going to guess there for Dardoch that the pick is either Rengar or Ezreal jungle.
Ooh.
I think that's what he's going for.
Oh,
really? Last pick
what?
for this? For that?
You saved this for Lee Sin? I mean, Dardoch's certainly a good Lee Sin. Not the hyper aggressive like unique champion that we certainly have seen from him, but I'll take it. Certainly curious to see how these 5 play together. I mean, Dignitas feel like they're a team that could potentially play all 10 of their players at some point between the 2 leagues. So curious to see how that all shakes out. But it is also nice to see Dardoch back with Lolo. These are 2 players that have played together before, notably on Team Liquid. They've been friends for a long time. They've continued to play the game together. For even when being on different teams, and I think they're certainly they respect each other and they understand each other. I think Lolo knows what Dardoch's like and is maybe good at tempering some of what has made Dardoch problematic on different teams. And Dardoch certainly respects Lolo as a player and as a friend. So synergy-wise, like if you're gonna throw Dardoch onto a new team, it's not the worst partner you could have given him there in top lane.
Man, you got a lot of players that you respect as well that have been switching roles. So I think that he's going to have a good time despite the fact that he's on Lee, because the Lee build that we saw from Anda in the last game actually makes him a much stronger duelist and pretty decent scaling fighter towards the end stage of the game.
All right, we are going to step away to build up the game delay, but when we come back, we'll have the final game of the evening. Welcome back to Kickoff of Golden Guardians Academy versus Dignitas Academy, a final two teams that we have yet to see to kick off Academy Summer 2020 crumbs. But I'm excited. Lots of changes for these two organizations. New players, some new roles have been acquired actually by players on their teams, and looking like very competitive rosters. Dignitas had a great start to the spring and then not so great a finish. And Golden Guardians, kind of the same story, but didn't quite eke into playoffs despite how strong they looked for a lot of the season. So potentially two teams that will be playing often as the season goes on, but we'll have to see how their new squads are looking.
Yeah, there are two yellow teams, so absolutely we got to pair them together and figure out which is the superior gold or just normal chicken yellow, whatever the case is. I'm liking
Golden Guardians.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Dignitas' lineup here, even though you're up against the Callista and the very strong composition. The fact that you have the Karma that got through as well as the Ezreal combo. Karma is surprisingly powerful right now. We've seen Lulu make it into the mid lane. Well, we haven't seen quite what Karma does, and when she pops a Mantra Shield, it is Ardent Sensor for everyone, and that is very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Karma has been banned multiple times today, so interesting to see it get through here. We'll see exactly how potent it can be. And we didn't actually talk about the Dignitas Academy bottom lane yet, but I think now is an appropriate time. Brand new bottom lane once again. They have JJ now, coming from FlyQuest, if I recall correctly, on this team. And then Asta, who was formerly on Dardock's team, actually. He was on Optic Academy a little while ago. Did not play last split in Academy, but now is back on a team, with Phoenix moving from AD to mid for this team. So certainly going to be a test here against Keith, but Keith also having a fresh support in Chime. Very curious to see kind of what the temperature of these dual lanes is like.
It'd be really interesting to see, because since so many bot laners are new, we don't really know which lanes prefer which matchups or how comfortable they are in certain 2v2. So there's a lot to be determined for what these bot lanes are going to bring. And yeah, there it is, the Battle of the Yellows. This feels very different from all the other games today just because of the HUD.
Well, we'll see how the play looks as we get into our final game of the day. Also, Zion tricked us. We thought he was going to play Gangplank, but he's decided he wants to play Jace instead. So we'll see how that goes up against Lolo's Aatrox. But lots of questions here and not answers just yet. Curious to see how both these teams are looking. But for now, 10 players will spread across the river and just poke for a little bit of early information.
I am very excited to see a Blaze Olive here, because we saw what Tuesday could do on the Galio. Clearly, it was very impactful, and so there's not a lot of ways for a Blaze Olive to get in the same way that you have a Jarvan or even a Leona that can instantly get into the fight and give you a great angle for your ultimate. This is a lot more pokey / disengagey against a comp that also doesn't really have that much of an engage tool. It's really only Leona that's going to be able to get into the mix, or Aatrox if it gets a great shield from Karma and they're ahead. So the Galio's mode of operation will have to just fluctuate in between fights here. There's no easy press R to win, as we saw in the last slobber knocker of a game.
Yeah, and certainly a Blaze Olive looking to have a better split. Didn't have a bad split, certainly in spring, but team-wide it felt like they were just struggling to put things together despite the good start they had. And Blaze Olive has been towards the top of the mid laners in Academy for a long time. At one point was the best. He's an Academy champion on TSM Academy. Moving to Golden Guardians was kind of a surprise after they picked up Evolve. But he's continuing to want to prove himself as one of the best players in the league, and he is now an extremely strong player against him in this matchup, with Phoenix returning to mid lane. So, despite it being two kind of farmy, spellbook, mid laners, certainly see a lot about where these two players are up to skill level, as Phoenix takes the early edge with Karma, which isn't too surprising given how good Karma's Mantra is at level 1.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't have very great skill expression with Karma, which is why it's going to be hard to judge where Phoenix is at as a mid laner, because it's like, oh, are you coming back to mid lane and then you're playing Karma Lulu? It's like, okay, did you really go back to mid lane? You're not participating in the way the game is played when it comes to this roaming and generating pressure. You're just kind of hoping for items and then just banking on the fact that the champions are so strong in that regard. So I'll have to see a lot more about Phoenix to make any judgment calls on where his play is at, especially if we get to see his Azir. which is really, I think, what his benchmark was after the quadra kill that is always referenced from him. But anything better than that will just mean that he still got it.
Yep, Azir certainly in the meta. Both its mid laners do play it, but did not make an appearance in this game, of course. I feel like in some ways, like, you know, Phoenix returning to mid with Karma, it's kind of like a peripheral check. It's like, did you bring your keyboard? Okay, cool. Yep, still works. Good. You're good. Off you go and play Karma. As long as that works, you're doing fine. As top lane, Lolo eating some pressure here from Zion early on. 10 CS lead, although Lolo has quite a number of minions to still hack away at. And Dardoch is here, unsurprisingly. The good friends seeing each other early on in the top lane. And Dardoch is going to wrap around for this gank. First Q lands. Dardoch does chase it, waits out the knock-up, and can't quite extend it as Lolo isn't in range for some CC, but still basically some free pressure there for Dardoch. Just cuts a little bit of his time, and maybe not some of his health. As Hard is in there, looking to tromp down, and Dardoch in this 1v1 duel, not feeling so hot. What a pillar there from Hard, though, and that's the first blood over to the Jace as Lolo gonna try and chase it down. He does get the trade, but now it's 1v1. Jace still feeling good here, as Lolo is gonna be forced to back away.
That is such a good prediction flash out of Lorlo there from the Q, but that was a really interesting sequence of events because Hard, his jungle finishes clear so fast that he went to the try to make sure that Zion would be able to crash the wave. And so he's there early. He's like, okay, you're fine. And as he backs off, Lee with the slower clear gets to get in and then find the gank, but because Lorlo didn't set it up first, there wasn't a lot for him to work with. So Trundle sneaks back up, and the Jace just has such an easier time assisting from a distance when it comes to that fight. Dardoch still has his flash, though, so he might be able to make something do with that. So we'll see again how this plays out. So he's kind of low, and Hard just walks up trying to maximize damage, right? Auto, Q, keep going, and then the big thing here is that Q. That Q missing from Dardoch, right? The Hard would have died right away. Might have been able to even flash out later of the Lee Sin, and that just is an even trade. There's not much venture, nothing gained. Yeah,
good work to trade at least on both sides, but certainly maybe a preview of things to come there in the top lane matchup. Trundle, I think not often thought as like a super good duelist, but with Press the Attack, as he starts stacking up Qs on you and stealing your AD, like Trundle's very good at just like literally beating you to death, which I guess is kind of the point of a troll. So certainly good in that situation here, and curious to see Dardoch and Hard and maybe some others go head-to-head in this early game. For now, though, Zion's aggression will continue with the Blaze Olive actually here in the top lane. Looking for Lolo, he's got no flash. Easy taunt, easy justice punch, knocked up, knocked down as there's a dive. Nice and simple for Zion's spot.
Ooh, that is a very painful dive. Lorlo does not have teleport anymore, so the lead is going to start stacking. At least Lee is here to cover that experience, and Karma is ready to back him up. But a fight in the bottom lane.
Bot lane aggression, trying a little too far forward. Good exhaust there on the other side, but that's Keith going to go down, and this time it's the aggression from Asta and JJ as the Drake goes over to Golden Guardians. A double kill for the Ezreal. Not what we expected there in that 2v2.
They are just bringing all the hope back to the Dignitas squad, as now they're also able to get a little bit of damage down here. Gonna get maybe a plate here. You know, you have a lot of time available. I think in the meantime, Trundle did sneak a Cloud Dragon. So that aggression from Golden Guardians, thinking that you have your jungler there, just gets answered in kind from JJ. That's the advantage that Leona has over the Nautilus. The Nautilus does not have an easy time against her. She's actually a tank. Nautilus is a Aftershock tank. It is only when he gets Stoneplate that he is somewhat tanky, but Leona will always be able to sustain more damage than he can.
Yeah, I like the counter pick here from JJ. The new bottom lane for Dig looking good here in the early stages, as Dardoch is fishing in towards the enemy jungle. Ever the aggressor is going to maybe dip towards mid now and see if he can find something here alongside Phoenix. But Blaze Olive playing back, is eating a pretty nasty farm deficit. It's 15 CS down right now, but we'll recoup some of that here as he looks to knock down the waves. But as you mentioned, Karma, very straightforward, but also very potent champion. Not a whole lot I feel like Galio can do here, other than try and last hit as best he can. So it is going to give Dardoch and Phoenix some room to maybe roam in, but Dardoch currently bouncing between mid and top lane, trying to kind of right the wrongs of the earlier aggression that gave Lolo this 25 CS deficit. Ooh. As that Q is going to get blocked by a minion. Bad times for Dardoch.
At least he's got the the self-awareness to chuck out the emote. Just a bit of a painful there fight, because now they can't 2v2. You've got no kick on Lee Sin. Trundle is in the area. And I wanted to go back to your point about Karma having that farm lead. And she's the kind of pick that you don't really worry about that. It's like, oh, hey guys, Karma's got a CS lead on me. Like, okay, all right, cool. Like she's still building Grail. She's gonna go Sensor. So it always puts the emphasis of her advantage on other members when she goes that build, which is why I think it's usually so odd as a pick. It's like, okay, you have that lead, but you're not building AP, and even if you did, it's very hard for you to turn that into an advantage and pressure it the same way that other mid laners can, like a Syndra that just becomes unbelievably oppressive in the lane with a single damage spell. You're just kind of hoping that somebody else comes through to set you up.
Yep, I definitely know that pain. I remember when Emissary was in Brazil and Karma was all the rage. I played a lot of mid Karma. 2NA for about 140-ish ping. And let me tell you, high ping champion Karma, pretty good. Carrying games, even at my abysmal elo, not so easy. Even though I had a lot of fun playing her. So we'll certainly see if Phoenix can enable the rest of his team, as Blue Buff does get handed over to the Galio. But
you
it does
both
seem
enjoy Karma and Zoe. You could not; those could not be farther from each other.
And Yasuo, Syndra, Orianna.
No, you just like good picks. You like to win.
Yeah. Oh, I do like to win. I like good champions.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's just solid gameplay.
I just can't, thinking for myself is too tricky, Crumbs. I just do what the pro players tell me, attempt to emulate it, don't get anywhere close, but just enjoy myself while playing some League of Legends,
I know that feeling.
Where are you up to these days in League of Legends, Crumbs? Are you back to juggling? I think last time we spoke, you moved yourself back to jungle after playing Phil for a while.
So I was playing Phil most of the season, and then I thought, you know what? I want to try a little. So I went to jungle, and I played 1 week straight from I think it was D3, where I was mostly playing Ezreal when I was playing Phil. But I moved to jungle and I played 1 week straight mute all, like instantly mute all. Like I don't want to hear you say good luck, good GG, anything, just a mute all, and went with almost a 70% win rate within that week. So I got Masters, like okay, sick. Let's continue to play. Let's go to Grandmasters. And I got auto-filled about 5 games in a row. I just got demoted right away. I was like, wait a minute. Guys, I was working on my jungle, and I'm out of dodges. I can't continue to do this, and I just demoted right away. So I was like, okay, I feel like the system's against me, man.
So are you playing the meta jungle champions, or is there something? You have a Crumbs
this
pick?
Is weird. There is a Crumbs pick. I'm playing Udyr. I have almost an 80% win rate on about 30 games of Udyr.
That's kind of like both, in that like you're playing a meta jungle in the sense that like it's an aggressive jungle that wants to like duel the enemy jungler and take the enemy jungle farm, but also no one but you is playing Udyr.
Yeah, the value in Udyr is that in pro play you'd never be able to play that because people play control mages, but in solo queue everyone plays assassins. Like, there's always melee bruisers, never tanks, never engage. It's all about fighting. So Udyr is just so easy. There's no way for your opponent to outplay you. It's like, okay, you're stunned, and you're dead, and I'm shielded, and that's it. So that simplicity counters that kind of style. So it's just a way to fight the meta that it's currently in.
Makes sense. Too many karmas in pro play for Udyr.
Yeah.
As Richard gets channeled in the top side here, Iron Spartan continuing to snowball his lead. He is monstrously far ahead at 1v1. That's 40 CS plus this plate gold. It's going to be the full tower finish as well. Digger trying to answer here by taking away the Infernal Drake, which they will do so successfully. But as far as individual matchups go, Iron Spartan is off to a flying start here in the top lane.
That first kill wasn't that bad because both top laners got the gold, but the fact that they got the teleport out of Lorlo and they killed him again really was what sealed Lorlo's fate, as he is now gonna get dope.
Ooh, good chain. And there's Blaze Olive up to the top side, but the TP is coming into cover. That will mean Phoenix is joining the 2v2, and Zion Spartan will just walk away there.
Alright, oh, that is so close. That would have been disaster had he actually gone down on that one.
Does live, thankfully. But you can see the pressure mounting. I mean, almost got enough to kill the tier 2 in top lane as well. So an easy pressure point for Golden Guardians to push down on in top lane.
bot lane is evening out a little bit here. Keith is almost finished cashing in on his cull. There have been no more deaths in the 2v2, although Dardoch in the 3v2 might be trying to make something happen here.
Okay, I mean, Chime doesn't have flash, but you still have Keith's ultimate to deal with. This is not a very easy kill to get, considering that Golden Guardians' bottom lane has been playing quite safe. They know that they're having so much strength in the top lane. You just play safe, right? Play to get carried. There's no major objective happening. Herald is down, Dragon is down, plates are about to fade, so you don't have to go for anything crazy here. Just get your itemization, cash in that coal, and just accept that Zion Spartan is going to be your carry this game.
Yep, and I think Golden Guardians is happy to stay in this pattern and let Zion do kind of the bulk of the work at this current stage. Although also continuing to stay active despite the CS deficit, is just pushing and roaming, which is kind of all you need to be doing as Galio at this point. Certainly a nice combo to be had there with that Fate's Call that you alluded to help Galio get in there. And Phoenix going to be forced to flash away as try and look for the hook, but going to get stunned up now in the jungle, and that is going to be a kill over to Dardoch. Ulti from the owner as well is going to force hard away, and now BlazOlive is way too far forward. Going to grab the taunt, going to get some damage down, but he's dead as well. As Asta on a killing spree, going to make it kill number 3 for himself.
There is Fate's Call, but he wasn't there to call it. They went in there without Keith. They left him farming by himself in the bottom lane, and they just thought they could march on through. There was still the teleport on Lorlo, so while Zion was roaming down, it's not like Dignitas' lineup can't fight. They have just not found the right opportunity to go for it, and GG just walks right on through and says, you've been looking for a fight, we'll give it to you, and we won't even have all our spells up. Do you want to take it? Surely they do.
Yep. Take the easy option there as Asta Arcane shifts away from Zion Spartan, who was trying a different lane to find an advantage in. There's Ocean Drake up in 2 minutes. That will again be the Soul and Rift for this game.
It's
Zion
be a
is just
shift
trying to
to
build
top.
that lead. Yep, move over, maybe take that Herald, the second one of this game. Zion's also, even though there's no plate for him to get, gonna just try and knock down this tower here and get even more gold for himself.
Asta's going to be really scary. His itemization works super well here, not only with the slowing against Keith with his Frozen Fist, but also with the extra armor against Zion that has been getting really fed with that lethality. So if anyone's going to be carrying this game, it's going to be the Ezreal.
Yep, and for his return to pro play actually here in Academy once again. Certainly a good start here for Asta if he's able to pull it off. Also seen, we've already seen actually even in our last game, Death Dance on some ADs. Certainly something I've seen pop up on Ezreal, particularly this kind of build, and it's just so frustrating to kill a highly mobile champion when they also have Death Dance and the armor from the Iceborne Gauntlet. And
I think it was...
and the Karma Shields.
I think the first time we saw it was the MSC with Jackie Love busting it out, and it was also the Frozen Fist, and just so much innovation coming out from the bot lane. And honestly, when you play against it, you're just like, you're complaining about the bot lane role, about the marksman situation, when this itemization can be allowed, because Kallista's also one that can build it. So pretty much any marksman can just replace the lifesteal items with the actual Death Dance, and you get cooldown reduction, lifesteal, extra tankiness. So no longer are you reliant on actually hitting people to stay alive. You can just stay alive because you're taking reduced damage, and that goes much further and is way more reliable than any sort of lifesteal item, whether it's a Bloodthirster or a Blade of the Ruined King.
Alright, well, Rift Herald there going to charge through mid lane, get one outer tower, and then a second charge onto the tier 2 for some good damage. A fight, though, may be brewing here around this Drake. It is the first of the Soul Drakes, this first Ocean that's available. Keto going to get stunned up, but BlazOlive instantly in the backline. Onto Phoenix he goes, but he magic shields the team out of there. JJ also on the front side in stasis, but here comes the Galio back into the fight. Gets the knock-up only onto Lola, though, but Golden Guardians trying to find their way in. Chime gets himself on the front line and stasis out. That's 2 kills for Keith. And there's the hook, lands in for Chime. What a play as Phoenix getting low, will get felled there by Zion Spartan as he finds a double kill, and he's going to complete it all. The ace is almost there, but Asta somehow escapes the Golden Guardians' onslaught.
That is such a big play from a BlazOlive. JJ goes in, right, finds Keith. Oh, the best target you can find. but then a Blaze Olive immediately zones the backline with his Galio, just flashing in there with a giant taunt, disperses everybody else, and then the fight is just over for Dignitas. They cannot engage once JJ gets caught in the middle of it. Let's take a look at how a Blaze Olive played it, because JJ's thinking about it. Okay, where should we go? And already it's really tough for this composition to be executed, much harder than Golden Guardians. And the second he goes in, watch the Galio, right? Immediately gets everybody else, and it is so easy for the rest of the team to follow up, considering that there's a follow-up Nautilus ultimate that catches 3 members, then the Fates Call, then the Galio ultimate. They're learning the same thing that CLG did during practice, right? They were just thinking, just hard engage, and frankly, they just might be scrim partners at this point. Look at how similar the composition is with Galio and Nautilus, and even the Callista that is just another tool of engage. So it seems to be that the teams that are starting a new season are just gravitating towards easier to execute compositions, and it's the way it should always be, right? When you're starting, just play the easiest things. Make sure that you have the communication down and the assertiveness, and then you can transition on towards more complex compositions that put people in different roles.
Yep. You know, kind of can maybe start to see who's in the Galio pool of the scrim pods. But a lovely team fight there from Blaze Olive. The SoCal special in and out of that one. Dignitas now going to counter push the mid outer tower. But TP in the backline, yeah, this could get messy. Hard with a good pillar, finds 2 for the slow. And there's the taunt. See you later, JJ. Oh no, he's actually so tanky. Unkillable, Leona. Take it back, he can be killed. Zion Spartan now unstoppable as the Fates Call from Keith is beautiful. Gonna go in, he'll sacrifice himself here to continue the team fight, but he's still alive. Chime with the shield, able to keep it going, but Keith is finally fell by the Aatrox. Zion dies as well, and Golden Guardians stepped too far, Crumbs. As Dardak will get taunted, he's going to chase down the Blaze Olive, he'll block the Justice Punch, he'll follow with the Safeguard and get kill number 4.
They had a free kill. They just kept going and going and trying to dive the Ezreal with the Karma Shield, and so it was when they used the Fates Call, they're like, should we continue to go in? Like, yeah, keep going. And then they got in top of Ezreal, but Zion Spartan did not have enough damage to take out the Ez. He's tanky, he's got a lot of armor, and there's not armor penetration here. There's only lethality on the side of the Jace. I mean, I can't wait to see that fight again, because you could see exactly where it went from, oh, Golden Guardians is definitely finding a pick, this is a good idea, catch out JJ, to all of a sudden, this is a throw, and Dignitas is still in.
Yeah. We'll maybe take a look at that in just a moment, but Dignitas certainly fighting back with a 4-kill team fight of their own. Gold is staying very close between these two sides. It's a couple hundred up for Golden Guardians right now. I
gotta ask you.
Yep.
Because you mentioned something before that last fight. The SoCal special, in and out.
In and out.
Oh, okay. It's a freaking restaurant. Okay, got it.
Also was a well-played team fight from Blaze Olive. As we'll line up for this next Drake in a minute 45. It's going to be that second Ocean of the game. Could be the 3rd Drake overall for Golden Guardians. And looks like Chime's never going to go back to reset it. But here it is again. Crumbs, you asked, and you shall receive.
Well, let's see how it starts, because they're like, okay, JJ, easy target. They already got the Karma Mantra Q. Nice and simple, just chuck it out. Very tanky, still in position, but then the Nautilus ultimate is pretty tempting. Like, okay, you got a few members. The hook lands, but this is a tanky target who already dashed away. And look at, there's a 3 Dardak on the left who lands a great 3-man kick, but Lurlo had already TP'd into the backline. So it was once the hook landed onto Lee Sin where they got tempted for a little bit more, and that is when Dignitas struck back. These are not easy to kill champions. They are only going to get tougher and tougher as the Death Stance and Karma Shields continue to pile up on these carries. I mean, just look at how strong this item is. Aatrox rushed it. He didn't go Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
He didn't go anything. He just went straight for this item. It just shows you how valuable it is, and Asta is going to be going for it next, and when that happens, you're not really going to kill him. You're going to need Hard to have an ultimate up and use it on Ezreal out of all targets.
I mean, yeah, it could very well be the reality we'll soon be living in. Asta already extremely tough to kill. 3-0-4 right now on this Ezreal. At least it's building up some bonus gold that maybe the Guardians can look to collect. The Chime is taking poke here in the mid lane. Both teams still scoring up here. Looking to fight around this Drake because they do want to snag this next Ocean. But Hard already eating poke here as they're getting just chased back towards their own jungle. They'll find Dardoch on the front side. That's a good kill. Keith able to take him out. Fate's Call again. Pulls one back. Triumph does not go back in this time, so they'll play the 5v4. But Asta is just so strong. He gets hooked. That's the kill they need. The Galio is going to charge in, but Asta, he's able to get out of there. Back over the wall. He goes to take down Keith, and the Ezreal just cannot be killed. Zion Spartan is trying to chase him down, but he's just unkillable, and Triumph even lands the hook. And there's no one left for the Blaze Olive to try and take him out. He finally is able to get that kill. But if that taunt hadn't happened, if that hook hadn't landed, Asta would still be alive, just wrecking house over all of Golden Guardians.
There is only one person with healing reduction, and it is Zion Spartan. He's got his Mortal Reminder, and Ezreal doesn't really need that. That doesn't really affect it. He does not seem very mortal in this game. It takes quite a lot to take him down. And that fight, you saw just how quickly they got rid of Dardoch, but when it comes to everyone else, it is so much harder to find these targets, especially Asta, who had so much hope at the beginning of the fight that it really just continues to put pressure on Golden Guardians to engage. And unfortunately, they don't actually have that great of a burst against a target that is so tanky and so shielded by the Karma. So we'll take a look at how the hook started, right? Immediately goes in, he is shielded, a great knockup, Jace goes in, but then a 4-man Ezreal ultimate, so he's already having those Q stacks stacked on top of stacks. Hook lands, but there's a Galli ultimate as well, and he isn't even shielded, he just gets to flash out and then ease away from a Blaze Olive in such a crucial moment, and Spartan just does not hold a candle to how much firepower Asta has right now.
And that taunt, that was the only thing that finally killed Asta after everything else that got thrown into Ezreal. And it kind of feels like there's a bug in the League MMO Crumbs, because they killed the Ray boss and didn't get the loot. The Drake went to Dignitas as they'll even that objective back up here. Golden Guardian still up in gold by just under 1,000, but it's kind of becoming clear what the single mission is. We must kill the Ezreal through the Ardent Sensor Karma shields. And I think we're good. But if that doesn't happen, job's a lot harder.
He's gone with the Blade of the Ruined King, so his damage is going to be a lot higher, especially against these tanky members and high HP targets of Golden Guardians, but he's going to be a little bit easier to kill, or not as hard to kill. Yeah. I'll say that. It is not easy to take him down right now. And man, it is just so brutal because the Kalista really thrives on targets that are going to be slow and just walking towards you, but an Ezreal that is this strong is her ultimate nightmare. Even just hitting by the Q, now your hops are slower, and Ezreal is going to feel more and more comfortable queuing in.
Oh, Dardoch making a big play onto Hard, but there may be a bait all along. They're going to try and get the kill. They do slay the Ezreal, and Dardoch is still chasing the Trundle that isn't dead. TP's coming in, but they're going to just kill Lolo as he lands, as Dardoch finally takes down the opposing jungler. But the chase is on. Golden Guardian through the acceleration gate, looking to grab at least one more, as Dardoch absolutely strikes away to his doom, as JJ nowhere good to go either. Between two towers, and Zion Spartan will eventually be sacrificed, as Golden Guardians have other things to do, as Zion finally secures that kill. The Baron is up and ready for the taking.
My jaw is dropped, Pastry. I can't believe what I just saw. The Ezreal, who is so hard to kill, completely forgot who was making him that hard to kill. It was Karma. She was just not there into the fight. The second he shifts in, he's thinking, oh yeah, I'm good, but Phoenix wasn't there when the fight started, so he just got deleted right away. He had no
peel. Does he have a spellbook charge? I don't think he does.
No.
Can't swap over. I think recently swapped to barrier as well, so no steal incoming there from the Karma. It will be the Baron over the Golden Guardians instead.
Wow, okay, just swinging back and forth. Seems like goes from one team to the next to the other, but I still think that Dignitas will have a really strong advantage here with how powerful the Ezreal is in this composition. You did let a lot of gold go back into the pockets of Golden Guardians, and when they're able to chain those Nautilus ultimates with the Galioton into the Ezreal, there's really not a lot he can do, and the rest of the team is nowhere near as threatening because of how much CC there is to just lock these melee champions down.
And, you know, it wasn't much of a prediction, Crumbs, but our prediction was right. if the Ezreal does die, things are a lot easier for the Golden Guardians, as we can see. So Asta's certainly going to have to make sure that the Karma is there, that he's able to shift out and weave through the fight. Because when the engage looks good, it hits real nice for Golden Guardians. And I will say, having not seen Galio in a little while, Galio games are very fun, Crumbs, if nothing else.
It is really fun. I love the anticipation behind the taunts. And I will add to your point about the Ezreal that it is almost prophetic to see that every single fight where the Ezreal team loses, you can ask and the Ezreal dies first, you can ask yourself one thing that always happens. Did the Ezreal shift in? The answer is always yes. Just look out for it. If the team with Ezreal ever loses the fight with Ezreal dying, think, did Ezreal shift in? It always plays out that way.
Alright, well 1-3-1 right now for Golden Guardians with this Baron buff. Got a Blaze Olive in the bottom lane. Zion Spartan, certainly a good candidate for split pushing, both as far as his player tendencies goes, and of course his champion in this instance of Jace. But feeling pretty powerful. Trundle Pillar is going to force Asta to shift away, and that will open up space to take down the tier 2. So a very effective 3-lane push here. In fact, it's 2 towers now falling, including the bottom inhibitor tower there for Golden Guardians. Dignitas kind of running out of ways to defend, although Dardo's going to try and stop this Galio. Phoenix looks for the latch, does not quite connect it, but here comes Dardock. Still will miss that Q. Good pathing there from a Blaze Olive is opening up space for Zion Spartan to take down another inhibitor tower.
A really fast gargoyle there. You'd be surprised with how much bulk he's
got moves. Hard also the target. Blaze Olive, he's just wrapping around. He's not even ulting, he's just looking for the taunt. He's going to charge in, gets exhausted, finds 2. Asta gets out, he gets exhausted himself though, but they're going to force him out of the fight here. Zion Spartan also roaming down. Aatrox's not here right now, so it's a 4v4 as Zion commits to taking down the top inhib instead and does get it.
Okay, so they disengage fairly well for that, but still Golden Guardians is able to get that top inhib, and they're going to be rewarded with another dragon from that. So it's a very successful Baron push all in all. They're not able to crack their main objective, but still the advantage that Zion Spartan created at the beginning of the game is still carrying on later to the point where he can get a solo inhibitor against Lorlo.
Call up that inhibitor. We've broken another inhibitor tower, opening up the bot side, and that Drake to put them on soul point. That's a lot done in that Baron power play for Golden Guardians.
They even got Asta's flash.
Ooh, that's a good one. Very valuable cooldown to have moved off that. Now it's only the million shifts and the Karma shields and the heal to get through.
Just tempt him to shift in, right? So let hard just tease himself. Oh yeah, keep hitting me. Oh, I'm so weak, I'm Trundle. Oh yeah, I don't have any damage. And then Pillar behind him. Nautilus. It worked before. We know Ezreal's can't resist the shift in. It is a stronger temptation than the Lee Sin Q.
I mean, I will say, as far as tools go to deal with these mobile carries, like, Trundle Pill's not bad because the range is so long. It's one of the reasons I think Trundle's, among many, that Trundle is such a good jungler right now. And certainly has been very effective alongside the rest of his team. Zion Spartan is in there, but forced to flush away. He was in a 1v4, started fighting Dardock by the looks of things, but the rest of the team is here to take down this inhibitor, and Phoenix is nowhere to be found for this potential fight.
2 ults, and more importantly, you got the inhibitor as well, pretty much for free there, so Golden Guardians feeling really good about it. Now with 2 inhibitors cracked.
Ooh, what a hook from Shine. This guy doesn't miss. Forces Asta to shift away again. No flash. Had an opportunity there. Hard does use his ultimate though. But the poke landing from a Blaze Olive, I just don't think there's a way back in here for Dignitas. And now they might get counter-engaged on. As Zion Spartan looking for something over the wall, finding that poke. Ezreal ulti going to thin out the way, but the siege is still on here for Golden Guardians. They're going to take this tower down. Dignitas just can't defend. There's another great pillar. Asta not going to be forced to shift yet, but now has to shift back.
Okay, I think the push is done for Golden Guardians. They have a new wave here, and the bot lane wave is about to come in. No, they're still going with this, it seems. The top lane turret is pushing, so they're feeling confident. And Dignitas has their ultimates back up, so if they want to take a fight, this could be the time.
I don't think giving up 3 inhibs is when you want to take the fight, so they will pick their engage now, but the Dardock Q does not connect. The Leona ult doesn't hit either, and now going to keep getting poked out by the Galio and the Jace. Asta shifting in. Always a risky one. Oh, there it is! The taunt! He found it! Asta is going to get a massive shield from the Karma, and the Blazola just dies. Phoenix was there to save the day. Keaton going to get jumped on, but he's trying to get out. He will not make it. Shut down there by Dardoch. There's the double kill over, as it was a bait all along, Crumbs.
Oh no, this is why I wanted to see the push be over, Pastry. The fact that you have those double inhibitors means that Dignitas is confined to their base eventually, and the objective will spawn. Jace has found a way to make a play. This is a really smart move out of Zion Spartan to be able to do this. You know he can do a Lurlo right now. There's a base from Karma. Can they 2v2? I'm sure they can.
Oh, actually, yeah, 2v2. Sorry, I thought that was the Ally jungle. That's not. He's busy at the Baron, so that's going to be a kill onto Lolo. Shields are big, but not big enough. Hard gets the kill. Now another 2v2 as JJ enters the arena, but Ezreal and Lycian still finishing off the Baron. They do get it, but the inhib does fall. Golden Guardians doing what they can given the situation.
Whew, okay, that was a really good way to salvage that play out of Golden Guardians. They are still thinking about how to win the game, which is a fantastic sign of life out of them. So many times teams would just roll over and die, but they are still thinking about how to continue to pressure Dignitas. And that is certainly one way to do it. You've got that Baron, so you'll be able to defend against supers really easily, but you'll eventually have to leave that base. 1 minute for the soul point on Golden Guardians.
55 seconds as mentions. Soul point also to dig if they can grab it, so a pretty critical dragon here. But with all these supers, curious to see how much pushing Dig can get done. Right now they're in the bottom lane, but Asta does not want to stick around there for too long. But this Baron,
it was really funny how he E'd in, and immediately Golden Guardians takes the bait, instantly get in there, and they're unable to finish him off because nobody else could follow up. I think it was the turret that was right there, or some other terrain that just prevented Chime from being able to follow up with a hook of his own.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Blazola had made the right play, punishing the mistake, but Dignitas were all over it. Phoenix this time was beside the Ezreal already with the shields, and they are as large as you advertised, Crumbs.
Oh man, yeah, that death cap already, and now is when Asta's going to be going for that death stance. So luckily it's not completed for Golden Guardians before this dragon fight is happening, so they still have a chance. But Zion Spartan is pushing in the top lane, trying to distract Lola from this.
Hard actually spots everyone and actually cuts them off from the Drake, so they're just going to give the Soul Drake over. I actually really like this call from Golden Guardians, just making sure Zion's there to threaten, you know, potentially the Nexus, certainly the inhibitor. And it's an easy Drake take there for Golden Guardians as they do collect the Ocean Soul.
It's too easy for Golden Guardians to take a fight without Aatrox being there. There's really only one threat you got to worry about in that sense. So they wisely give that up, and now they're going to have to find a way to defend against this super push. But you've got those Baroned up champions. It's going to be really tough for Golden Guardians to do anything with the Soul. So I'm thinking game's just going to stall out a little bit, and they're just going to wait in the jungle to hope that somebody face checks them.
I think also, you know, with the 1-3-1 we saw from Golden Guardians, I think it looked really good when they had Baron. When they don't have Baron, I'm not sure how easy it's going to be, but they do still seem to be executing that same play. Zion is certainly very strong individually, but see if they have enough pressure here. I think with the supers they might, despite Dignitas having Baron. But I mean, it has respawned though, and mid's probably not too far off as Chime going to be forced away by Asta, who does now have the Death Dance finished, Crumbs.
Oh boy, once he finishes his armor penetration item, that's when the going really gets tough for Golden Guardians, because now the tanks that have been taking so much initial poke are just not going to be able to stand in front of him for very long. Before, it was a bit of a chance. Here comes another shift in, but when he has that Karma shield behind him, it becomes really tough to catch him. It was that shield that actually prevented that hook from connecting.
Yeah, I mean, Chime has been doing an excellent job pinning down an Ezreal, which is not an easy task. Also in, they're going to try and go for it again. Asta forced to flash away, but the Galio ult is going to come down. Asta does get caught by the depth charge, but JJ is finally going to die to a Blaze Olive as he does go into stasis. It's an absolute mess here in the front line. Asta's still cutting it up, but he's dead! That's it, that's the shutdown. Zion Spartan's able to find it. Keith finds the double on the back end of it, and now it's only Lolo left alive to defend the Nexus, Crumbs, and I just don't think he can.
He cannot do it. This is going to be it. Golden Guardians finds a way to take down Asta and finishes the game, starting the split with a win under their belt.
looking good. They knew the game plan, Crumbs. Kill the Ezreal, end the game. That's exactly what they did.
Oh, it worked so well. He was tempting them. He's like, we got to get a fight started. How do I do it? I shift in. But mark my words, notice what happened. What fights do Ezreal teams lose when he dies? When he shifts in.
He also won one where he shifted in.
He did win one. I forgot what happened.
I do see a point. Certainly a tough game, I think, to navigate, despite how strong the Ezreal was. And I mean, seeing two different Galio comps here, I actually really liked how Golden Guardians played theirs with the Jace instead of the Ornn, basically, that CLG had, because they had additional side lane pressure. Obviously, Zion got very far ahead in his 1v1 with some assistance from the jungle and mid laner, so his job was made a lot easier. But seeing like a split pushy comp that also has engage options was a really nice thing here for Golden Guardians, and not the easiest comp to pull off, but I think executed very well in this game, particularly given that they had a very challenging threat to deal with that they did manage to find enough engages on.
It really smoothes over the laning phase. That was what really was a problem for CLG when Huni was just able to run rampant against the Ornn in the early game. But when you have a Jace, you still have some power in the lane that you can work through, so that Trundle had a lane with which to play from. And from that advantage, the fact that they got those leads early made it so much easier to transition into those Nautilus Galio Wombo combos.
All right, we'll hear from someone on the winning team in not too long, so meet us here after the break. Welcome back. I am here with Keith from the Victorious Golden Guardians Academy. Keith, thank you so much for joining me. Just on the game, how does bot lane feel? Because that Ezreal seemed honestly unkillable at some point in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the matchup didn't go as it was expected. Usually when playing Kalista, it's a champ you want to play to throughout the whole game. But we played to our Jace a lot. But honestly, if Jace gets that fed, I'm okay as a Kalista. I think we took one 2v2 bad, or one 2v2 in bot lane. Chime got a bit impatient with how like slow the game was going, since like we want to snowball as the Kalista side, and it ended up us both dying. So that Ezreal got really strong, so the game was looking scary. But I think we ended up playing our comp super well and got the dub.
Yeah, and of course, Chime, your new support, very fresh to this level of play. How's it been playing with such a new player, and clearly one that, wants to be aggressive and kind of push the limits in the matchups?
It's definitely been a good experience. It's not something I'm new to. I'm pretty used to playing with new support players and like at least guiding them to what I want to do in bot. So no, it's been a good time.
And then, of course, adjusting back to AD and playing, with new teammates. Like, you mentioned hard going top instead of bottom. Like, how's it been adjusting to this new team, first of all?
Probably not. It wasn't that hard to adjust because I've played on Golden Guardians Academy as an AD carry last summer. So I'm already pretty used to playing
Well,
with...
true, you had a couple games at the end.
Yeah, Zandspartan and hard. So, I mean, it's been easy playing with them for sure. And I'm also close with them in real life. So that feels good.
Nice. And then how is, being back to bot lane? Even when you're in Golden Guardians Academy playing AD, you were one of the best players in that role. What is it like shifting back to that role in this league? Do you feel like you're just ready to kind of take the number one spot as AD again?
You make it sound really easy, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. It's been pretty hard adjusting back. Like, I've done an okay job at like playing support for 3 or 4 months. Only playing support like kind of shifts like my mindset a bit. But I did get a lot of takeaways from playing that role. But I'm definitely prepared to grind a lot and prove myself again in Academy.
And do you think playing support kind of helped your marksman play at all? Crumb said he thinks that, when you learn the other side of the bot lane matchup, it can make you a better AD. Do you think that time has kind of informed, you being back to bot lane at all?
I think I've gained a lot of insight playing support in LCS, and it's like giving me new perspective about like criticizing my support, because I kind of understand what they're going through, like especially when they make mistakes. So hopefully I can take that to improve my play and my support's play in the future.
Well, certainly seems like a great thing for Chime, of course, your new support. Keith, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for joining us. We're going to take another break, but when we return, we've got the Samsung SSD Fast 5, and we look ahead to the upcoming week 1 of the LCS.
Welcome back. We're going to run through the top 5 performers of our day with a newest segment, the Samsung SSD Fast 5. So how this works is we're going to track 5 stats, all split long, to find our 5 fastest players in both the Academy and the LCS. So for each role, top, bot, jungle support, and mid lane, we have a stat. In top lane, it's 100 CS time. How fast are you there? For jungle, time to level 6. For mid laner, time to level 11. Bot lane, 10k gold time. And for support, when does your support item transform? So these, after today, Crumbs, are your top 3 performers in each role for each of those stats. Oh, pretty exciting, actually. The first one, obviously, because it's right in the middle, the jungle, first to level 6. So Fnatic was playing Nocturne, so he actually hitting level 6 faster than anybody else is a really big deal for him in the composition. So really like to see that out of him. And then Phoenix, perfect lead, right? 13-37.
Yep, he's looking good here as we'll take a deeper look now at how all 10 top laners performed against each other today. As we can see, Zion Spartan was on top. 11 minutes and 4 seconds, they hit 100 CS, but there's the rest of the leaderboard for today. Lolo in last, unfortunately, there. But that makes sense given how quickly Zion came up on the Jace. So obviously not the fairest comparison this go-round.
So the most interesting thing is that they're kind of inverse. The opponents of the top members are the bottom placers. So Zion played against Lorlo, Jenkins played against Dokla, Fudge played against Fake God, and so then the bottom between 4 to 7 are a little bit tighter, but I think that's actually already a pretty cool comparison with the stat.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, I love me some leaderboards. I've missed Scion Speedway, Crumbs. We're going to do it even better. Instead of Scion racing around the Rift, we've got 5 different stats to track between both leagues, all split long. So at some point, we're going to see who has the world record in quotes, for 100 CS top lane and all those other stats as well. The Academy split, though, continues tomorrow with Academy Rush, where Dash will guide you through 5 games of action simultaneously. We've got FlyQuest Academy versus Cloud9 Academy, alongside 100 Thieves Academy taking on Evil Genius Academy, and 3 other games before we dive into the first iteration, Crumbs, of Friday Night League. The LCS is on Fridays now, baby. It's going to be great. We can see 100 Thieves and EG will start things off, and then a rematch over the finals, as is tradition. FlyQuest taking on Cloud9.
I mean, obviously got to look for FlyQuest versus Cloud9. Just how good is Cloud9 right now? Like, that is my big question, because they've had a break in the offseason. Did they just drop off? Probably not. They're probably still amazing, but still, you want to see what they bust out, because they've always been super creative with their drafts.
Yeah, as a reminder, make sure to tune in for that. You can join Latigress, Prolly, and Mark to kick off the LCS Summer Split with that finals rematch that you mentioned. But I'm, of course, excited to see FlyQuest, see if they can maybe get some revenge, because nobody could really beat Cloud9 by the end of Spring, Crumbs. We'll see if the start of summer has something different.
And they're on a sea quest now, so they're trying to help the environment in all the ways possible. So why not cheer for them? That's pretty cool.
Exactly.
Someone's actually making the world a better place. That's right. I'm behind that.
Well, I'm certainly here for a good game, if nothing else, and that's going to do it from us here. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for both Academy Rush and Friday Night League. Good night.
Good night.
Where do I go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe.